Section 77 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. Captain O'Blunderbuss again. "Be Jesus! And it is my dear friend, Mr. Frank Curtis," exclaimed the redoubtable officer, as he stalked into the room. Then, perceiving the lady, he untiled his head in a most graceful manner, or in plain terms, removed his foraging cap with a certain rounding sweep of his right arm, saying, "Your servant, ma'am. I presume that I have the honour to pay my respects to Mrs. Curtis." "Yes, that is Mrs. Curtis, Captain," said Frank, while the lady gave a somewhat cold inclination of the head. "And a sweet and elegant wife you've got, you dog," cried the Captain, bestowing a friendly poke in the ribs of the newly married gentleman. "Come, shake hands, Mr. Curtis. Men like you and me mustn't harbour animosity against each other. Let the past be past, as the saying is, and an excellent saying it is too, ma'am," he added, in a tone of bland appeal to the lady, as he nearly wrung her husband's fingers off in the enthusiasm of his anxiety to convince him that this time at least he came for no hostile purpose. "Sit down, Captain," said Frank, now feeling more at his ease than he had done since the unexpected appearance of the famous duellist. "Will you take a glass of wine? There's port and sherry on the table, and there's champagne, claret, hock, and burgundy in the cellar, as well as capital whisky." "Be the holy poker!" exclaimed Captain O'Blunderbuss. "And I'll just trouble you for the poteen. The true Irish poteen, ma'am," he continued, turning once more towards Mrs. Curtis, "is the most elegant beverage under the sun. On my estates on old Ireland I allow no water at all, and my peasantry is the finest to be seen in the whole country." "Indeed, sir," observed Mrs. Curtis, beginning to grow amused with the strange character who had thus intruded himself upon the momentous discussion which she and her husband were carrying on at the time. "Be Jesus, ma'am, and it's as true as you're sitting there," exclaimed the Captain. "In my own country, ma'am, I'm a justice of the peace, and I never allow my peasantry to be interfered with by the gaugers. I let them keep as many illicit stills as they like, and the consequence is they adore me." "I should think that to be very likely," said Frank. "But here's the whisky, and there's hot water. Now, John, put the sugar on the table. That's right." The servant having retired, Captain O'Blunderbuss proceeded to compound his favourite beverage by mixing equal parts of spirit and water, and adding thereto 3 lumps of sugar. "I always brew the first glass strong, ma'am," he observed, "in honour to old Ireland. Your health, ma'am." "But I'm not Irish, sir," responded the lady, laughing. "Then I'm sure ye ought to be, ma'am," cried the Captain. "And be Jesus, if ye was, ye'd be an honour to the country." Mrs. Curtis simpered and bowed in acknowledgment of the compliment. "Come, old fellow," said Frank, "you needn't mind my wife being present. She's a woman of the world, as my friend the Archbishop of Paris used to say of his niece, and so you may as well tell us how you managed to get out of a certain place, and what made you think of honouring us with this visit." "Och, and be Jesus, I'll answer the last question first, Mr. Curtis," responded the Captain. "Well then, you must know that I've taken a great affection for ye, because, by the powers, I've heard spake of your bravery in a many quarters, and it isn't me that would cherish animosity against a gallant fellow." The Captain might have added that, being in want of grog, supper, and lodging, he had racked his brain all day to think of some soft, easy individual amongst his acquaintance on whom he could quarter himself for a week or so, and having at length remembered to have seen the marriage of Mr. Curtis and Mrs. Goldberry duly announced at the time in the fashionable newspapers, the said announcements having been duly paid for as a matter of course, it had struck him that he might make himself very comfortable in Baker Street for a short period. "Well, I feel highly flattered by your good opinion of me," said Frank. "It's quite true that I've killed a man or two in my time, and winged half a dozen others. But really, those are trifles which one scarcely thinks of any value. At the same time, Captain, we duellists, you know, are devilish chary of our reputation, and so it's just as well that the world should talk in a respectful way about us, eh?" "By the holy poker, and you're right, my boy," exclaimed the Captain, mixing the second glass of grog. Then, turning towards Mrs. Curtis, he said, "I always make my second jorum, mim, a little stronger than the first, for the honour of Old England, because that's always my second toast. So here's to Old England. And now," continued Captain O'Blunderbuss, after having taken a long draught of the potent liquor, "I'll answer your first question, Mr. Curtis. And sure, it's how I got out of limbo that you was asking about. Well, I'll tell you, and be Jasus, you'll say that such a rum start never was seen. The cowardly bastes locked me up in Horsemonger Lane, you know, at the suit of one Spriggins, for £347, including costs. For 3 whole days I was just for all the world like a rampageous lion. There's an infernal iron grating all round the yard, where the prisoners have to walk about, and be Jasus, I chafed and foamed inside those bars, till the other prisoners got so frightened they sent a petition to the governor to get me locked up in the strong room. So the governor sends for me, and says he, 'Captain O'Blunderbuss, you're a terror to the other people in the debtors' department of the prison, and you'd better be after thinking of making some arrangement with your creditor, or I shall be forced to put you by yourself in the strong room.' Be Jasus, says I, and I'll skin any man who shall dare to lay even the tip of a finger on me for such a purpose. 'Well,' says the governor, 'but if you've ever so little in the shape of ready money to offer your creditor, I'll see him myself and try what I can do for you.' So I pulled out my purse, and behold ye, I'd just £2 3 and 6 to pay £347 with. 'Is it 3 halfpence in the pound you'll be after offering?' asks the governor. 'Just that same,' says I, 'and if ever Mr. Spriggins gets another farthing out of me, then I'll skin myself.' So away goes the governor to the creditor, and heaven only knows what blarney he pitches him, but in the course of a day or two, down comes a discharge, on condition that I pay the 3 halfpence in the pound. 'Now,' says I, 'that's treating an Irish gentleman as he deserves.' And so I got clean out of that infernal place. Here's your health, mum." And the Captain emptied his glass. "You managed that business capital," exclaimed Frank Curtis, who began to think that it would be no bad speculation to maintain the martial gentleman altogether in Baker Street, to frighten away the creditors, or at all events to employ him to go round to them, in case they should prove inclined to act in a hostile manner towards him. At that moment his eyes met those of his wife, and the glance of intelligence which was exchanged between them showed that this same thought had struck them both, and at the same time. "Help yourself, Captain," said Frank. "That whisky was sent me as a present by the Crown Prince of Denmark, for having been second to his illustrious wife's uncle's stepmother's first cousin's nephew, in a duel 3 years ago." "Blood and thunder!" ejaculated Captain O'Blunderbuss. "What a distant relation! But the poteen is beautiful. I always mix my third glass stronger than the first 2, because in this same third I drink to the ladies, the sweethearts, and God bless 'em." Mrs. Curtis again acknowledged the compliment with a simper and an inclination of the head, and by the time the Captain had disposed of his third glass, the domestic in transcendent livery announced that coffee was served in the drawing-room. Thither the party accordingly proceeded, Captain O'Blunderbuss escorting Mrs. Curtis with a politeness which would have been perfectly enchanting had he not smelt so awfully of poteen. And now, in a few minutes, behold the trio seated so cosily and comfortably at the table in the drawing-room, sipping the nectar of Mocha, while a friendly little contest took place between Frank and the Captain to decide who could tell the greatest number of lies in the shortest space of time. "Be Jasus," cried O'Blunderbuss, This coffee is an elegant beverage, but saving your presence, ma'am, it don't come up to the coffee which I grew on my own estate in old Ireland. The truth was, I had such a vast extent of bogland that I was at a loss what use to turn it to. So I sent my steward off to Arabia. Yes, be the holy poker, direct off to Arabia, to buy up as much coffee as he could get for money. Och, and with a power of coffee berries did he come back in the next West Indiaman, up the Mediterranean. And wasn't it a sowing of them same berries that we had in the bog? You should have seen the land 8 months afterwards, with the coffee plants grown up bigger than gooseberry bushes, and making the whole country smell of coffee for 8 miles round. I realised £700 by that spec the first year, and I have gone on with the culture of coffee ever since." "Oh," said Frank, "it is astonishing what improvements might be introduced in that way, if one only had the sense to do it. When I was staying in Paris, I was very intimate with the governor of the Bank of France, and he had a beautiful conservatory on the top of the bank. He took me up one day to see it. 'Twas in the middle of winter, and cold as the devil in the open air, but warm as a toast inside the conservatory. Well, there I saw melons as large as a bombshell, growing in flower pots no bigger than that slop basin, pineapples hanging over the sides of teacups, and a kind of fruit, the name of which I've forgotten, but I know that it was as large as a horse's head, and of the same shape. So I said to my friend, the governor of the mint, says I—" Mr. Curtis stopped, for the radiant footman entered the room, saying, "Please, sir, 2 men wish to speak to you immediately." "2 men!" exclaimed Frank, casting an uneasy glance towards his wife, who, it was evident, shared her husband's very natural apprehensions. "Yes, sir, but here they are," added the footman. Then turning round towards the intruders, he said, "Why didn't you wait quiet down in the hall till I'd informed master that you wanted to speak to him?" "'Cause we doesn't do business in that 'ere way, old feller," responded a voice which was not altogether unknown to either Mr. Curtis or the captain. "Proggs, the officer, by God!" vociferated the latter, starting from his seat. "Yes, it's me and my master, Mr. MacGrab, at your service, gentlemen," said Proggs, pushing his way past the footman, and entering the room with his hat on his head and his stout stick in his hand. "Please, Mr. Curtis, sir, you're wanted." And as these words were uttered by the subordinate, the principal himself, namely Mr. MacGrab, made his appearance, and a very dirty one it was too, in the doorway, while the footman stood aghast, and Mrs. Curtis went off into hysterics. "Wanted?" cried Frank, casting an appealing glance towards the captain. "Who the devil wants me?" "Whose suit is it at, sir?" asked Proggs, turning towards his superior. "Beeswing, wine merchant, debt £200, owing by the lady," answered Mr. MacGrab. "Is it arresting my friend Mr. Curtis, you mean?" demanded Captain O'Blunderbuss, advancing towards the officers with tremendous fierceness, now that he found his own personal security unendangered. "And why not?" growled MacGrab, shrouding himself behind his man Proggs. "Is it why not you're after asking?" shouted Captain O'Blunderbuss. "Now, be Jasus, and if you don't both make yourselves as scarce as you was before you was born, it's myself that'll teach you a lesson of politeness in the twinkling of a bedpost." "Oh, that's all gammon," muttered Proggs. "Mr. Curtis must either pay the money or come along with us." "He won't do neither the one nor the t'other, you bastes of the earth," exclaimed the captain. "I say now," began MacGrab, but before he had time to utter another word, the redoubtable captain wrenched the short stick from the hands of Mr. Proggs, and throwing it to a distance, boldly attacked the officers with his long sinewy arms, in such an effectual manner that they disappeared from the drawing-room in as short a space of time as their assailant had represented by that beautiful figure of rhetoric, the twinkling of a bedpost. Mrs. Curtis had deemed it most prudent to go off into a fit. Frank was nailed to the floor by the terror of being captured and dragged off to a debtor's prison. The footman considered it wise to remain a mere spectator of the fight, and thus the captain was unassisted in his gallant onslaught upon the sheriff's officer and his man. The captain, however, had an advantage on his side, namely, that when he had once succeeded in driving the enemy back as far as the staircase, it was comparatively an easy matter to fling them headlong down, a feat which he performed without the least ceremony or hesitation, to the infinite alarm of the female servants in the kitchen, who came rushing up into the hall from that lower region, screaming as heartily as they could under the conviction that the house was tumbling about their ears. "Hold your pace, my dears!" exclaimed Captain O'Blunderbuss, rushing down the stairs after the vanquished enemy, his countenance purple with whisky and excitement, every vein in his forehead swollen almost to bursting, and his fists clenched for a renewal of the onslaught. "We'll make you smart for this, my man," growled McGrab, as he rose painfully from the hall floor. "I'm jiggered if we don't too," added Proggs, picking himself up, as it were, from the last step, and feeling his legs and arms to see if any of his bones were broken. "Out of the house, ugly beasts that ye are!" thundered the captain. The officers had received sufficient evidence of the redoubtable gentleman's warlike propensities to induce them to beat a rapid retreat, and the moment they had evaporated by the front door, the captain banged it violently after them, securing it with bolts and chain. "That's the way we serve out the reptiles in ould Ireland, my dears," he exclaimed, turning towards the female servants, who, having at length comprehended the nature of the amusement going on, had ceased to scream, and were enjoying the animated scene as much as if it had been a play. Frank Curtis had heard the front door close violently, and the drawing of the bolts afterwards convinced him that the house was cleared of its invaders. He accordingly descended the stairs, laughing heartily now that the immediate peril had been averted by the prowess of the captain. The resplendent footman was following close behind his master, very anxious to solicit his wages and his discharge there and then, and only prevented from acting thus abruptly by the formidable presence of Captain O'Blunderbuss. "Now, my friends," exclaimed this gallant gentleman, who was quite in his element under existing circumstances, "the house is in a complete state of siege. You must look to me as the commander of the garrison. So let the area and the ground floor windows be all properly fastened. Take care of the back door, wherever it leads to, and be Jesus, we'll keep the rascals out. I know 'em well. They'll be trying all manner of dodges to get in, but they'll find themselves as mistaken as the old lady was when she scratched the bedpost and thought she was scratching her head." Then, with wonderful alacrity, Captain O'Blunderbuss hastened to superintend the arrangements and the precautions which he had briefly suggested. He examined the windows in the drawing-room, he descended to the kitchen, went out into the area, poked his nose into the coal-cellar, inspected the yard at the back, issued his orders, saw that they were executed, and then drank off half a tumbler of whisky neat, both as a slight refreshment after the exertions of the evening, and as a token of his satisfaction at the various measures which he had adopted with a view to convert the house into an impregnable fortress. By this time Mrs. Curtis had made up her mind to recover from her fit, but she was so dreadfully shocked at the exposure which had taken place before the servants that she retired to her bedchamber forthwith. The captain and Frank then sat down to hold, as the former gentleman expressed it, a council of war, and as one bottle of whisky had been emptied, and there was not another in the house, the martial gentleman was kind and condescending enough to put up with gin, of which exhilarating fluid he found, to his great satisfaction, there was a large supply in the cellar. "What the devil would you have me do in this cursed embarrassment?" asked Frank. "Be Jesus, and I'll just tell you now," answered the captain. "Let me see, this is Tuesday. Well, we must maintain the siege until Sunday, and then you must give the trap's leg bail into another county. Whose furniture is it in the house?" "Why, it's ours, and it isn't," responded Frank. "Och, and be easy now. I understand ye, my boy," cried the captain. "It isn't paid for, ye mean? but position is 9 points of the law, and by the holy poker we'll make it the whole 12. Just allow me to carry you through this little affair. Next Sunday night, my lad, you must be off into Surrey with the lady and little ones, and leave me to manage here. On Monday, at the top of the morning, I'll have in a broker and sell off every stick, and I'll bring you over the proceeds, like a man of honour as I am." "So far so good," said Frank. "But how are we to get things to eat between this and Sunday, if no one is to stir out of the place?" "Is it atin you mean, when there's 3 gallons of gin in the house?" demanded Captain O'Blunderbuss, with something like indignation in his tone and manner. "Well, but the wife and the children can't live upon gin, Captain," observed Frank, "even though the servants should have no objection." "Not live upon gin, me boy!" vociferated Captain O'Blunderbuss in a state of astonishment as complete and unfeigned as if someone had just shown him his own name in the army list, or presented him with the title deeds of his often vaunted Irish estates. "Not live upon gin, Mr. Curtis," he repeated, surveying Frank as if this young gentleman were actually taking leave of his senses. "Show me the discontented mortal, my friend, that says he won't live upon gin, and I'll just—" "Just what?" asked Frank, somewhat dismayed at this irascibility on the part of his companion. "I'll skin him, by the holy poker!" cried Captain O'Blunderbuss, rapping his clenched fist violently upon the table. There was a long pause, during which the 2 gentlemen emptied and refilled their glasses. "By the way, me boy," suddenly exclaimed the captain, as if an idea had just struck him, "is that old uncle of yours in town at present?" "Yes, he came back some days ago, I understand," replied Frank. "Do you think he'd plead?" asked the captain. "For 'tis supplies to carry on the war in an elegant style for a long time to come that we want, since now that we're once on a friendly footing together, Curtis, I'm not the boy to desert you in your troubles." He might have added that he would stick to Mr. and Mrs. Curtis so long as they had a bottle of spirits to give, or a shilling to lend him. "I really think that it's very likely you might be able to draw the old bird," said Frank, "and to tell you the truth, I had already entertained the idea. Besides, he won't dare refuse you, Captain." "Be-Jasus, I should take it as an insult if he did," exclaimed the man-of-war, caressing his moustache. "But let us strike the iron while it is hot. Throw up a letter to Sir Christopher in your best style, and I'll be off with it at once. Trust me for getting out of the garrison safe and coming back again in the same way. But mind you keep a sharp watch while I'm gone." Frank promised compliance with this injunction, and hastened to pen a letter to his uncle, the captain kindly undertaking to dictate the sense in which it was to be written. The precious document ran as follows: "My dear uncle, I hope this will find you blooming as it leaves me, and as you and me have both made ourselves happy by marriage, don't let us have any more animosity between us. In fact, I will show you at once that I mean to forget the past, and treat you as an uncle ought to be treated by his dutiful nephew. Well then, to come to the point, my friend Captain O'Blunderbuss, whom you have the pleasure of knowing, and who improves vastly on acquaintance, has kindly lent me £500, just to settle a few pressing debts which I had contracted during the time that I was so unfortunate as to be on bad terms with you. And as the captain wants his money again, and I don't like to tell my wife, so soon after marriage, that I owe this sum, you will greatly oblige me by giving the captain a cheque for the amount, or else bank notes at once. He isn't very particular which, I dare say. And I will repay you the moment I get my quarter's allowance, as the beloved and angelic creature whom I shall have so much pleasure in introducing to you and to my dear Aunt Charlotte has promised me £700 every 3 months to spend as I like and no questions asked. So no more at present, my dear uncle, from your dutiful, attached, obliged, and grateful nephew, Francis Curtis." "What do you think of that?" demanded Frank triumphantly, when he had read the letter aloud for the opinion of his friend. "Is it what I think?" exclaimed the captain. "By the powers, and it's as well as I could have done it myself, if I'd studied it for a week." "Thanks to your suggestions," added Frank. "And now I'll just seal and direct it while you finish your glass." Captain O'Blunderbuss did drain the contents of his tumbler, as Frank foresaw that he would do, for it was one of that gallant gentleman's maxims never to waste good liquor, and being thus fortified with upwards of a pint of whisky and ditto of gin, the effects of which were evident only in the fiery hue of his complexion, but by no means in his gait nor speech, he prepared to set out on his expedition to the dwelling of Sir Christopher Blunt. "Frank," said he, putting on his foraging cap and conveying the letter to his pocket, "take the poker." "The poker?" repeated the young man, with mingled surprise and dismay. "And what else would you take to dash out the brains of any man who should try to spring in at the door while I go out?" exclaimed O'Blunderbuss. "That's right, me boy," he added, as Curtis shouldered the fire implement. "Not that it's likely for any of them bastes of the earth to be lurking about so soon after the little affair of just now, but it's as well to be on our guard." Accordingly, Frank Curtis stood behind the front door, poker in hand, as the redoubtable officer issued forth. But the coast was clear so far as the retainers of the sheriff were concerned, and the peace of the garrison remained unmolested. Frank closed, chained, and bolted the door again, and Captain O'Blunderbuss wended his way with an awful swagger down the street, frightening by his fierce looks all the small children whom he happened to encounter. End of section 77.
Section 78 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by antonygirgis. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. 3 months after marriage. Sir Christopher Blunt was pacing his drawing-room in a very agitated manner, and the expression of his countenance was so ludicrous in its reflections of the thoughts that were stirring within his breast that it was impossible to say whether he was influenced by commingled hope and suspense on the one hand, or by fear and shame on the other. It was pretty evident that he had not been out all day, for he was unshaven, and he wore the light blue dressing gown, the bright red trousers, and the scarlet silk cap which his dear wife had devised as a most becoming morning costume, but which gave him the appearance of a Mussulman quack doctor, as the golden lustre of the handsome lamp brought forth all the flaunting effects of the garb. Advancing towards the timepiece, Sir Christopher compared his watch with that dial. "A 9:15, he murmured to himself, as he restored the huge gold repeater to its fob. "And the doctors have been an hour with her already. Well, I never heard of such a thing before. 3 months after marriage, it's impossible, quite impossible. Dr. Wagtail is a very clever man, no doubt, but he's wrong for once in his life. If it was 6 or 7 months now, one might suppose that a premature birth. But 3 months. And the worthy knight paced the apartment in a manner which showed that he didn't know what the deuce to make of it. "Well," he continued again, speaking in a murmuring tone after a short pause, "it may be so after all, for really science does discover such wonderful things nowadays, and the world seems to undergo so many strange changes, that upon my word I should not be surprised at all if, on going out some morning, I was to see the people walking on their heads along Jermyn Street. Ah, things weren't like this when I was a boy, but then I must recollect that I live in a fashionable quarter of the town now, and ladies at the West End ain't like those vulgar citizens' wives. Thank God that I didn't get in for Portsoken. It was quite enough to have filled the high and responsible office of sheriff, and to have received the distinguished honour of knighthood. But 3 months! exclaimed Sir Christopher, interrupting himself and flying back with ludicrous abruptness to the idea that was uppermost in his mind. 3 months! And after all, who knows but that it's the fashion of the West End, and I'm sure that if it is, I shall be very glad that it has happened so, and yet the most extraordinary part of the business is that, when I suspected something of the kind, and just hinted at it to Lady Blunt, she scratched my face to pieces for me. Very extraordinary indeed. Sir Christopher now became lost in a maze of conjecture, vague suspicion, and bewilderment, through which he certainly could not find his way, and heaven only knows how long he might have remained in the labyrinth had not Dr. Wagtail appeared to his rescue. "Well, doctor," exclaimed the knight, hastening to meet the physician. "My dear Christopher, I congratulate you," said Dr. Wagtail, considering it decent and becoming to assure a joyous and smirking expression of countenance for the occasion, while he wrung the knight's hand with most affectionate warmth. "For it is my duty," he continued, now suddenly adopting the pompous and important style of the fashionable physician to a rich family, "for it is my duty, Sir Christopher, to announce to you that you are the happy father of a charming boy, with whom her ladyship has been kind enough to present you." "A boy, eh, doctor?" faltered the knight. "But of course it isn't. It can't be a full-grown child." "Well, my dear Sir Christopher," responded Dr. Wagtail, who perfectly understood where the shoe pinched, "from what Mr. Snipekin, the talented and much sought-after accoucheur, whom I deemed it prudent to call in just now, from what Mr. Snipekin says, Sir Christopher, I do believe that the dear little creature has come a leetle before his time. But pray, don't make yourself uneasy on that account, my dear Sir Christopher, for the sweet baby is in no danger, and an uncommonly fine child, to be sure." "Then it is a little before its time, doctor, eh?" said Sir Christopher. "But, doctor, you and me are old friends, and you can speak candidly, you know, and the truth is, you must remember that our marriage only took place 3 months ago, and it seems to me rather unusual. Not that I suspect your Lady Blunt's virtue for a moment. On the contrary, I know her to be a perfect paragon of morality. At the same time, 3 months, doctor, and a fine boy." "My dear Sir Christopher," responded Dr. Wagtail, foreseeing that the amount of his fee would depend vastly upon the state of mind in which the knight might be when he should give it, and acting moreover upon his favourite principle of humouring the whims and wishes of all persons with whom he had any professional connection. "My dear Sir Christopher," he said, looking very solemn indeed, "your avocations in the world have not allowed you time to dive into the mysteries of science, and investigate the arcana of learning, much less to pursue with sesquipedalian regularity the routine of that course of study which in the abstract, and also considered in a purely professional point of view, and having due regard to the wonders of physiological science, in fact, you understand me, Sir Christopher?" Yes, doctor," drawled forth the bewildered knight. "But I think you were going to satisfy me, you know, about the 3 months and a fine boy, doctor." "I was coming to that point, my dear Sir Christopher," said Dr. Wagtail. "In fact, I was about to observe that physiology, properly considered in its etymological signification, comprehends the entire science of nature, but I must impress upon your mind, Sir Christopher, that the ratiocinative properties of modern physicians have induced them, doubtless, after much profound cognition, to restrict the term that department of physical knowledge relating, referring, and belonging exclusively to organic existence, and thus, Sir Christopher, you follow me?" "Oh, quite easy indeed," returned the knight, wondering in his own mind whether it were dog Latin that stunned his ears, and also how one individual could possibly pick up and retain such an immense amount of knowledge. "But the point was, doctor—" "Precisely, my dear Christopher," exclaimed the physician, looking as wise as all the 7 sages of Greece put together. "It was to that very point which I was coming, but I thought that a detailed and full explanation would prove most satisfactory to you." "Oh, decidedly, doctor, and I'm sure very much obliged to you for taking the trouble to— "Well then, my dear Christopher," interrupted the fashionable physician, "all my premises being granted, and the arguments which I have adduced being fully admitted, I think that the demonstration is easy enough. Consequently, Sir Christopher, it is quite apparent that a child may be born 3 months after marriage. At the same time, I think I can assure you that in future your excellent and amiable lady will not be quite so premature in her accouchements." "It is not unusual then, doctor, among your female patients," said Sir Christopher, who was not entirely satisfied yet. "It is by no means unusual that a first child should be born a few months after marriage, my dear Sir Christopher," answered the physician. "And perhaps it's rather fashionable than otherwise?" asked the knight in a hesitating manner. "Well, I don't know what it is, Sir Christopher," replied Dr. Wagtail, taking a pinch of snuff, "and now that your mind is completely set on rest on this point, as indeed it must and ought to be after the full and professional explanation which I have given you, I will return to the chamber of your amiable and excellent lady, and see whether you can be permitted to visit her for a few moments." "Do, my dear doctor. And doctor," cried the knight, as a sudden idea struck him, "pray don't, it's not necessary to let Lady Blunt know that in a word, that I asked you any questions." "Oh, certainly not, my dear Christopher," exclaimed the physician, and he then quitted the room. "Well," thought the knight to himself, as soon as he was again alone, "and so I am the father, the happy father," and he made a slight grimace, "of a fine boy, eh? 'Pon my honour, I'm very glad indeed. A son and heir, a little Christopher, how very kind of my dear wife. It is a tie which will bind us together, perhaps soften her temper a little, and make her more sparing in the use of her fingernails. Well, if it's only for that, the coming of this child will be a great blessing, a very great blessing. But I really do wish the dear babe had made its appearance about 6 months later. Not that it matters much, seeing that I must be its father, and that the thing is rather fashionable than otherwise. Besides, Dr. Wagtail is such a clever man, such a very clever man, and his explanation was so completely satisfactory, so very lucid and clear, a fool might understand it. Well, I really ought to be a very happy fellow." But all the knight's attempts at self-persuasion and self-consolation were futile. There was a weight upon his spirits that he could not throw off, and in the depths of his secret soul there was an awful misgiving to the existence of which he vainly endeavoured to blind his mental vision. He strove to be gay. He tried to establish the conviction that he was perfectly happy and contented. He did all that he could to make himself admit to himself that the doctor's reasoning was conclusive. Still, he could not shut down from his heart the ever-recurring thought that the physician's argument might be very conclusive indeed, but that he was totally unable to understand a word of it. Then came the fear of ridicule, and this was the most galling sentiment of all. But on the other hand, there was an apprehension which was not without its weight, namely the anger of his wife in case she should discover that he had dared to doubt her virtue. Thus, by the time the doctor came back, the silly old gentleman had determined to take matters just as he found them, and, though half suspecting that there was something wrong in the business, he resolved to maintain as contented an air as possible, as the only means of combating ridicule should he experience it, or of quieting his wife should she hear of anything to excite her irritability. "We are getting on so well, my dear Sir Christopher," said the physician, "that we can see you for a few minutes, but we cannot bear any loud speaking as yet, and we establish it as a condition that you do not make an attempt to kiss our child more than once, for fear you should set it crying and make our head ache." Sir Christopher attempted a pleasant smile, and followed Dr. Wagtail to the chamber of the indisposed lady. The moment the door was opened, the shrill but nevertheless apparently half-stifled cry of a new-born child saluted the knight's ears, and hastening up to the bed, he bent over and kissed his wife. "See what heaven has sent us, Sir Christopher," said the lady in a low and weak voice, well suited to the solemnity of her observation, and slightly uncovering the bedclothes she exhibited a tiny object looking amazingly red, but which she assured him was the sweetest little face in the world. "That it is, the pretty creature," observed a hoarse voice, which appeared to emanate from the chimney, but which in reality came no further off than the fireplace, and belonged to an elderly woman of tremendous corpulency, who was arranging some baby linen on a clothes horse. "I've nussed a many ladies," continued the stout proprietress of the hoarse voice, "but never such a patient dear as your'n, Sir Christopher, and I never see such an angel at its birth as that baby. Why," continued the woman, advancing towards the knight and giving him a good long stare, while potent odours of gin assailed his nostrils all the while, "I do declare that the baby is as like his father as he can be." Sir Christopher grinned horribly a ghastly smile, and slipped half a guinea into the nurse's hand, at which proof of his generosity she dropped him a curtsy that shook the house so profoundly as nearly to drop her through the floor. "Yes, the baby is as like you, sir, as two peas is like each other," continued the nurse, while Dr. Wagtail and the accoucheur exchanged rapid but intelligent glances at the excellence of the idea, and Sir Christopher grunted like a leaned pig which has just put its snout upon the right card in a show. "I'm sure, sir, you ought to be very much obliged to missus for presenting you with such a cherub. Poor dear, she had a sad time of it, but she bore it like a saint as she is. Won't you let master have just one kiss at the little dear, my lady?" The saint was just at that moment wondering whether the child, as it grew up, would bear any resemblance to a certain tall footman in a certain family at the West End, but why such an idea should enter her head we must leave to the readers to divine. The nurse repeated her question, adding, "Do let the little dear's pa just kiss it once, and then we must turn him out, you know, ma'am, for the present." "Yes, Sir Christopher, you may kiss the little cherub if you like," said Lady Blunt, in a tone which was meant to impress on her husband's mind a full sense of the favour conferred upon him. "But pray, don't make the little child squeal out, for you're so rough." The knight accordingly touched the babe with his lips, which he smacked to make believe that the kiss was a hearty one in spite of his wife's injunction, and this ceremony being completed, he was turned out of the room by the nurse, whose power on such occasions amounts, as all fathers know, to an absolute despotism. The nurse is a species exhibiting but little variety. Stout and in good spirits she must always be, and bottled stout and ardent spirit she highly esteems. She moreover has an excellent appetite, and is fond of making meals in the course of the day. She awakes at 5 or 6 in the morning, and makes herself strong hot coffee and a couple of rounds of toast, putting a great deal of sugar to the former, and a vast quantity of butter to the latter. At 9 she is ready for her breakfast, the first meal not being so denominated, and in fact considered as nothing at all. If her mistress be awake, the nurse will amuse her with innumerable stories relative to her former places, and she will not fail to make herself out the very best nurse in the world. She will describe how one lady was inconsolable because she could not have her at the desired time, how another lady would eat nothing unless prepared by the said nurse's own hands, how a third would have died if it had not been for her care and attention, and how she never slept a wink nor put her clothes off once for a whole month while in attendance upon another lady. Then she is sure to be well connected and to have seen better days, and if asked for her address she is certain to reply, "Lord bless you, my dear, all you have to do is send and inquire for me in such and such a street, and anybody will tell you where I live." In fact, she is as well known in her quarter of the town as the Queen is at Pimlico. But to continue the category of meals, at 11 o'clock she is quite prepared for a mutton chop and half a pint of stout, and she forces a basin of gruel down her mistress's throat, accompanied with many a "Poor dear, I'm sure you mustn't want it." At 2 o'clock she has a good appetite for her dinner, and then she manages to get on pretty comfortably till tea time. The nurse is very fond of her tea, and likes it strong. After tea, as her mistress most likely sleeps, she gets hold of an odd volume of a romance or a newspaper not more than a week old, and it is 10 to 1 that she believes every word she reads in both. If her mistress happens to be awake, the nurse will comment upon what she reads. The newspaper especially is sure to set her talking on the hardness of the times, and arouse all her reminiscences of when she was a gal. She will often express her mysterious wonder at what the world is coming to, and invariably speaks as if everything has undergone a great deal of change for the worst. She is sure to know a poor family whom she is mainly instrumental in saving from starvation, and she is equally certain to descant upon the necessity of sobriety and frugality among the working classes. Then she remembers that it is time for Mrs. to take her medicine, but she goes to the shelf or the cupboard. She stays a little longer there than is quite necessary to pour out the medicine aforesaid, and as she approaches the bed to administer the same, she wipes her mouth with the back of her hand, and her eyes are observed to water. The invalid lady may now thank her stars if she be not assailed with an odor of ardent spirit while she receives her medicine from the hand of the nurse, while the time passes away somehow or another until the supper hour, and it is a remarkable fact that the nurse never seems wearied of the monotony of her avocation. But then in the evening she manages to get half an hour's chat with the servants down the stairs, and the chat is rendered the more pleasant by a little drop of something short out of a black bottle which the cook mysteriously produces from the cupboard. On these occasions the nurse exhibits all her importance. She assures the listening domestics that it was very fortunate she happened to be sent for to attend upon Mrs., as if any other nurse had been called and the results would have been most unpleasantly different. She then expresses her opinion of the medical attendant, and her estimation of this gentleman is invariably regulated by the amount of his liberality towards her. If he gave her the odd shillings which accompanied the sovereigns of the little piece of paper containing the fee, then he is sure to be a very clever man indeed. But if he forgot this important duty, then in the nurse's estimation he is certain to be a most unfit doctor to call in, and it was quite a wonder that he didn't kill poor dear old Mrs. Having thus delivered her opinion, which is received as gospel by the servants, she hastens up the stairs again and relates to her mistress her own version of the conversation which has taken place down below. After supper she no longer partakes of ardent spirit on the sly, and unblushingly brews herself a potent glass, but then she is sure to have an excuse. Such a dreadful pain in the stomach, or a bad cold, and her mistress, whose peace of mind depends on keeping her attendant in a good humour, says in a mild languid voice, "Do make yourself comfortable, nurse," and the nurse obeys the hint to the very letter. The liquor induces her to descant upon spirits in general, and she is sure to inform her mistress that the Duke of Wellington doesn't sell near such good things as the Duck and Drake, but that the beautifulest gin is in the public round the corner. Sometimes, and this is one of the worst features in her character, the nurse will take it into her head to relate gloomy stories to her mistress, and once she gets on this subject the devil himself could not stop her. She tells how she knew a lady who went on very well for 10 days, and then popped off all of a sudden, or else she was once in a house which caught on fire in the middle of the night, and the poor lady and child were burnt to death. If the husband should happen to be out late, the nurse, when she is in this gloomy vein, talks mysteriously of the danger of the streets, and says how she knew a gentleman who was run over by an omnibus during the fog. But in justice to the nurse, we must observe that these horrible subjects are not very frequently touched on by her, and only when she gets somewhat maudlin with too much ardent spirit or bottled stout. For the first week she is in her place, no one comes to see her, but in the course of the second she is visited by her married daughter and her married daughter's eldest girl. During the third week the nurse is constantly wanted by people who come to see her or inquire for her, and at the beginning of the fourth the front doorbell is rung frantically, and the nurse hears, with a countenance so innocent that it is almost impossible to think she has prearranged the whole matter, that Mrs. So-and-so, whom she has pledged herself to attend upon, is just taken in labour, and she, the nurse, must go to her directly. Her mistress is by this time well enough to do without her, and the nurse receives her full month's wages for 3 weeks' attendance. But let us return to Sir Christopher Blunt, whom we left at that pleasant point when, having undergone the ceremony of embracing the babe which, according to his lady's account, heaven has sent him, he wended his way back to the drawing-room. At that precise moment, Sir Christopher would have given just 1/2 of his fortune to be enabled to undo all that he had done 3 months previously. He had married in haste, and he now repented at leisure, but it has gone too late to retract, and he found to his infinite mortification that he must grin and bear it. The accoucheur shortly entered the room to report that all was going on as well as could be expected, and having received his fee, he took his departure. Soon afterwards, the pompous and self-sufficient Dr. Wagtail made his appearance, and received his fee, which out of sheer ostentation the knight rendered as liberal as the physician had anticipated. These little matters being disposed of, Sir Christopher rang the bell, ordered up a bottle of claret, and was about to console himself with the solitary enjoyment of the same, when an astounding double knock and tremendous ring at the front door startled him so fearfully that he spilt the wine over his red trousers and nearly upset the table on which his elbow was leaning. "Who can this be?" he exclaimed aloud. "Captain O'Blunderbuss!" cried the footman, throwing open the door as wide as possible to afford ingress to the swaggering officer. End of the 3 months' marriage. End of section 78.
Section 79 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by garybclayton. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. The Knight and the Captain. "Captain O'Blunderbuss," murmured Sir Christopher in a faint tone, as he sank back dismayed into his seat. "Be the powers! And how are ye, my hearty old cock?" was the polite salutation of the gallant gentleman, as, advancing close up to the knight, he grasped his hand and shook it with as much energy as if he were a policeman carrying off a starving mendicant to the station-house for the heinous crime of begging. "Thank you, Captain. I'm pretty well," responded Sir Christopher. "Well, that's a blessing, be Jesus!" cried the captain, coolly taking a seat. "Is it claret that you're after drinking, Sir Christopher?" he demanded, taking up the bottle and holding it between his eyes and the lamp. "Illigant stuff in its way, but not my lush. Have ye no poteen in the house, Sir Christopher?" "Poteen," replied the knight, not understanding the name nor half liking the intrusion. "Is it you, Sir Christopher, that don't know what real Irish poteen is?" cried the captain. "Why, there's never a child in old Ireland that can't spell poteen. Whiskey, Sir Christopher, whiskey, but I'll save you the trouble of ringing for it yourself." And with these words, Captain O'Blunderbuss applied his hand most vigorously to the bell-pull. The footman answered the summons. "Your master says, sir," exclaimed the captain, "that you're to bring up a bottle of the best Irish whiskey, real poteen, in a tumbler, with a spoon, a lemon, hot water, and sugar, and look sharp about it, too." The domestic retired, and Sir Christopher stared in amazement at the captain, for the worthy knight was so astounded by the free and easy manners of his visitor that he was not quite certain whether he, Sir Christopher Blunt, was actually in his own house at the moment, or whether he was in some public coffee-room where everyone had a right to order the waiter about as he chose. "I hope you're not offended with me, Sir Christopher, by making myself at home," said the captain. "But it isn't me that's the boy to stand on any ceremony." The knight thought that his visitor could never have said a truer thing in his life. "Not I, be Jesus," continued Captain O'Blunderbuss. "But then I'm the man to let others do the same with me, and if you should ever find yourself in the wilds of Connemara, Sir Christopher, just ask the first naked urchin you meet with to show the way to Blunderbuss Park, and see if I don't treat you as you deserve to be treated. Bloody mother, it's me that keeps open house, save when the sheriff's officers are prowling about the neighbourhood, which is generally from the 1st of January to the 31st of December every year." The servant now made his appearance with the whiskey and the etceteras, which the gallant gentleman had ordered, and the said gallant gentleman straightway began to brew himself some toddy, with the air of an individual who had had nothing stronger than mild ale to drink all day long. "May I request to be informed," began Sir Christopher, his courage reviving now that the captain's visit appeared to be one altogether of an amicable nature. "Faith, and is it to be informed ye'd be?" ejaculated O'Blunderbuss, as he stirred his whiskey and water up with a spoon. "But don't alarm yourself, Sir Christopher. My call this evening was merely just to ask ye how you do, and present you with a little note from that rare broth of a boy, Mr. Frank Curtis." "Frank, my nephew!" exclaimed Sir Christopher. "What can he want with me? Surely 'tis not to congratulate. But no, he can't have heard of that yet." "By the powers, and is there anything to congratulate you upon, Sir Christopher?" cried the captain. "Have ye been made a baronet, or elected an alderman?" "I would have you know, Captain O'Blunderbuss," said the knight in a solemn tone, "that I was once so unadvised as to put up for Portsock and—" "By Jesus, have nothing to do with pot. It lies heavy on the stomach, my friend," interrupted the gallant officer. "Drink poteen, and you'll never grow old nor yet grey. But we were speaking of congratulations. Is it possible your dear wife has tumbled down the stairs and broken her neck? Or has she presented ye with a pledge of her affliction?" "Since you must know, Captain O'Blunderbuss, it's the latter." "I give ye joy, old brick," vociferated the gallant officer, and seizing Sir Christopher's hand, he subjected it to such a process of violent shaking that the victim almost yelled out in agony. "But from what Frank told me," continued the captain, at length relinquishing the hand which he had so unmercifully squeezed, "I thought you hadn't been married long enough for such a happy event to take place. However, I wish ye joy, me friend. And now to business. Read this little bit of a note, and ye'll be charmed with the kind way in which Frank Curtis speaks of ye." The knight received the letter, which the captain handed to him, but ere he had time to break the seal, the door opened and a nurse made her appearance. "Well, nurse, what is it?" demanded Sir Christopher. "Please, sir," was the reply, "Mrs. wants to know who it is has come with such a tremendous knock and ring that it has set her poor head aching, ready to split, and the blessed baby crying as if he wasn't fit." "Tell your mistress, nurse," exclaimed the visitor in an imperious tone, "that it's Captain O'Blunderbuss of O'Blunderbuss Park, Ireland," with an awful rattling of the R's, "and present my best respects to your lady and the baby." "Thank you, sir," replied the nurse. "But Mrs. says, Sir Christopher, please, that she hopes you won't make no noise with the house." Very well, my good woman," exclaimed the knight hastily. "Tell your mistress I shall not be engaged long, and will come up and see her presently." "Very good, sir," and the nurse withdrew. Sir Christopher then proceeded to open the letter, but as was with trembling hands, for the visit of the nurse had thrown him into a most unpleasant state of nervousness, he being well aware that he should receive a blowing up on account of the captain's call, although no one could possibly wish more devoutly than himself that such a call had not taken place. "You tremble, Sir Christopher," cried the captain, "but there's no need to be alarmed, for your nephew hasn't sent you a challenge. So let your mind be at peace, and read the little note at your leisure. I'm in no hurry for an hour or two." And indeed the captain appeared to be quite comfortable, for he brewed himself a second glass of whiskey and water, threw some coals upon the fire, and trimmed the lamp in such a way that the flame rose above the globe. Meanwhile Sir Christopher perused the letter with great attention, and did not altogether seem to relish its contents. "I really cannot oblige my nephew in this respect," he said, fidgeting the paper about in his hands. "The truth is, he has not behaved altogether well to me, nor to Lady Blunt, and if I was to do this for him, Lady Blunt would be so angry. He must fight his own way in the world, Captain O'Blunderbuss, as I did, for I have no hesitation to admit that I rose from nothing. Indeed, I glory in the fact, and having filled the high and responsible office of sheriff, with credit to myself and advantage to my fellow citizens. Damn the high office of sheriff! Exclaimed the gallant gentleman, striking his fist upon the table. I want my money, and it isn't Captain O'Blunderbuss that you'll be after putting off in this snaking fashion. But, my dear sir, began the knight in a tone of gentle remonstrance, I don't owe you the money. By Jesus! But your nevy does, and therefore it's all in the family, cried the captain. That is a proposition I cannot agree to, my dear sir, returned the knight. D'ye mean to differ from me? Demanded the captain, looking desperately ferocious. Why, as for that, D'ye mean to differ from me, I repeat, vociferated Captain O'Blunderbuss, again striking the table with his fist, but so violently this time that the bottles and glasses danced a hornpipe. Answer me that, Sir Christopher. I don't wish to offend you, Captain. I couldn't wish to do that. But, added the knight, I must beg leave most respectfully to dissent from the proposition that I am in any way answerable for the debts of Mr. Curtis, and since he has married a lady of fortune, let him be candid with her at once. And is it candid that he's to be, when the wife would kick up hell and blazes? Cried O'Blunderbuss. But I tell you pretty frankly, my friend, that if you don't shell out the £700... 700, ejaculated Sir Christopher. It says only 500 in the letter. I don't care 2 raps for the letter, answered the captain. All I know is that Mr. Frank Curtis, your nevy, had 700 of me, and be Jesus, I'll have 700 of you. It can't be done, Sir Christopher said doggedly. Then be the holy poker, I'll shoot ye tomorrow morning, vociferated the gallant officer. So name your friend, and I'll take care that you shan't be after shirking this time, as you did when you had me mate, my friend Mortimer. Really, Captain O'Blunderbuss, this strange conduct on your part is, stammered the knight, scarcely knowing what to do or say, while his countenance became elongated to an awful extent. Strange, do you say? Exclaimed the captain. Why, you're adding insult to injury, man. But don't deserve yourself. Ye don't come to counterfeit crank over me, by Jesus. I'm not the boy to be bullied after his fashion, Sir Christopher. So shell out the 800, or be the Lord Harry. 800, murmured the miserable knight, now cruelly alarmed at the vociferous manner and the progressive attempt at extortion on the part of his visitor. 800 is what I lent, and 800 is what I'll have back, said the captain in a determined tone. And if you're after denying your debts of honour, Sir Christopher, I'll make such an example of ye as shall let all the world know what ye are, as soon as I've shot ye dead, which I'll do in the morning. You surely wouldn't commit such a crime without just provocation, urged the knight in a coaxing manner. I'll not hear another word of paltry excuse, sirrah, replied the captain, starting from his seat. And if the money isn't forthcoming in the twinkling of a bedpost, I'll flay ye first and shoot ye afterwards. Oh dear, says the wretched Sir Christopher. What shall I do? I wouldn't mind the 500 that my nephew asked for, since he promises so faithfully to pay me again. But 800? None, thundered the captain. D'ye mean to tell me as good as that I'm a liar, and that I can't recollect amounts? Be Jesus, I never was so insulted in my life, and nothing but blood can wash it away. Blood, murmured Sir Christopher, my blood, and I the father of a family, as I may say. So much more the dishonourable for ye to dispute a just debt, and try to shirk off this bastardly fashion, cried the captain, twirling his moustache and eyeing Sir Christopher in a way which made the latter tremble in every limb. I always thought that ye was a man famous for your straightforward dealings, but now I'm deserved, grossly deserved, and I'll send my friend to ye tomorrow morning, before you've had time to break the shell of your first egg at breakfast. Well, Captain, to oblige you, said Sir Christopher, I don't mind if I write a cheque for £500, but I positively will give no more. I won't indeed. I can't." "Put down the paltry 500 then on the draft," exclaimed the captain, "and I'll make Mr. Curtis fork me out the rest at his convenience." The miserable Sir Christopher, though feeling that he had been completely bullied into the settlement of the demand made upon him, nevertheless stood in such an awful dismay of the warlike Irishman, that he wrote a cheque for the £500, which said cheque the captain secured about his person, declaring, "And now, my friend, I look over all the insulting words you have applied to me this evening, but, be the power, if I hadn't a great respect for you, I'd make a mummy of ye before ye was 12 hours older." Having thus spoken, the captain tossed off the remainder of his whiskey and water, shook the knight violently by the hand once more, and took his departure, just as the nurse was coming down to desire that Sir Christopher would get rid of his desk, and send up the keys of the wine-cellar to his ladyship. Now, strange as it may appear to the reader, considering all that they know relative to the character of Captain O'Blunderbuss, it is nevertheless a fact that he never once thought of appropriating to his own use the amount just extorted from the knight. He was a man who would not hesitate to get into debt, without the least intention of ever paying the same. He moreover thought that he had accomplished a highly meritorious deed in extorting the £500 from Sir Christopher. But he was honourable after his own fashion, that is to say, he would scorn to perpetrate an actual robbery, or to betray the trust reposed in him by an accomplice. He was, in fact, one of those curious but not uncommon beings who might be trusted with £1,000 to convey to the bank for a friend, but who would borrow 18p without the remotest intention of ever repaying it, and who thought that the most brilliant act a gentleman could achieve was to choose a creditor. Accordingly, the clock had scarcely struck 11, and Frank Curtis was already beginning to get uneasy, when the captain's thundering knock at the front door in Baker Street proclaimed his return, and in a few moments the young gentleman was made acquainted with the success experienced by his friend. "And now, be the holy poker, we'll make a night of it," said the captain, when, the front door having been duly secured, the two worthies were once more seated in the dining-room. "And it's myself that'll tell ye stories and sing ye rale Irish songs to keep ye awake, my boy." And a night they did make of it, heaven knows, and tremendous inroads were effected upon the supply of gin then in the garrison, as the captain now termed the house. Such lies, too, as the captain and Frank Curtis told each other, until the latter gentleman began to entertain the pleasing idea that the room was spinning round, and that there were 4 candles on the table instead of 2. The gallant officer, on the other hand, carried his liquor like a man who was inaccessible to its inebriating fumes. And when Curtis fell dead drunk upon the carpet, the captain considerately picked him up, tossed him over his shoulder as if he was a sack of potatoes, and thus transported him to the door of his wife's bedroom, at which he deposited the senseless gentleman, having intimated in stentorious tones that Mrs. Curtis would do well to rise and look to her husband. The captain then went downstairs again, finished the bottle last opened, and, throwing himself on a sofa, fell into a sound sleep. End of section 79. Recording by garybclayton.
Section 80 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by antonygirgis. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3 by George W. M. Reynolds. Tim the Snammer and Josh Pedler out on business. He who delights in wandering amongst the mazes of the mighty city of London, this wilderness of brick and mortar, and who can view with the eye of a philosopher or a moralizer the various phases in which the metropolis is to be considered, may find ample food for reflection, and much changing interest of scene if he post himself at that point in the borough of Southwark called Newington Butts. From this point diverge Blackman Street and Newington Road, the Borough Road and Horsemonger Lane. Blackman Street and the Newington Road constitute the great thoroughfare between London Bridge and the Elephant and Castle Tavern, and incalculable are the multitudes, innumerable are the vehicles which pass along the busy way. Oh, so busy, because the love of money and the love of pleasure cause all whose comings and goings, those hurryings hither and thither, those departures and those returns. What a tremendous conflict of interests, what a wondrous striving to accomplish objects in view, what an energy, what an activity, what an unwearied industry are denoted by a great thoroughfare like this. Nor less does that bustle speak of recreation and enjoyment, parties of pleasure to end in dissipation, amusement, diversion, and holidays, too often to be dearly paid for thereafter. Close by Newington Butts you behold a portion of the wall of the bench prison, with its chevaux de frise, denoting rather the criminal prison than a place of confinement for unfortunate person. What a horrible cruelty it is to incarcerate men who are unable to liquidate their liabilities, as if such immurement would place within the reach the philosopher's stone. Where one dishonest debtor finds his way thither, a dozen human beings who are enclosed within that gloomy wall would gladly, willingly acquit themselves of their responsibilities if they had the means, and shall the law be so framed that in order to punish one, it must cruelly oppress 12 individuals? Is such a principle consistent with common sense, justice, or civilization? Many and many a heart has been broken within those walls, many and many a fine spirit has been crushed down to the very dust, and the man who went into that prison with honorable feelings and generous sympathies has gone forth prepared to play the part of a sneaking swindler. For a creditor to lock his debtor up in prison is the same as if a master took away the tools from a mechanic and said, "Now do your work as usual." The legislature does not state this. It allows an expensive process to take place so that the debtor, who cannot originally pay 50, for instance, has his liabilities immediately increased to 60. Then, when responding negatively to the demand for this larger sum, he is taken away from the avocations by pursuing which he might obtain the means to settle with his creditor, and is thrown into prison. The routine is precisely this. If a person cannot pay a debt, you increase it for him, and having increased it, you tie his hands so that he shall never have no chance of paying it at all. Merciful heavens, is this common sense? The system of imprisonment for debt falls trebly hard upon the poor. The gentleman, though reduced himself, has friends who can assist him, but the poor are too poor to aid each other. Then money can purchase bail when a schedule has been filed in the insolventist court, but the poor man must languish in prison until his hearing. Oh, the advantages of the wealth or wealthy connections in this mercenary land! Oh, the benefits of being by birth a gentleman! It was about 10 o'clock in the evening when Tim the Snammer and Josh Pedler encountered each other by appointment at Newington Butts, and, as it was yet too early for the business which they had in hand, they repaired to a public house hard by, where they drank porter, smoked pipes, and conversed, until the clock in the tap-room denoted the hour of 11. They then rose, paid their score, and took their departure, bending their way into Horsemonger Lane. Tim the Snammer now fell a few paces behind his comrade, Josh Pedler, who hurried a short distance up the lane, and stopped at the door of a house of mean, sordid, and sombre appearance. He knocked at the door, which was opened by an old and hideous-looking woman, holding in her hand a candle, by the light of which she surveyed the visitor in a very suspicious manner. "I want to speak to the gentleman of the name of Bones which lives here," said Josh, placing his foot with apparent carelessness in such a way over the threshold that the door might not be shut against his inclination. "Nah, such a person don't live here," returned the woman gruffly, and she was about to close the door when Josh again addressed her. "Well," said he, "if he don't pass by that name here, he does by another, and it's all the same. We ain't particular, ma'am, as to names, but my business is particular, though, and I've got an appointment with Mr. Benjamin Bones, or Old Death, or whatever else he calls hisself, or is called by others." "It ain't no use of standing bothering me, my good old man," said the woman, "'cause no such a person lives here, I tell ya, and I don't know such a person by such a name at all." "Humbug!" cried Josh, and giving a low short whistle, he pushed into the house. A moment had not yet elapsed ere Tim the Snammer was at his heel. The door was forcibly closed, the candle was wrested from the old woman's hand, and she was threatened with throttling if she attempted to raise an alarm. The two men bound her with a cord, and carried her into the room opening from the passage. They then left her, vowing with terrible oaths to return and do for her if she dared make the slightest disturbance. "There isn't a room on the other side of the passage, is there, Tim?" demanded Josh of his companion who carried the light. "No, and now let's creep up the stairs as gentle as if we were mice," said the Snammer. "You've got your barkers, Tim?" asked Pedler. "Yes, and a damned good clasp knife too," replied the ruffian, with a significant leer at his accomplice, and speaking in a low whisper. "I don't think we shall find anyone else in the house beside the old woman and Ben Bones hisself, 'cause Mutton-faced Sal is a devilish keen one, and she would have found it out if there were any lodgers." "Well, cut upstairs, Tim," said Josh Pedler, "and don't let us be a-standing here paveling, or the old scamp may overhear us and get out of the back windows or some such a dodge. I'll go first, if you like." "No, I'll go first, Josh," answered the Snammer, "for it's me that has got the most spite against the ancient villain." With these words, Tim Splint crept cautiously up the narrow and dirty staircase, Josh Pedler following closely behind him. The robbers stopped at the door on the first landing and knocked, but no answer being returned, they broke it open in a few minutes by means of a small stout chisel such as housebreakers are in the habit of using. "Who's there?" cried the deep sepulchral voice of Old Death, as he started up from the armchair in which he had been taking a nap. "It's only two of your friends," returned Tim the Snammer, "and as friends, you had better treat us too, or it'll be the worse for you." "I don't know that I've ever treated you in any way but as friends," said Old Death, glancing somewhat uneasily from the one to the other. "As for you, Tim, I can guess why you're angry with me, but I wasn't at liberty. It wasn't my own master, I can assure you, on that Saturday when I promised to get you out of that jug, or I should have kept my word. But it's long a story to tell you now, even if I was disposed to do so, and so the shortest way to make us all right is for me to give you back the money that was placed in my hands by Josh Pedler." "And what'll pay me for the 2 months of quad that I had all through you, you cheating old fence?" demanded Tim Splint, placing his back against the door in a determined manner. "I couldn't help it, Tim, I couldn't help it," returned Old Death with a hideous grin. "And maybe, he said, with a hesitation habitual to him, "I can put something in your way that will make up for the past." "Well, that looks like business at all events," observed Tim, exchanging a rapid glance with his companion, for it struck the two robbers at the same moment that they should perhaps act prudently to join Old Death in any enterprise which he may have in hand, and then plunder him afterwards, provided that the affair he had to propose gave promise of a better booty than that which they stood immediate chance of obtaining from him. Old Death looked leisurely around the small, mean, and ill-furnished room, as much as to say, "What can you possibly hope to get out of me?" For the meaning of the glances which he had observed to pass between the two robbers was perfectly well understood by him. "Is the business you hinted at for tonight?" demanded Josh Pedler after a brief pause. "For tonight," replied Benjamin Bones. "But sit down, my good friends, and maybe I can find a dram of brandy in the bottle for you." "Thank you, we'll stand, old chap," said the Snammer, "but we shan't refuse the bingo for all that." Old Death regaled his two visitors, each with a wine-glass full of brandy, and then took a similar quantity himself. "Yes," he said, continuing the discourse, "it is for tonight, and a good thing may be made of it if you're staunch and resolute. In fact, I wanted to meet with a couple of such active fellows as you are, for I've been sadly used lately in more ways than one." "Well, what is it?" demanded Tim the Snammer. "You know that we're the lads to do anything it ought to be done, and I don't see the use of wasting time if the business is really for tonight." "I have had positive information," continued Old Death, his dark eyes gleaming snake-like behind the shaggy brows that overhung them, that a gentleman who lives in a lonely house not many miles off this morning received a considerable sum of money at a banker's on a cheque which he had cashed there, and in a few days he will pay it away to his creditors, for he has been building a great number of houses in Norwood, and so I think," added Bones with a horrible chuckle, "and it would be just as well to anticipate him." "And you can rely on this information?" asked Tim the Snammer. "Come, let us know all the particulars." 2 or 3 days ago he took into his service a man named John Jeffreys, a groom who was lately in the household of Sir Christopher Blunt," said Old Death, "and this person sells his secrets to those who pay him best." "In plain terms, he's in your pay," exclaimed Josh Pedler. "Well, that's all right. What's next?" "Nothing more that if you'd like to crack his crib, you can do it tonight, and I'll smash the notes, which will be of no use to you till they're melted into gold," answered Old Death, thereby intimating to them, first, that he should take no active part in the business, and secondly, that it would not be worth their while to cheat him of his share of the plunder, inasmuch as they were totally dependent on him for rendering the hoped-for booty at all available. Tim the Snammer and Josh Pedler consulted together for a few moments in low whispers. "But how do we know," said the former, suddenly turning round upon Old Death, "that this isn't all a cursed plant to get us out of your house here, or maybe to inveigle us into some infernal trap, eh? Answer us that." "Read John Jeffreys' note," said Old Death coolly, as he produced the letter from the pocket of his capacious old grey shirt-out coat. Tim the Snammer and Josh Pedler accordingly read the contents of the paper, which ran as follows. "This comes to tell you, sir, that master received a cheque for about £1,200 yesterday from Sir Hendrie Courtenay, a baronight, and that master got it cashed this morning at the bank, which I know, 'cause I got to go with him in the gig to the bank, and I see him come out of the bank, counting his notes, and I know he will pay it all away in 2 or 3 days to the builders and architects and carpenters at Norwood. Anything you leave for me in a brown paper parcel at the Ushall crib will reach me. Your faithful servant, J.J." "Satisfactory now," exclaimed Tim the Snammer, with an appealing glance to his comrade, who nodded his head approvingly. "Well," continued the thief, "give us the necessary description of the place, and we'll be off at once. It's fortnight that we've got our tools about us." "Which you have used against my miserable lodging," observed Old Death with a grim smile. "However, I would rather you'd have introduced yourselves in that way than not come at all, for I should have let this matter," he added, pointing to Jeffrey's note, which now lay on the table, "go by without attending to it. So it's lucky for us all that you did make your appearance, and if you serve me well in this case, you shall not want employment of my finding." "Good again, old tulip," said Tim the Snammer. "And now tell us where this Mr. Torrens lives, or whatever his name is, and we will lose no time." Old Death gave the necessary explanation, and the two men took their departure, having first acquainted their employer with the condition in which they had left the old woman downstairs, a piece of information which made him hasten to her rescue. End of section 80.
Section 81 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. The Father and Daughter. Proceed we now to Torrens Cottage, on the road to which place we have just left Tim the Snammer and Josh Pedler. It was past 11 o'clock, and Mr. Torrens was seated alone in his parlour, examining a pile of papers which lay before him. A decanter more than half emptied of its ruby contents, and a wine-glass also stood upon the table, and the flushed countenance of the unprincipled man showed that he had sought to drown the remorseful feelings of a restless conscience by means of the juice of the grape. But he could not, and though 10 days had now elapsed since the sacrifice of the beautiful Rosamond had taken place, there were moments when the father felt even more acutely than on the fatal night when, in the solitude of his chamber, he endured the torments of the damned, mental torments, indescribably more severe than the most agonizing of physical pain could possibly be. He had received the price of his infamy and her dishonour, the last portion of the price of blood he had drawn from the bankers in the morning, and he was now arranging and casting up his accounts to satisfy himself that he had actually obtained sufficient to settle all his liabilities. But his occupation was every moment interrupted by a gush of terrible thoughts to his maddening brain, and if he laid down the pen, it was to grasp the bottle. What would the world say if his black turpitude were to transpire? How should he ever be able to meet Clarence Villiers and Adele again, if they were to become acquainted with Rosamond's dishonour? He knew that the baronet had hitherto managed somewhat to tranquillize the ruined girl by promises of marriage and eternal affection. He was also aware that Rosamond had endeavoured to subdue her anguish as much as possible, in order to avoid the chance of arousing any suspicion on the part of Mrs. Slingsby. But a term must at length arrive to those specious representations and mendacious assurances adopted by Sir Henry Courtenay to lull the agonizing feelings of the unhappy girl, and then, oh, it was then, that the danger would be terrible indeed. Of all this Mr. Torrens thought, and he suffered more acutely from his fears than from his consciousness of infernal iniquity. The timepiece upon the mantel had struck the hour of 11 some time, and Mr. Torrens was in the midst of his terrible meditations, when a loud, long, and impatient knock at the front door caused him to start from his seat. He had already desired the servants not to sit up on his account, as it was probable that he should be occupied with his papers until a late hour in the night, and he was therefore now compelled to answer the summons himself. A cold chill struck his heart, for he entertained a presentiment of what was about to occur. Indeed, such an anticipation was natural on his part, when we reflect that his soul was a prey to conscious guilt, and that the knock at the door was hasty and imperative. For a moment he staggered as if about to fall, then, calling all his firmness to his aid, he proceeded to open the front door, the knocking at which was repeated with increased vehemence. His presentiment was correct, for scarcely had he drawn back the bolt when the door was pushed open, and Rosamond rushed into the house. "My dearest father!" she exclaimed, and fell insensible into his arms. He conveyed her to a sofa in the parlour, tore off her bonnet and shawl, and sprinkled water upon her pale, her very pale countenance. Merciful heavens! How acute, how agonizing was the pang which shot to his heart, as he contemplated that lovely brow, on which innocence had so lately sat enthroned, until the spoiler had pressed the heated lips of lust thereon. Then for a few moments all the father's feelings were uppermost in his soul, and he gnashed his teeth with rage at the thought that he himself was dishonoured in that dishonoured daughter. Oh, to have given her back her purity and her self-respect! To have known that she could raise her head proudly in maiden pride! To have been able to embrace her as the chaste and spotless being she was ere hell suggested its accursed machinations to achieve her destruction! But it was too late. Here lay the ruined child, and there were piled the notes and gold which had purchased her virtue. 3 or 4 minutes elapsed, and still Rosamond gave no signs of returning animation. Suddenly the father desisted from his endeavours to restore her, for an infernal thought flashed to his mind. He would suffer her to die. No sooner did the atrocious idea enter his soul than he longed to see it fulfilled. He dared not meet her eye, even should she be unsuspicious relative to his unnatural treachery. No, it were better that she should die. But the infernal hopes of the wicked man were not to be realized, and, monster that he was, he could not slay her with his own hands. Slowly at length her bosom began to heave. A profound sigh escaped her. She opened her eyes and gazed vacantly around. "Rosamond," said her father, now mastering his feelings of bitter disappointment so far as to be able to speak in a kind tone. "Rosamond, dearest, what ails you? Fear not, you are at home. But why do you look at me so wildly?" "Oh, my God, what have I done, that I should have deserved so much misery?" exclaimed the young girl, in a voice of the most piercing anguish, as she covered her face with her hands, and burst into a flood of tears. Then, raising herself to a sitting posture on the sofa, she seized her father's hands, saying in a different and more profoundly melancholy tone, "My parent, my only friend, I am unworthy to look you in the face." "Do not speak thus, Rosamond," said Mr. Torrens, seating himself by his daughter's side, and maintaining a demeanour which bespoke the deepest interest in her behalf. "Something has cruelly afflicted you," he added interrogatively, as if he had yet the fatal truth to learn. "Oh, heavens! Your kindness kills me, dearest father!" shrieked Rosamond. "Yes, never did you appear so kind to me before, and but, merciful Saviour, my brain is on fire." "My sweet child," returned Mr. Torrens, whose soul was a perfect hell as he listened to the words which came from his daughter's lips, "you can surely have no secrets from me. Has any one caused you chagrin? Has any one dared to insult you? And what means this sudden arrival at home at so late an hour, and when I fancied that you were staying with that excellent woman, Mrs. Slingsby?" "Mrs. Slingsby!" repeated Rosamond, with a shudder which denoted the loathing and abhorrence she entertained for that woman. "Oh, my dear father, that Mrs. Slingsby is a fiend in human shape, a vile and detestable hypocrite, who conceals the blackest heart beneath the garb of religion." "Rosamond, Rosamond, you know not what you are saying," exclaimed Mr. Torrens, affecting to be profoundly surprised and even hurt at these emphatic accusations. "Alas, I know too well, oh, far too well, the truth of all I am saying," said Rosamond, a hectic glow of excitement appearing upon her cheeks, hitherto so ashy pale. "Yes, father, that woman is a disgrace to her sex. This evening, but 2 hours ago, I accidentally heard a few words pass between her and Sir Henry Courtenay." "Sir Henry Courtenay is at least an honourable man," said Mr. Torrens. "Sir Henry Courtenay is a monster!" cried Rosamond emphatically. Then, bursting into tears again, she threw herself at her father's feet, exclaiming, "Oh, that I had a mother to whom I could unburden all the woes that fill my heart! But to you, my dearest parent, how can your daughter confess that she has been ruined, dishonoured, undone?" "Unhappy girl!" cried the hypocrite, affecting a tone and manner denoting mingled indignation and astonishment. "What dreadful things are these that you have come home to tell me?" "The truth, my dear father, the horrible, fatal truth," continued Rosamond, in a fearfully excited tone. "Speak lower, lower, my child," said Mr. Torrens. "The servants will be alarmed. They will overhear you. And now resume your seat near me. Rise from that humiliating posture, and—" "Humiliating indeed," interrupted Rosamond, sinking her voice to a comparative whisper, but with an utterance that was almost suffocated by the dreadful emotions raging within her bosom, "because I myself am so signally humiliated," she added. "And yet I am innocent, dear father. It was not my fault. Not for worlds would I have strayed from the path of virtue. But a hideous plot, a diabolical scheme of treachery, devised between that bad woman and that still more dreadful man—" "No more, Rosamond!" exclaimed Mr. Torrens, still maintaining a well-affected semblance of indignation and astonishment. "I understand you but too well, and you shall be avenged." "Alas! vengeance will not make me what I once was, a happy and spotless girl," said Rosamond.
and now that I am dishonoured, it would require but the contumely with which the world would treat me to drive me to utter desperation, to madness, or to suicide." Mr. Torrens said all he could to console his unhappy child, and he very readily promised her to abandon all ideas of vengeance on those who had been the authors of her shame. "Until this evening," said Rosamond, her head reclining upon her father's shoulder, "I had hoped that Sir Henry Courtenay would repair the wrong he had done me by means of marriage, for alas, my dear father, I loved him. But 2 hours ago I overheard a few words pass between him and Mrs. Slingsby, a few words which riveted me to the spot where I was at first only an involuntary listener. Then I became a willing and attentive eavesdropper, for oh, the little which had already met my ears intimately, too intimately, regarded myself. And, dear father, you can conceive with what horror and dismay I learnt enough to convince me that she whom I had loved and esteemed as a dear friend and a model of perfection was a vile, an abandoned, an infamous woman, the mistress of Sir Henry Courtenay, and in the way to become a mother also. I could not believe my ears. I fancied that I was dreaming, but alas, it was indeed a frightful reality. And then I heard that I had been sold, yes, sold, I, your daughter, sold to Sir Henry Courtenay, and I suppose by that dreadful woman. Yes, yes, father," she continued wildly, "I was sold to his arms, and he never intended to marry me. I screamed not, I uttered not a word, I was crushed too low, I had too great a load of misery upon my soul to be able to give vent to my feelings. But I dragged myself away from the spot where I had overheard that terrible discourse. A veil had fallen from before my eyes, and I saw all the extent of my hopeless position in its true light. How I managed to reach my bedroom I know not. My brain began to whirl, and I thought that I should go mad. Of what followed I have but a dim recollection, but methinks that, having put on my bonnet and shawl, I was flying from the house when Sir Henry Courtenay pursued me down the stairs, and how I escaped from him I cannot say. There was a chaos in my bewildered brain, and when I was enabled to collect my scattered thoughts, when consciousness, as I may term it, came back, I found myself hurrying along the streets. I looked round, fearful of being pursued, but there was no cause for alarm. Nevertheless, I hastened on, and all that long distance have I accomplished on foot, dear father, for oh, I felt that home was the place where my deep sorrows would receive sympathy, and where only I could hope to enjoy security. And now, my beloved parent," added Rosamond, throwing her arms around his neck, "you will not spurn your unhappy daughter. You will not thrust her from you. My God, why did I ever reveal to you all this? Oh, it was because my heart was so full of woe that if I had not unburdened it to you in the hope of receiving consolation, it would have broken. It would have broken."
"Rosamond," said Mr. Torrens, "you did well to reveal all these dreadful things to me, because I alone am the proper person to counsel and console you. A fearful crime," he continued, shuddering at his own monstrous duplicity, "has been perpetrated, but alas, the criminals must go unpunished. Yes, Rosamond, you were right when you declared that vengeance would lead only to exposure, and that exposure would kill you. My poor child, not even your sister must be made acquainted with this awful calamity." "No, no," exclaimed Rosamond, "it is sufficient that you are aware of this ignominious treatment which I have received. Not for worlds would I have the bridal happiness of my dearest sister poisoned by the revelation of my wrongs. And Clarence too, Clarence, oh, from him of all men must this secret be kept, or he would perhaps be urged to wreak on his aunt, or on that vile baronet, a vengeance which would lead to exposure, and render Adele miserable for ever." "It charms me, Rosamond," said Mr. Torrens, "to perceive that the wrongs heaped upon you have not impaired your prudence. Between you and me shall this secret now remain,
for depend upon it, the authors of this cruel outrage will not themselves be anxious to publish their own infamy. You are now beneath the paternal roof, and here you are certain to enjoy security, and from this night forth, Rosamond, let us place a seal on our lips, so far as the one dread topic is concerned." "And you, my father," asked the ruined girl, "shall you not love me the less? Shall you not look with loathing and abhorrence upon your daughter? Oh, if there be a change in your sentiments towards me, I shall have no alternative save to die." The miserable and criminal father embraced his dishonoured child, and said everything he could to console her. Rosamond then retired to her chamber, that chamber which she had left 10 days previously a pure and spotless virgin, and to which she now returned a deflowered and ruined girl. Mr. Torrens remained in the parlour. Amidst all the horrible thoughts that forced themselves upon his mind, he saw one glimmering of consolation, and this was that Rosamond suspected not his complicity in the nefarious plot which had destroyed her. It was evident that in the conversation which she had overheard between Mrs. Slingsby and the baronet, his connivance had only been hinted at, too darkly and mysteriously for Rosamond to comprehend the meaning of those words which alluded to the fact of her having been sold. But what pen can describe the tortures which the guilty man experienced as he pondered on the scene that had just occurred? In spite of that gleam of solace, he was the prey to ineffable anguish, for he could not help feeling as a father, nature asserted her empire. And he was in despair as he contemplated the awful crime which had led to the dishonour of his own child. Never had she appeared to him so beautiful as when, ashy pale, she had awakened from the deep trance into which she fell on crossing the parental threshold. Never did he feel more inclined to love her, or to be proud of her charms, than when he afterwards saw her kneeling at his feet, the light of the lamp falling with Rembrandt effect upon her upraised countenance. Alas, through him was she ruined, by his machinations was she destroyed, and of what avail was that beauty now, since honour was lost? He fixed his eyes upon the gold, and endeavoured to console himself with the contemplation of the glittering metal. It seemed dross, vile dross in his eyes, and could he have recalled the deeds of the last 10 days, he would gladly have fallen back into the inextricable labyrinth of his pecuniary difficulties, and have dared even the disgrace and punishment of a debtor's prison, so that he might not have had to reproach himself with the sale of his daughter's virtue. End of section 81.
Section 82 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. Chapter 78. Retribution. It was long past midnight, and Mr. Torrens was still pacing the parlour with uneven steps when a low double knock at the front door aroused him from his painful meditations. Wondering who could visit the cottage at that late hour, he hastened to reply to the summons, and to his surprise, the lustre of the parlour lamp which he carried in his hand streamed full upon the pale and agitated countenance of Sir Henry Courtenay. Making a sign to the baronet not to speak, Mr. Torrens led the way into the parlour, and the visitor, in the excitement of the feelings which had brought him to the cottage, neglected to shut the front door close as he entered, but merely pushed it back in such a way that the bolt of the lock did not catch. This little incident was unperceived by the two gentlemen. When they were both in the parlour, Mr. Torrens shut the room door, and said in a low whisper, "She has come home." "Thank God, she is safe, then," observed the baronet, also in a subdued voice. "The fact is, Mrs. Slingsby and myself were so dreadfully frightened that she might either make away with herself, or else adopt some measure that would lead to a certain exposure, that we have both been hunting for her through all the streets at the West End, and at last I determined, late as it was, to come over and acquaint you with her flight. But it never struck me that I should hear of her return home." "She is unaware of my sad complicity in the dreadful business," replied Mr. Torrens sternly. But pray repeat to me the whole conversation which took place between Mrs. Slingsby and yourself, and which she unfortunately overheard. I shall then be enabled to judge whether reflection on that discourse may lead her to imagine that her own father was indeed a party to her ruin. For I must confess that I have terrible fears lest she should indeed imbibe such a suspicion. "Give me a tumbler of wine, Torrens," said the baronet, throwing himself upon the sofa which had so lately been pressed by his victim when in a state of insensibility. "I am regularly exhausted, for I have walked all the way hither, and when I have a little recovered myself I will detail all the conversation which took place between me and Mrs. Slingsby, as nearly as I shall be able to recollect it." Mr. Torrens produced the bottle of wine from the sideboard, he having already emptied the decanter upon the table. "Help yourself, Sir Henry," he said, "and in the meantime I will steal cautiously upstairs and see if Rosamond be yet retired to rest, for I would not for worlds have her come down and find you here." "A wise precaution," observed the baronet. Mr. Torrens accordingly quitted the parlour and hastened upstairs. He stopped at the door of his daughter's chamber and listened. Profound sobs and impassioned ejaculations indicative of terrible grief met his ears, and he grew alarmed lest she should feel herself so thoroughly wretched and lonely as to be unable to sleep, and perhaps return to the parlour. He accordingly knocked gently at the door, and Rosamond speedily opened it. She had not as yet divested herself of a particle of her clothing, nor made any preparation to retire to rest, and her countenance was so truly woebegone, so thoroughly the picture of a deeply seated grief, that even her iron-hearted father was affected to tears. She threw her arms around his neck and thanked him for his kind solicitude. He remained with her nearly a half-hour, exerting all his power of language to console her, and the anxiety which he experienced to induce her to seek her couch, so that he might return to the parlour and get rid of Sir Henry Courtenay as soon as possible, rendered him so eloquent and so effective in the, to him, novel art of administering solace, that he succeeded fully. "Now I am convinced that you do not loathe, despise, and hate your daughter," said Rosamond at length, "and this impression has removed an immense weight from my mind. Though true happiness may never more be mine, yet shall I find a substitute in Christian resignation to my fate, and henceforth, dear father, I will not make you unhappy by compelling you to act the part of a comforter. And now good night, my only friend, my beloved parent, and fear not that I shall give way again to that violent outpouring of grief in which you so kindly interrupted me." Mr. Torrens embraced his daughter, and a pang shot to his heart as he thought of his infernal conduct toward that good and affectionate girl. As he descended the stairs, he heard her lock her chamber door, and he was just congratulating himself upon the success of his attempt to console her, when the murmuring sounds of voices, apparently coming from the front parlour, caused him to redouble his pace thither, for the idea flashed to his mind that Mrs. Slingsby might also have visited the cottage in her alarm concerning Rosamond, and that the baronet had probably afforded her admission while he was upstairs with his daughter. Tim the Snammer and Josh Pedler, bent on their predatory intent and hoping to reap a good harvest at the house of Mr. Torrens, approached that dwelling nearly half an hour after Sir Henry Courtenay had entered it. Perceiving a light gleaming from the divisions in the parlour shutters, they crept cautiously up to the window, and through those crevices beheld the glittering gold piled upon the table, and a person lying upon the sofa apparently in a profound sleep. The fact was that the baronet was completely exhausted with his long walk from Old Burlington Street to the cottage, and having tossed off a tumbler of wine, he lay down on the sofa to await Mr. Torrens' return. But we have seen that the father had found his daughter in such a state of profound affliction as to be totally unable to leave her for nearly half an hour, and during that interval an irresistible drowsiness stole over Sir Henry Courtenay, speedily wrapping him in a deep slumber. Tim the Snammer and Josh Pedler were determined to risk the crack, in spite of the sleeper whom they descried upon the sofa, and whom they believed to be Mr. Torrens, for neither was this gentleman nor the baronet known to them by sight. With their housebreaking implements they were on the point of making an attempt on the front door, when it yielded to their touch and swung noiselessly open. At this they were not at all surprised, for it immediately struck them that John Jeffreys had expected the visit that night, and had left the door ajar on purpose. They stole into the house, and succeeded in entering the parlour without arousing the baronet. Tim the Snammer instantly drew forth his clasp-knife, and bending over Sir Henry Courtenay, held the murderous weapon close to his throat, while Josh Pedler hastily secured the notes and gold about his person. "We may as well have the plate, if there is any," whispered this individual to his companion. "In fact, we'll have a regular ransack of the place, and if he awakes, I'll cut his infernal throat in a jiffy," added Tim the Snammer. Josh grinned in approval of this summary mode of proceeding, and opened one of the sideboard drawers. But the noise which a sugar basin or some such article made inside the drawer, by falling over with the sudden jerk, aroused the sleeper. Sir Henry Courtenay started, opened his eyes, beheld a strange countenance hanging over him, and was about to utter a cry of alarm when the terrible clasp knife was drawn rapidly and violently across his throat. There was a dull gurgling noise, a convulsive quivering of the entire frame, but not a groan, much less an exclamation of terror, and Sir Henry Courtenay was no more. "Come along, Tim," said Josh Pedler, whose face was ghastly pale. "We've done enough for tonight." "Yes, let us be off," returned the murderer, now shuddering at the dreadful deed which he had just perpetrated. And they were issuing from the room when the noise of footsteps on the stairs made them redouble their speed to gain the front door. It was Mr. Torrens who had thus alarmed them, but they escaped without molestation, for when that gentleman reached the hall and beheld two men rushing towards the front door, he was himself seized with such profound terror, painfully strung as his feelings had been that night, that he was for a few moments stupefied and riveted to the spot. But when he saw the front door close behind the strangers, he took courage, hastily secured it within, and then hurried to the parlour in agony of fear, lest his gold and notes should have become the prey of plunderers. One glance at the table was sufficient. The money was gone. Mr. Torrens dashed his open palm against his forehead with frantic violence, and was about to utter a cry of rage and despair when the remembrance of his unhappy daughter sealed his lips. At the same instant he looked towards the sofa. But, holy God, what a spectacle met his view! For there lay the baronet with his head nearly severed from his body, murdered, barbarously murdered, upon the very sofa where his victim had so late reposed in trance-like insensibility. On that sofa slept he his last sleep, and even in that appalling moment when Mr. Torrens recoiled, shuddering and shocked, from the dreadful sight, it struck him that there was something of retributive justice, not only in the loss of his own treasure, but also in the death of Sir Henry Courtenay. The frightened man uttered not a murmur as that spectacle encountered his eyes. His amazement was of so stupefying a nature that it sealed his lips, paralyzed his powers of utterance. With staring orbs he gazed on the grisly corpse, from which he recoiled staggeringly, and several minutes elapsed ere he could so far command his presence of mind as even to become aware of his own dreadful predicament. But as the truth dawned upon him, he was seized with indescribable alarms, with horrible apprehensions. The double crime of robbery and murder had been perpetrated so speedily and so noiselessly that not a soul in the house was alarmed by any unusual sound, and Mr. Torrens felt the sickening conviction that it would be a difficult thing to persuade a jury that he himself was innocent. Suspicion must inevitably attach itself to him. Circumstantial evidence would be strong against him. In a word, the appalling truth broke in upon him that he would be accused of the assassination of Sir Henry Courtenay. Mr. Torrens sat down, and burying his face in his hands fell into a profound but most painful meditation. Should he raise an alarm, arouse Jeffreys and the female servant as well as his daughter, and proclaim all he knew about that horrible transaction? No, something whispered in his ear that he would not be believed. Rosamond, not knowing that he was the baronet's accomplice in achieving her dishonour, would naturally conceive that the murder was the result of paternal vengeance. It was then impossible to suffer the occurrence to transpire. But what was he to do with the body? How dispose of it? Terrible dilemma! All the atrocity of his crime towards his daughter now returned with a tremendously augmenting intensity to his mind. His punishment on earth had already begun. He was doomed, accursed. Wretched man, gold was thy destroyer. Ah, gold! But thou hast lost thy gold, and in a few days the creditors who yet remain unpaid will be upon thee. But what? Does such an idea actually strike him, urging him to plunder the murdered victim of any coin which there may be about the corpse? Yes, And now behold the father, who sold the honour of his child, about to examine the pockets of that child's assassinated ravisher. The purse contains some 15 or 16 sovereigns, and these Mr. Torrens self-appropriates. The pocket-book of the deceased is next scrutinized, but there are no bank-notes, nothing save papers and memoranda, totally valueless. Mr. Torrens stamps his foot with rage. His predicament is truly awful. Ruin still menaces him on one side in respect to his affairs, for having reckoned on the money to be produced by the sale of his daughter's virtue, he had contracted fresh liabilities within the last 10 days. And on the other side is the terrible danger in which the presence of that corpse may involve him. Add to these sources of agonizing feelings the conviction that the sacrifice of Rosamond will, after all, have proved ineffectual in respect to the complete settlement of his affairs, even should he succeed in burying the more serious event, namely the murder, in impenetrable mystery, and the wretched state of mind in which Mr. Torrens was now plunged may be conceived. He rose from the chair on which he had a second time flung himself after plundering the corpse, and approached the timepiece. It was 1:30 o'clock. But as Mr. Torrens glanced at the dial, which thus told him how short an interval remained for him to take some decisive step, if he really intended to dispose of the corpse before the servants should be stirring, he caught a glimpse of his countenance in the mirror over the mantel. He recoiled. He shrank back with horror. Was it indeed his own countenance that he saw? Or was it that of some unquiet ghost wandering near the spot where its mortal tenement had been cruelly murdered? He turned round suddenly to avoid farther contemplation of that ghastly visage, and again he recoiled from an object of terror, staggered, and would have fallen had he not caught the back of a chair for support. For in the half-open doorway he beheld a human face, which was withdrawn the moment his eyes encountered it. Driven to desperation, and reckless now of what might happen to him, the maddened man rushed into the hall in time to observe a figure turn the angle of the staircase. In another moment he had caught the figure by the arm, and dragging the person forcibly down, he held his new manservant, John Jeffreys, by the light of the lamp streaming from the open parlour door. Totally forgetful at the instant of the presence of the corpse in the room, so terribly excited and bewildered was he, Mr. Torrens dragged Jeffreys into the parlour to demand the reason why he was up and dressed at that hour of the night, or rather morning. And it was not until he saw the man himself turn ghastly pale as his eyes encountered the hideous spectacle on the sofa, that Mr. Torrens remembered the frightful oversight which he had committed. Then hastening to close up the room door, which he locked also, Mr. Torrens said, "Why are you up? And wherefore were you prying about the house?" The fact was that Jeffreys had expected a visit from some of Old Death's gang that night, and had never retired to bed at all. He heard the 2 double knocks at the door, the first being that given by Rosamond, and the other by the baronet. And when the robbers had quitted the house, closing the front door after them, Jeffreys thought it must be the last visitor, whoever he might be, going away. After that the house had remained quiet for some little time, and Jeffreys fancied that Mr. Torrens had retired to bed. He had accordingly stolen down from his bedroom to unfasten a window shutter, and thus render the ingress of the expected robbers an easy matter. But perceiving a light in the parlour, he began to suspect that they must be already there. Accordingly he crept cautiously up to the door, and was for a moment stupefied when he obtained a glimpse of the reflection of his master's ghastly countenance in the mirror, a view of which he could command from the hall. "Why are you up, and wherefore were you prying about the house?" demanded Mr. Torrens. "The truth is, sir, I heard a noise just now, and I was afeard that thieves was breaking in," was the ready reply. "So I got up and dressed, but, sir—" he glanced significantly towards the dead body. "Jeffreys," said Mr. Torrens in a hurried and excited tone, "a dreadful event has occurred tonight. This gentleman came to call upon me late on very particular business. I left him here while I went upstairs to speak to my daughter, who has returned home, and on coming downstairs again I saw 2 men escaping from the house. When I entered the parlour, a considerable sum of money which I had left on the table was gone, and my poor friend was as you now see him." The manservant believed the tale, but he affected not to do so, for he was villain enough to rejoice at such an opportunity of getting his master completely in his power. "You smile incredulously, John," said Mr. Torrens, "and yet I take heaven to witness—" "It's orchard, sir, very orchard," observed Jeffreys, "and maybe it'll lead to scragging if the stiffin isn't put away. Mr. Torrens shuddered from head to foot. "What do you mean to do, sir?" asked Jeffreys. "I am quite ready to assist you, but it's getting on for 2 o'clock. "Yes, I know it," interrupted Mr. Torrens. "I am mad. I am driven to desperation. What would you advise? But will you be faithful? Will you keep the secret? I can reward you—" "We'll talk of that another time, sir," said Jeffreys. "For the present let's think of making away with the stiff'un. We must bury it. Stay here a moment, sir, while I go and get the stable lantern and a sack. Or rather," observed Mr. Torrens, "I will fetch some water to wash the carpet. Fortunately the blood has not trickled upon the sofa." Noiselessly the two crept away from the parlour, one to the stables, the other to the kitchen. In a few moments they met again by the side of the corpse, which they thrust into the sack, and between them the load was conveyed to the stable. "You go and clean the carpet, sir," said John Jeffreys, whose superior presence of mind served to invest him with authority to direct the proceedings, "while I dig a hole in the garden." Mr. Torrens hastened to obey the suggestion of his servant, and returned to the parlour, where he cleansed the carpet as well as he could. He then took a bottle of port wine from the sideboard and broke it over the very spot where the blood had dripped down, leaving the fractured glass strewed about and drawing the table near the sofa, so as to produce the appearance of the bottle having been accidentally knocked off it. Nearly half an hour was consumed in this occupation, and Mr. Torrens, whose mind was already much relieved, hastened back to the garden, where Jeffreys was busily engaged in digging a grave for the murdered baronet. When the servant was tired, his master took a turn with the spade, and as the soil was not particularly hard, an hour saw the completion of the labour. The corpse was thrown into the hole, and the earth was shovelled over it, each layer being well stamped down by the feet. When the task was accomplished, Mr. Torrens and Jeffreys re-entered the house, and ere they separated to retire to their respective rooms, the former said in a low whisper, "Once more I conjure you to maintain this secret inviolable, and I will find means to reward you well. For the present take this," and he slipped 10 sovereigns, a portion of the murdered baronet's money, into the hands of Jeffreys. "Don't be afeard that I'm leaky, sir," responded the man, clutching the gold and consigning it to his pocket, where he had already stowed away the baronet's handsome repeater and gold rings, to which valuables he had helped himself, while his master was busily engaged in cleansing the carpet in the parlour. For Mr. Torrens had merely plundered the corpse of the contents of the purse, and had not touched the jewellery, through fear that it might lead to the detection of the murder if seen in his possession. Master and man now separated, the former to seek a sleepless couch, and the latter to dream of the good fortune which that night's adventure had brought him. And in his unconsecrated grave, a victim to the assassin's knife, slept the once gay, dissipated, and unprincipled Sir Henry Courtenay. End of section 82. Recording by Philip Gould.
Section 83 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. The Earl of Ellingham and Lady Hatfield again. It was about 2 o'clock on the day following the incidents just related that we shall find the Earl of Ellingham seated with Lady Georgiana Hatfield in the drawing-room at the residence of the latter. Arthur had returned on the preceding evening from France, accompanied by Mr. de Medina and Esther, after having seen Tom Rain, Tamar, and Jacob Smith embark at Havre de Grace for the United States. Rainford and Tamar were united in the bonds of matrimony in Paris, and Mr. de Medina had insisted upon placing in the hands of his son-in-law a sum of £10,000 as a proof of his perfectly cordial feeling towards him, and of his determination also fully to recognise Tamar as his daughter again. The Earl communicated all these incidents to Lady Hatfield, who listened to them with the greatest interest. "I propose to introduce the Medinas to you shortly, Georgiana," said the young nobleman. "You will find the father a person of very gentlemanly manners, well read, and particularly agreeable in conversation, while his daughter, Miss Esther, is as amiable and accomplished as the child of such a man should be." "Arthur," replied Lady Hatfield, for they now addressed each other in the same friendly, or rather familiar manner, when alone together, as if they were brother and sister. "I would rather not form the acquaintance of your friends for the present." The Earl appeared surprised and vexed. "Georgiana!" he exclaimed, in a tone of gentle remonstrance, "is it possible that you entertain any of those ridiculous prejudices which only very ignorant or very narrow-minded persons can possibly entertain towards a most estimable race?" "Oh, no, no!" cried Lady Hatfield emphatically. "I have read much concerning the Jews, and I feel convinced that they are most unjustly treated by Christians. Heaven knows, Arthur, that I have no bad prejudices of that nature, and were I imbued with them, I would never rest till I had stifled such evidences of an illiberal and narrowed mind." "I am delighted to hear you thus express yourself," said the Earl. "During my sojourn in France with the Medina family, I have obtained a great insight into the Jewish character, and I am convinced that it is fully as benevolent, as generous, and as liberal as that of the Christian. But we were speaking of my proposed presentation of Mr. Medina and his daughter Esther to you. From all that I have said to them concerning you, they are most anxious to form your acquaintance, and you have yet to explain to me the meaning of your observation that you would rather postpone the introduction." "To justify myself," returned Georgiana, blushing, "against your suspicion that I entertain illiberal prejudices, Arthur, I will frankly state my motives for expressing that wish. Indeed, I know not why any consideration should induce me to retain those motives a secret, especially as the explanation of them will afford me an opportunity to give you my advice. For have we not agreed to be unto each other as brother and sister? And in what can a sister more conscientiously advise her brother than in matters regarding his happiness?" "My happiness!" exclaimed the Earl, starting slightly, and evincing some degree of astonishment at Lady Hatfield's remark. "Yes, Arthur, your happiness," repeated Georgiana, with difficulty suppressing a sigh. "Now listen to me attentively. I have heard that Miss Esther de Medina is eminently beautiful, excessively accomplished, very amiable, and endowed with every qualification to render her worthy of becoming even a monarch's bride." "Georgiana!" cried the Earl of Ellingham, his heart fluttering with mingled suspense, surprise, and joy. "Yes," observed Lady Hatfield, "and since you have learnt," she added more slowly, and in a softly plaintive tone, though she endeavoured to subdue the emotion which so modulated her voice, "since you have learnt that our union is impossible, Arthur, since you have ceased to look upon me otherwise than as a sister, it is probable, nay, it is both natural and certain, that you cannot have beheld Esther de Medina with indifference." "Georgiana!" exclaimed Arthur in a solemn tone, "I never can forget that my first love was devoted to you, and although circumstances have, alas, prevented our union, yet I should be unwilling to promise to another that heart which I so freely, so gladly gave to you. It is alike unjust and ridiculous for me to suppose that as I cannot become your wife, Arthur, you may never marry. No," continued Lady Hatfield, "I should despise myself were I to entertain such abhorrent selfishness. My ardent desire is to know that you are happy, and Esther de Medina is well qualified to ensure your felicity. Nay, interrupt me not. Remember, it is now a sister who counsels a brother. Granting even that you could never love another as you have loved me, and this is a supposition which I have not vanity enough to entertain for a moment, but even granting it for argument's sake, you may yet treat a beautiful and affectionate wife with that tenderness, those delicate attentions, and that cherishing kindness, which will make her happy. Oh, believe me, such a state of bliss would soon beget love in your heart, a love for Esther as ardent and sincere as that with which you honoured me. for it is the mere idle theory of romance writers that the same heart cannot love twice. Nature herself proclaims the falsehood of the doctrine, and the experience of all wise legislators, whether secular or ecclesiastic, declares the same by the mere fact of allowing second marriages. Believe me, Arthur, I am speaking solely in regard to your happiness, and the day shall come when your lips breathe the words, Georgiana, I thank thee for the counsel thou gavest me. The Earl surveyed with respectful admiration that noble-hearted woman, who thus stifled her own feelings through generous solicitude for his felicity. And now, she resumed, after a moment's pause, you can divine the reasons which induced me to express a wish that my introduction to the Medinas should be postponed for the present. I am but a weak woman, and though I can proudly say that no petty feeling of jealousy would ever enter my heart, yet I would rather not awaken in my mind painful recollections of what might have been, by beholding you in the society of one to whom you would be engaged. Moreover, as Miss Medina has doubtless heard that our union was once resolved upon, added Lady Hatfield, now unable to suppress a profound sigh, it would not be agreeable for her to visit me, if she accept you as her husband, until after your marriage. Those are my motives, Arthur, and now you will admit that so far from entertaining any illiberal prejudices against the Jews, I have proved the very contrary, by earnestly recommending you to espouse an amiable and beautiful lady belonging to that nation. Dearest sister, for such indeed you are to me, said the Earl of Ellingham, I appreciate all the excellence of your intentions in thus advising me, and I will frankly admit to you that did I now think of uniting my fate with any woman, Esther de Medina would be the object of my choice, since my alliance with yourself has been rendered impossible. But I am not quite prepared to take that step, nor do I even know whether Miss de Medina would accept my suit were I to offer it. If her affections were not engaged before she saw you, before she knew so much of you, exclaimed Georgiana, she loves you now. Oh, of this I am convinced, she continued enthusiastically. Consider how much you have done to render her grateful to you, and gratitude in woman is the parent of affection. You have saved her beloved sister Tamar from the depths of despair by adopting those wonderful schemes by which he who is now her husband was snatched from the jaws of death. You reconciled a father to a long-discarded daughter, and you have at length seen that daughter made a wife, the wife of the man she adores. O Arthur, think you not that Esther ponders on all this? Yes, and in the gratitude of her generous soul she already sees a godlike being in the Earl of Ellingham. You will render me quite vain, Georgiana, said the young nobleman, for you are magnifying into glorious achievements a few very commonplace acts on my part. I am giving you your due for all that is great and noble in your disposition, all that is excellent and estimable in your character, replied Lady Hatfield, in a tone of fervent sincerity. And that you are everything I describe is so much the more to your credit, inasmuch as you belong to a class not famous for good qualities. The aristocratic sphere is characterized by intense selfishness, by a love of illegitimate power, by an abhorrence of the inferior grades, and by a hollowness of heart, which brings shame and reproach upon their hierarchy. When, then, we find this corrupted and vicious sphere possessing a glorious exception, such as yourself, the world should be the more ready to recognize your merits. But I will say no more on this head, my dear Arthur, added Georgiana with a smile, for fear that you should think I wish to coax you into following that counsel which I ere now so seriously and so conscientiously gave you. And on that advice will I reflect deliberately, replied the Earl, who could not conceal from himself that he was rejoiced it had been given. And now, Georgiana, I must take my leave of you for the present, he added, rising from his seat, for I have a commission of a somewhat important nature to execute for my half-brother. Indeed, the mention thereof reminds me that I have never made you acquainted with one of the best traits of his character. But does it annoy you, does it vex you to hear me speak of him?" "No, no," answered Georgiana, somewhat hurriedly. "Since I have known that he is your brother, I have been pleased to hear you say as much good of him as possible." "And this incident to which I allude," continued the Earl, "is not the least praiseworthy of the many fine deeds which must be placed to his account on the bright side. It appears that about 3 months ago he adopted a little boy under very peculiar circumstances. A poor woman died suddenly, through want and exposure to the inclemency of the weather, at an obscure house in 7 Dials. Rainford happened to be there at the time, and he took compassion on the little boy whom this poor woman had in charge. The boy was not the woman's child, as a certain letter found upon the person of the female proved. This letter was at first detained by those miserable wretches who so persecuted my poor brother, but it subsequently fell into his hands, and he entrusted it to a Mr. Clarence Villiers, in order that this gentleman might institute inquiries relative to its contents. I am now about to seek Mr. Villiers, to obtain the letter from him, because it appears from all I have heard that it is indubitably addressed to some lady of title, although no name be mentioned in it. In fact, the poor woman, whose name was Sarah Watts—" "Sarah Watts!" repeated Lady Hatfield, with a hysterical scream, a deadly pallor overspreading her beautiful countenance. "That is the name. But, my God, you are ill!" And the Earl rushed forward to catch Georgiana in his arms as she was falling from her chair. He conveyed her to the sofa, but for some moments she seemed insensible. He was about to summon her female attendants, when she opened her eyes, glanced wildly around her, and then said in an excited tone, "Do not ring for anyone. I shall be better in a minute. Remain with me, Arthur. I have now much to tell you." Surprised and grieved at the effect which his words had produced on Lady Hatfield, yet unable to comprehend wherefore the mere mention of a name should have so seriously touched her feelings, the Earl gazed upon her with interest and curiosity. At length a faint tinge of red appeared upon her cheeks, and with reviving strength she sat up on the sofa, motioning the young nobleman to take a chair near her. "Arthur," she said, "I ought not to have kept that one secret from you, for are we not now brother and sister? But alas, you, with your generous heart and fine feelings, can well understand how painful it is for me to speak of my own dishonour, and the more so since that degradation, that deep disgrace, was caused by him who is nearly allied to you." "What? Can it be possible?" exclaimed the Earl, a sudden light breaking in upon him. "That child, that boy whom Rainford has adopted as his own—" "Is mine," said Georgiana, in a voice of despair, and covering her face with her hands, she burst into an agony of tears. The Earl of Ellingham started from his seat, and began to pace the room in a manner denoting the most painful excitement. He was indeed deeply afflicted. How wronged, how profoundly wronged had Georgiana been, and by him who, as she herself had said, was so nearly allied to him. Oh, Tom Rain, that was the darkest episode in thy life! Thus thought the Earl likewise, and bitter was his sorrow at the revival of such appalling reminiscences as those which now rent Lady Hatfield's heart with anguish, and called forth the floods of grief from her eyes. "Arthur," at length she said, exercising a violent effort to subdue her sorrow, "give not way to bitter reflection on my account. For your sake all has been forgiven, though it may never be forgotten, for memory is immortal. But that child, that boy of whom you speak, he is indeed with his own father, and Providence doubtless willed that it should be so." She paused, and stifled the sobs which rent her bosom. "You may think me a cruel and heartless mother, Arthur," she resumed at length, now speaking in a mournful, plaintive tone, "thus to have abandoned my offspring. But reflect, ere you blame me. I was, as it were, alone in a house situated in a retired part of the country. A man entered at night. He found his way to my chamber. He took advantage of my loneliness. O God, how have I survived that disgrace, that infamy? Desperate was my resistance, but vain. And the ravisher, as you already know, was Rainford. Alas! Pardon me if I then mentioned his name with bitterness. But human patience could not speak it calmly when such a cloud of crushing reminiscences come back to the soul. Again she paused. The Earl remained silent. What could he say? He loathed, he abhorred the conduct of his half-brother, whom he would not attempt to justify, and his good sense told him that it were worse than mockery to aim at consoling the victim of that foul night of maddened lust and atrocious rape. Some weeks afterwards, continued Lady Hatfield, in a voice scarcely audible and deeply plaintive, I found that I was in a way to become a mother. You may conceive, but no, it is impossible to imagine the state of mind into which this appalling conviction threw me, and yet I was compelled to veil my grief as much as possible, for at that time a suspicion of my condition on the part of the world would have driven me to suicide. I need not, I could not enter into the details of the plan which I adopted to conceal my dishonour. Suffice it to say that I succeeded in so doing, and in a small retired village, and under a feigned name, did I give birth to a son. To Sarah Watts was the babe confided, and for a sum of money paid down at once, she agreed to adopt it as her own. By an accident she discovered who I was. My name was on an article of jewellery which I had with me, but she promised the strictest secrecy, and I put faith in her words. Oh, do not blame me if I acted as I have now described, if I abandoned that child whose presence near me would only have been a proof of my dishonour, and a constant memorial of the dread outrage which no levity, no encouragement, no fault on my part had provoked. "Blame you, Georgiana?" exclaimed the Earl, approaching and taking her hand kindly. "How could I blame you? You acted as prudence dictated, and indeed as circumstances inevitably compelled you. But now that the parentage of this child is at length discovered, how do you wish me to act? Remember, Georgiana, everything in this respect shall be managed solely with regard to your wishes, solely according to your directions. Shall I communicate in a letter to my half-brother the secret which has thus strangely transpired this day? Or shall I leave him in ignorance of the fact that he has adopted his own son? He knew not that the outrage he perpetrated led to that consequence," said Lady Hatfield, now cruelly bewildered and uncertain how to decide. "No, he could not even suspect it, for I never met him again until that night on the Hounslow Road, and even then I recognised him not, and it was only at the police office in Bow Street that I again beheld him who had been my ruin." "I am convinced," observed the Earl, "that Rainford has not the least suspicion that you indeed became a mother. And oh, when I touched upon the subject of his atrocious behaviour towards you while we were in Paris, had you seen the tears of contrition, heartfelt contrition, which he shed— But no," added the Earl, suddenly interrupting himself, "it were impossible that you could forgive him." "I forgive him for your sake, Arthur," said Georgiana, in a mild but firm tone. "And now, relative to that child, yes, he shall know that he is with his father, and your brother must be informed that he has adopted his own son. Providence indeed seems to have so willed it, for we cannot believe that accident alone threw the child thus wondrously into the way of the author of its being. Arthur," she added, taking the young nobleman's hand, "you will write to Rainford, and you will tell him all. It is not necessary to enjoin him to treat the child with kindness, for you say that his disposition is naturally generous. Nevertheless, I should wish," continued the lady, looking down as she uttered these words, and sinking her voice almost to a whisper, for maternal feelings were stirring within her bosom, "Nevertheless, I should wish that you impress upon the mind of your half-brother the necessity of bringing that child up in the paths of virtue and honour." "Your wishes shall be complied with," answered the Earl. "But fear not that Rainford would inculcate evil principles into the mind of his son. No, he is thoroughly changed, and will become a good, and I hope a happy and prosperous man." The young nobleman then took leave of Lady Hatfield, whom he left a prey to emotions of a very painful nature. For deeply and tenderly did she love Arthur, and great violence did she to her feelings when she so generously and conscientiously counselled him to take the beautiful Jewess as his wife. And as the Earl returned home to his mansion in Pall Mall, to pen a letter to Rainford, who was then on his voyage, under an assumed name, and accompanied by Tamar, Jacob Smith, and little Charlie, to the United States, he reviewed all the details of that long and interesting conversation which had that afternoon passed between Lady Hatfield and himself, and he found that the tendency thereof was to make him ponder more seriously and more intently upon the image of the charming Esther than he ever yet had done. End of section 83.
Section 84 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. Mrs. Slingsby and Mr. Torrens. While the scene, related in the preceding chapter, was taking place at the residence of Lady Hatfield in Piccadilly, incidents requiring mention occurred elsewhere. Mrs. Slingsby was seated in her drawing-room, a prey to the most frightful alarms. Sir Henry Courtenay had left her the evening before to acquaint Mr. Torrens with Rosamond's flight, and consult with him relative to the necessary steps to be taken to prevent the exposure which himself and Mrs. Slingsby so much dreaded. On thus parting with her, the baronet had faithfully promised to call early in the morning and inform her of the particulars of his interview with Mr. Torrens; but it was now past 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and he had not made his appearance. What could his absence mean? Had anything disagreeable occurred? Was it possible that Rosamond could have made away with herself, and that Sir Henry had taken to flight through dread of an exposure and its consequences? The suspense which Mrs. Slingsby endured was horrible, horrible. Guilty consciences invariably magnify into giants even the most dwarf-like causes of apprehension, and there was no exception to this rule on the present occasion. 100 times had she glanced at the elegant ormolu clock on the mantel, and as hour after hour passed and he came not, her restlessness increased to such a degree that it at length reached a state of nervous excitement no longer endurable. She accordingly hurried to her chamber, dressed herself in her walking attire, and having left word with her servants that in case Sir Henry Courtenay should call, he was to be requested to wait until her return, sped to the nearest hackney coach stand, where, stepping into a vehicle, she ordered the driver to take her over to Torrens Cottage. Yes, thither she was determined to proceed without delay, even at the risk of encountering Rosamond, though she could scarcely believe that the wronged girl had returned home; for, not precisely remembering all the details of the conversation which took place between herself and the baronet, and which Rosamond had overheard, the guilty woman imagined that something more than mere allusions might have been made to the connivance of Mr. Torrens in the ruin of his daughter, and hence Mrs. Slingsby's very natural supposition that the victim of the infernal plot had not returned to the parental dwelling. The coach did not proceed with particular celerity, and the distance from the West End to Torrens Cottage was great. Mrs. Slingsby had therefore ample leisure to continue her harrowing meditations upon the real or supposed dangers which menaced her. In sooth, her position was by no means an enviable one, unless indeed a convict under sentence of death, might have preferred her state to that of imminent and ignominious death. For circumstances appeared suddenly to combine against her. She was in the family way, and this was alone sufficient to cause her the most serious chagrin, especially as her impious scheme of proclaiming herself a second Johanna Southcott had been so completely frustrated by the determined opposition of her paramour. Then there was the affair of Rosamond Torrens, one word from whose lips would have the effect of tearing away the mask of hypocrisy which Mrs. Slingsby had so long worn, and exposing her to the world in all the hideous nudity of her criminal character. Lastly, the unaccountable absence of the baronet filled her mind with the most serious misgivings, for she knew that if he had indeed absconded, that if he should cease to maintain her in a pecuniary sense, her position would become lamentable in the extreme. All these maddening reflections raised a storm of agitation in her guilty mind, and she could scarcely subdue her excitement so that it should escape the notice of the coachman, as he opened the door of the vehicle when it stopped opposite Torrens cottage. Mr. Torrens was at home, and Mrs. Slingsby was immediately conducted by Jeffreys to the parlour, the very parlour where her paramour had been murdered on the preceding evening. Rosamond, from her bedroom window, had observed the arrival of the hateful woman, and was lost in surprise at her conduct in daring to visit her father's abode. Mr. Torrens received Mrs. Slingsby in the apartment where, as we have just stated, the awful tragedy of the previous night had been enacted, and this was the first time the criminal pair had ever met. Bad as Mr. Torrens himself was, he could not help feeling a sentiment of extreme loathing and disgust for the woman who concealed so black a heart beneath the garb of religious hypocrisy, and though he endeavoured to speak politely to her as he desired her to be seated, his manner was cold, reserved, and indicative of the influence which her presence produced upon him. "We know each other by name, Mr. Torrens," began Mrs. Slingsby, "but it is only now that we have met. You can doubtless conjecture the object of my visit." "Yes, madam," exclaimed Rosamond, suddenly bursting into the room, evidently in a state of fearful excitement. Then, hastily closing the door, she added, "My father can too well divine the purport of this insolent intrusion. You doubtless seek to recover possession of me, to take me back to your infamous abode, to surrender me up to your own vile paramour. Oh, my dear father, surely you will not allow this polluted creature to remain beneath your roof a minute longer." "Rosamond, said Mrs. Slingsby, becoming the colour of scarlet, "you will regret those harsh words. I came for the purpose of giving certain explanations to your respected parent." "Explanations, madam!" cried the young girl, with a bitter smile of contempt. "What explanations can you offer which I have not already given?" "I have every reason to believe that you overheard a conversation between Sir Henry Courtenay and myself," said Mrs. Slingsby, growing bolder as she perceived that the atrocious complicity of Mr. Torrens was not suspected by his daughter; "and that conversation seems to have alarmed you, for your flight from the house was wild and precipitate." "Had I not already tarried there too long?" demanded Rosamond emphatically. "Oh, think not to be able to delude me any more with your specious misrepresentations, your disgusting sophistry. A veil has fallen from my eyes, and I now behold you, madam, and that baronet whom you so much vaunted, in your proper colours." "You are wrong thus to suspect us so cruelly," said Mrs. Slingsby. "The conversation which you overheard was but the repetition of another conversation which Sir Henry Courtenay had himself overheard between two persons whom you know not, and which he was relating to me. But I appeal to your father whether he believes me." "Enough, madam!" exclaimed Rosamond, in a tone which convinced the base woman that she was indeed no longer to be imposed upon. "My father knows you to be a degraded hypocrite, and your insolence is extreme in thus daring to violate the sanctity of the paternal dwelling to which I have been forced to return for shelter and refuge. And were it not," she added bitterly, "that I should be proclaiming my own dishonour, Not a moment's hesitation would I manifest in tearing away the mask from your face and exposing you to the world. Oh, when I think of all the insidious wiles which you have practised, all the abhorrent tutoring which you have brought to play upon my mind, I deplore, yes, deeply do I deplore that necessity which compels me to place a seal upon my lips." Mrs. Slingsby had heard enough to satisfy her that no exposure would take place at the hands of Rosamond, and she was not very solicitous to prolong her visit. The cause of the baronet's absence she had yet to learn, but she concluded it was not at Torrens Cottage. She must seek to have her curiosity in that respect gratified. She accordingly rose, bowed to Mr. Torrens, who had remained a mute but almost alarmed spectator of the whole scene, and hastily withdrew, just in time to avoid coming in collision with John Jeffreys, for that worthy, judging by the excited manner in which he, himself unobserved, had seen Rosamond rush into the parlour, that something extraordinary was connected with the arrival of Mrs. Slingsby, had very coolly and quietly listened at the parlour door to every word that was uttered within. Mrs. Slingsby returned home, somewhat consoled by the conviction that her character was safe from any vindictiveness on the part of Rosamond, but she was still alarmed in respect to the baronet, and this fear increased greatly when, on her arrival in Old Burlington Street at about 4 o'clock, she learnt that he had not called. She immediately dispatched a note to his residence, but the domestic returned with the answer that Sir Henry Courtenay had not been home since the preceding day, a circumstance which caused no small degree of alarm in the baronet's household, inasmuch as though he often slept away from his abode, his servants were invariably kept ignorant of those proofs of irregularities on his part. In a word, he was accustomed so to arrange matters that his nocturnal outgoings were never suspected at his own residence, and thus his absence on this occasion had naturally inspired some degree of apprehension. Mrs. Slingsby was astounded at the message which her servant had brought back. She could not even hazard a conjecture relative to the cause of Sir Henry Courtenay's disappearance, and she was at a loss where to search for him. She therefore resolved to remain at home in the hope that he would presently call upon her. But time passed, and still he came not. At length there was a loud double knock at the door, and she fancied it was the announcement of Sir Henry's arrival. But, instead of the object of her anxiety, Mr. Torrens was ushered into the drawing-room. "I fancied, madam," he said, "that you had some particular reason in calling upon me just now, and which the presence of the unfortunate Rosamond prevented you from explaining. I therefore lost no time in waiting upon you." "My alarm was somewhat appeased by the words which fell from your daughter's lips," answered Mrs. Slingsby, motioning her visitor to be seated, inasmuch as she expressed her intention of remaining silent on a subject which neither I nor you would wish to become a matter of public gossip. "But I am astonished and grieved at the behaviour of Sir Henry Courtenay, who left me last night with the intention of proceeding direct to your house, and whom I have not since seen." "He came not to me, madam," answered Mr. Torrens, with an unblushing countenance. "This is most extraordinary, most alarming," cried Mrs. Slingsby, "for he has not been home all night, nor yet to-day, and I begin to have vague suspicions that something wrong must have happened." "Sir Henry Courtenay is a gallant man." "Yes," interrupted Mrs. Slingsby hastily, as if the subject were not a very agreeable one, "but he also maintains a character for propriety and good conduct, and his dependents are never suffered to know that he stays away from home at night. You see that I am compelled to be candid with you, for the affair is most serious. Now, only reflect for a moment, Mr. Torrens, upon what my state of mind would be were I questioned relative to Sir Henry's disappearance. Suppose, I say, that he did not soon come back, that he continued to be missing. It would transpire that he was with me until late evening, that we went out together, for we did go out, to search for Rosamond, and that I came back alone." "No one could suspect you, madam, of having made away with him," observed Mr. Torrens. "No, but I should be overwhelmed with the most embarrassing questions," exclaimed Mrs. Slingsby hastily. "And, do you know, that remark of yours has inspired me with horror and alarm? No one would suspect me of having made away with him? Of course not. How could a weak woman assassinate a man in the streets of London, and not leave a trace of the dreadful deed behind? But might not inquiries be made? Might it not be discovered that Sir Henry and myself were frequent visitors, I must speak candidly to you, to a house of ill fame? And then, oh then, what a dreadful exposure would take place!" "You are torturing yourself with vain apprehensions, Mrs. Slingsby," said Mr. Torrens, experiencing the greatest difficulty to conceal his own agitation. "I should have thought that you, Mr. Torrens, would have assisted me with your advice, considering how we have been involved in the same transaction, rather than treat my fears with levity," said Mrs. Slingsby in an excited manner. "And if I tell you the candid truth," she added, fixing her eyes upon his countenance in a way which seemed intended to read the inmost secrets of his soul, "I must declare my conviction that you know more about the cause of the baronet's disappearance than you choose to admit." "I, madam!" exclaimed Mr. Torrens, shrinking from the accusation in spite of himself. "Yes, you," returned the lady, growing more and more excited; "and that suspicion which I hazarded, I scarcely know why, is now confirmed by your manner. I again say, yes, you know more of the cause of Sir Henry Courtenay's disappearance than you are willing to admit. I am convinced that he did visit you last night, and if he never came back, what account will you give? What explanation will you render? Your anxiety in coming after me just now, the singularity of your remark that no one would suspect me of foul play towards the baronet, and your trepidation when I named the suspicion which had flashed to my mind concerning you, all these circumstances convince me that you are no stranger to the cause of Sir Henry Courtenay's disappearance." "Madam, this outrageous charge, implying a crime of which I am utterly incapable," began Mr. Torrens, scarcely knowing how to meet the accusation, and seriously inclined to divulge the whole truth. "I do not say that you have murdered Sir Henry Courtenay," interrupted Mrs. Slingsby, speaking in a low tone, and giving a strong, hollow emphasis to that dreadful word which few can breathe without a shudder, "but that some quarrel may have taken place between you, that you were compelled to appear violent and vindictive in respect to him, your daughter perhaps being present, and that all this led to a fatal issue, are things which now seem to forge a complete and connected train of horrible impressions in my mind. At all events, Mr. Torrens," she added, sinking her voice to a low whisper, "be candid with me. Tell me the whole truth, and we will consult together, circumstances having already rendered us colleagues in one transaction." "I have nothing to tell you, Mrs. Slingsby, in respect to this business," said Mr. Torrens, "and I am as astonished at Sir Henry Courtenay's disappearance as yourself." "Then, if I were questioned," observed the lady, "you would have no objection to my saying that I parted last night from Sir Henry Courtenay near St. James's Church, Piccadilly, his last words being to the effect that he was about to call at Torrens Cottage on particular business?" As she thus spoke, Mrs. Slingsby fixed her eyes in a searching, nay, a piercing manner, upon the countenance of her companion, who for a moment quailed and betrayed evident signs of the desperate efforts he was making to conceal his agitation. "Yes, you may safely say that, if you perceive any utility in so doing," returned Mr. Torrens at length. Then, his features suddenly assuming a ferocious expression, he added, "But why proclaim war against me? Do we not know too much of each other to render such a warfare safe or useful to either? Were you not the paramour of Sir Henry Courtenay? Did you yourself not admit ere now that you visited a house of ill fame with him? Are you not at this moment with child by him?" "Woman, woman," muttered Torrens between his teeth, "provoke me not, or it shall be war indeed, war to the knife." "Be reasonable, sir," said Mrs. Slingsby, now assuming a cold and resolute air, "and let us talk as two accomplices ought to converse, and not with menaces and threats." "Agreed, madam. But be you reasonable also," returned Mr. Torrens. "Then wherefore keep anything secret from me?" demanded Mrs. Slingsby. "I have read the truth, I have divined it, and your language has just confirmed my impression. But think not that I care for Sir Henry Courtenay as a loving mistress or wife might care for him. No," she added contemptuously, "any affection which I may ever have experienced towards him has long since vanished." "And of what avail would it be to you to know that Sir Henry Courtenay was no more, even for a moment granting that he indeed exists no longer?" asked Torrens. "I will tell you," replied Mrs. Slingsby in a low and hoarse whisper, while she looked intently and in a manner full of dark meaning into her companion's eyes, as she bent her countenance towards him. "If I were assured that Sir Henry Courtenay was indeed no more, I would become possessed of £2,000 by 10 o'clock to-morrow morning." "Ah!" ejaculated Mr. Torrens, his mind instantly conceiving the idea of sharing the produce of whatever plan the lady might adopt to accomplish her purpose. For we have already said that his necessities were still great, and that, unless he shortly obtained funds, he would be as badly off as he was ere he sold the virtue of his daughter. "Yes," resumed Mrs. Slingsby, "and to show you that I have more confidence in you than you have in me, I will give you a full and complete explanation. Sir Henry Courtenay promised me £2,000 as a reward for my connivance in the plan respecting Rosamond." Go on," said Mr. Torrens hastily. "That reward I have not received, because the payments which Sir Henry had to make to you, and other claims upon him, had caused him to overdraw his bankers. But yesterday morning he paid in £8,000, and he intimated to one of the partners that he should give me a cheque for £2,000 in the course of the afternoon. The fact is," continued Mrs. Slingsby, "those bankers believe that I have property in India, which Sir Henry Courtenay's agent there manages for me, and that the proceeds therefore pass through Sir Henry's hands. This tale was invented to account for the numerous and large cheques which I have received from the baronet on that bank. It was the saving clause for my reputation. Now, those £2,000 which were promised me I can have for little trouble and a small risk." "Indeed!" said Mr. Torrens, becoming more and more interested in this explanation. "Yes," continued Mrs. Slingsby, "and I will tell you how almost immediately. But I must first observe that I should have received the cheque last evening, had not the sudden flight of Rosamond interrupted the discourse which I was having with the baronet, and thrown us into confusion. But," and again she lowered her voice to an almost inaudible whisper, "I can imitate the handwriting of Sir Henry Courtenay to such a nicety that it would defy detection. Now, do you understand me?" "I do," answered Mr. Torrens. "And you perceive that I have full confidence in you?" asked the widow. Mr. Torrens rose and paced the room for a few minutes. He was deliberating within himself whether he should repose an equal trust in Mrs. Slingsby, and he decided upon doing so. She saw what was passing in his mind, and remained silent, confident as to the result. "My dear madam," he said, resuming his seat, "I will at once admit to you that Sir Henry Courtenay is indeed no more." The lady heard him with breathless attention, for though she was fully prepared for the avowal, yet when it came it sounded so awfully, so ominously, that she received it with emotions of terror and dismay. "It is indeed too true," continued Torrens. "But think not for a moment that I am a murderer. No. Bad as I may be, as I know myself to be, in fine, I could not perpetrate such a deed as that. A strange and wonderful combination of circumstances led to the shocking catastrophe. Listen, and I will tell you all." Mr. Torrens then related every incident of the preceding evening, suppressing only that portion of the tale which involved the fact of his servant John Jeffreys being acquainted with the occurrence, and having lent his aid in disposing of the body. This circumstance he concealed through that inherent aversion which man ever has to confess that he is in the power of any one, and he made it appear by his own story that, unassisted, he had buried the corpse. At first Mrs. Slingsby was incredulous relative to the version of the murder which she heard. She thought that Torrens was himself the perpetrator of the act, but when he declared how cruelly the robbery of his money had embarrassed him, and when she reflected that there really could have been no reason urgent or strong enough to induce him to make away with the baronet, she ended by fully believing his narrative. "Then he is indeed no more," she exclaimed. "But, my God, what will be thought of his disappearance? And will not those inquiries, which I so much dread, be made?" "As no suspicion can possibly fall upon either yourself or me," responded Mr. Torrens, "it is far from likely that any such inquiries will be instituted. No, you need not be alarmed on that head, my dear madam. I should rather be inclined to entertain apprehensions for the success of your own scheme of the forgery," he added after a moment's pause. "No danger can possibly attend that undertaking," said Mrs. Slingsby. "The baronet stated at the banker's that he should give me the cheque yesterday, and it will be paid in a moment, even if they have already heard of his disappearance, which is scarcely probable, because the fears excited by that fact have not as yet become so strong as to lead to the suspicion that he has indeed met with foul play." "You are, then, confident of being enabled to counterfeit his handwriting successfully?" asked Mr. Torrens. "Beyond all possibility of doubt," replied the widow. "And shall you want my assistance?" inquired Torrens, thinking how he could start a pretext for claiming a portion of the expected proceeds of the nefarious plan. "Listen to me," said Mrs. Slingsby, after a few moments' deliberation, and now speaking as if she had finally come to a settled resolution on a particular point, which she had been revolving in her mind almost ever since Mr. Torrens entered the room. "I have something to propose to you with regards us both, and which may suit yourself as well as it would suit me. You are involved in embarrassments." "I am indeed," replied Mr. Torrens, now awaiting in breathless suspense the coming explanation, which, by the leading question just put, appeared to relate to some scheme for relieving him of his difficulties. "And these embarrassments are very serious?" continued the widow. "So serious that they are insurmountable as far as I can see at present," was the response. "Then you fear executions, arrest, prison, and all the usual ordeal of an insolvent debtor?" asked the lady. "Just so, and sooner than enter on that ordeal, I would commit suicide," rejoined Mr. Torrens. "The alternative I have to propose to you is not quite so serious nor alarming as that," resumed Mrs. Slingsby. "I have shown you that I can put myself in possession of £2,000 to-morrow morning. Will that sum relieve you completely from your difficulties?" "And enable me to carry out those speculations which must produce a large fortune," answered Torrens. "Then those £2,000 are at your disposal, on one condition," said Mrs. Slingsby. "And that condition?" gasped Mr. Torrens, in mingled joy and suspense. "Is that you marry me," returned Mrs. Slingsby, as calmly as if she were making a bargain of a very ordinary nature. "Marry you!" exclaimed her companion, quite unprepared for this proposal. "Yes, marry me," repeated the widow. "You want money to save you from ruin. I want a husband to screen me from disgrace. You are involved in pecuniary troubles. I am in a way to become a mother. I can save your person from a gaol. You can save my character from dishonour." "The arrangement is indeed an equitable one," said Mr. Torrens, not without the least scintillation of satire in his remark. "But I see one fatal objection." "And that is your daughter Rosamond," observed Mrs. Slingsby. "Surely the whim, the aversion, or the fantasy of a girl will not induce you to reject a proposal which will save you from ruin and imprisonment." And yet what could I say to her? How could I explain my conduct? What would she think, after all she knows of you? Demanded Mr. Torrens. "She has not the power to prevent the match, and that is the principal point in the matter," returned Mrs. Slingsby coolly. "You may as well urge as an objection that Clarence Villiers, my nephew, is your son-in-law, but I am not so foolish as to be alarmed at such scruples, and you must have seen too much of the world to allow yourself to be irretrievably ruined for the sake of a few idle punctilios. Give me your decision at once, aye or nay. If it be the former, the marriage may be celebrated by special licence tomorrow evening. If it be the latter, there is at once an end of the business, and we need not be the less good friends." "You regard the whole proposition, then, entirely as a matter of business?" said Mr. Torrens. "Well, that is indeed the way to look at it. Of course, if we strike a bargain and unite our fortunes, we shall require only one establishment. Will you break up this in Old Burlington Street, and be contented to dwell at my cottage?" "Certainly," was the reply. "The sale of my furniture will pay my debts, and perhaps leave a surplus. At all events, we shall have the £2,000 clear." "And that sum you will place in my hands tomorrow morning?" said Mr. Torrens interrogatively. "No, tomorrow evening, after the ceremony," responded the widow. "Then we cannot trust each other?" continued Mr. Torrens. "I think we should act prudently, and adopt as many mutual precautions as possible," observed Mrs. Slingsby coolly. "Granted," exclaimed Mr. Torrens. "And what guarantee have I that, when once the indissoluble knot shall have been tied, you will hand me over the promised sum?" "Simply the fact that I do not wish to marry a man who will be the next morning conveyed away to a prison." "That is a mere assertion, and no security," remonstrated Mr. Torrens. "We are talking the matter over in a purely business-like sense. Now, as far as I can see, the advantages will be all on your side. If you happen to be in debt, you will have a husband on whose person your creditors will pounce, instead of on your own; and, at all events, as you are with child, you will have a person whom you can represent as the legitimate father of the expected offspring." "I will tell you how the business can be managed," said Mrs. Slingsby after a pause. "A thought has struck me. I will lodge the money in the hands of a very respectable solicitor whom I know, and you can accompany me to his office for the purpose. In his keeping shall it remain, with the understanding that it is to be paid to you on your becoming my husband." "Good," observed Mr. Torrens. "Who is the solicitor?" "Mr. Howard," was the answer. "I know him, and have no objection to him as the agent in this business. I think we have now got over all obstacles in that respect. A difficult task will it, however, prove to me to prepare my daughter this evening for the step which I am to take to-morrow." "Oh, I have no doubt you will succeed," said Mrs. Slingsby. "It would be indeed hard if a father could not overcome, with his reasoning, the objections of his own child." "I must do my best," observed Torrens, rising. "At what hour tomorrow shall I call to accompany you to the lawyer's?" "At about 12. I shall go to the bank between 10 and 11, and you can in the meantime obtain the marriage licence." "It shall be done," returned Mr. Torrens. "The ceremony will be performed here?" he added interrogatively. "Yes, at 7 o'clock in the evening. I will make arrangements with 2 ladies whom I know to be bridesmaids, and Dr. Wagtail will give me away. After the ceremony we will repair to Torrens Cottage." Thus calmly and deliberately was settled the solemn covenant between the man who had sold his daughter's virtue and the licentious woman who was now prepared to commit a forgery. And the worthy pair separated, Mr. Torrens having embraced his intended wife, because he considered a kiss to be, as it were, the seal of the bargain just concluded, and also because Mrs. Slingsby, by her manner, appeared to invite the salutation. End of Section 84.
Section 85 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Deborah Balm, Cambridge, UK. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W.M. Reynolds. Chapter 81. Rosamond at Home. We shall follow Mr. Torrens homeward, and see how he acquitted himself of the disagreeable and difficult task of breaking his matrimonial intentions to his daughter, the fair but ruined Rosamond. It was past 9 o'clock in the evening when he reached the cottage, and Rosamond, with a charming filial solicitude to render her parents' home as comfortable as possible, had superintended the preparations for supper, exercising a command, too, over the sad feelings which filled her bosom, and invoking resignation with Christian fortitude to her aid. She even manifested a species of cheerfulness as she opened the front door at the sound of his well-known knock. But alas, it was not the innocent, artless cheerfulness of other days. It was merely the struggle of the moonbeam to pierce the mass of dark and menacing clouds. And now behold the father and daughter seated at the supper table, that repast which the care of Rosamond had endeavoured to render as agreeable as possible, but which was disposed of hastily and without appetite on either side. At length, when the things were cleared away, and Mr. Torrens had fortified his courage with sundry glasses of wine, he prepared to enter on the grave and important subject which occupied his mind. "Rosamond, my love," he said, speaking in as kind a tone as it was possible for his nature to assume, "I have something to communicate to you, and shall be glad if you will hear me calmly and without excitement. I have this evening seen Mrs. Slingsby." "That woman!" exclaimed the daughter, starting. "Oh, I had hoped that her name would no more be mentioned in this house." "I begged of you not to give way to excitement. I warned you to be reasonable," said Mr. Torrens severely. "Surely you can accord me your attention when I am anxious to discourse with you on matters of importance." "Pardon me, dearest father, and oh, do not blame nor reproach me if I manifest a very natural irritability, a loathing, an abhorrence—" She could say no more, but burst into a flood of tears. Mr. Torrens suffered her to give full vent to her emotions, for he knew that the reaction would produce comparative calmness. "Rosamond," he at length said, "you can be reasonable when you choose, and I do hope that you have sufficient confidence in your father to accord him your attention and to believe what he may state to you. Listen then, and rest assured that I should never take the part of any one against my own daughter. I have seen Mrs. Slingsby." Rosamond gave a convulsive start, but her father, appearing not to observe it, proceeded. "It struck me," he continued, "that she would never have had the presumption and impudence to call here this morning, if she were really as guilty as you supposed her to be. I therefore deemed it an act of justice to ascertain the nature of those explanations which she proffered in this room, and which your presence cut short. With that object in view, I proceeded to her abode, and she assured me that she was entirely innocent of any connivance in the atrocity perpetrated by Sir Henry Courtenay." "Innocent!" almost shrieked Rosamond. "Oh, my dear father, you know not how specious, how plausible that woman can be when she chooses, and it has suited her purpose to be so with you. But be not deceived." "Do you imagine that I am not old enough and sufficiently experienced to discriminate between sincerity and duplicity?" demanded Mr. Torrens. "I tell you, Rosamond, that you wrong Mrs. Slingsby, that your suspicions are most injurious. Reflect, consider before you thus condemn. You overheard a few words which immediately threw you into a state of such excitement that your imagination tortured all the subsequent discourse into an evidence of guilt on the part of a lady who is deeply attached to you, who loves you as if she were your own mother, and who will die of grief if you continue thus to misjudge her. Yes, Rosamond, Mrs. Slingsby has declared that she will put a period to her existence if you persist in your present belief. She accuses you of ingratitude towards her, after all her affectionate kindness in your behalf, and, should she carry her dreadful threat into execution, which I much fear, for she seems literally distracted, her blood will be upon your head." "Merciful heavens!" exclaimed Rosamond, appalled by this terrible announcement. "But if I cannot command my own convictions," she added hastily, "you must cherish a Christian spirit. You must be less prompt in forming opinions, less ready to arrive at those convictions which you represent to be uncontrollable," said Mr. Torrens, endeavouring to bewilder his daughter, and thereby render her spirit ductile and her mind pliant, so that he might manage both as he pleased. "So far from nourishing malignity against Mrs. Slingsby, you should seek consolation with her, for your own mother is not here to console you." "God be thanked that my mother is not here to witness my disgrace!" ejaculated Rosamond, clasping her hands fervently. "For the sake of my daughters I was wrong—yes, I was wrong not to have married again," said Mr. Torrens, as if musing to himself. "I should have given a protectress to my children, a lady who would have been a second mother to them, and then all this would not have occurred. But it is not yet too late to ensure your future welfare, Rosamond, by those means," he added, turning towards his daughter, who had listened with surprise to her father's previous observations; "and in accomplishing that aim I may at the same time afford a convincing proof to a deserving, wrongly suspected, and misjudged woman of my own esteem, and inferentially of your regret at the calumniatory sentiments you have cherished concerning her." "My dear father, I do not understand you," cried Rosamond, a dreadful suspicion weighing on her mind, and which nevertheless seemed so wild and ridiculous, so utterly impossible to be well founded, that she fancied she had not rightly comprehended the sentiments of her parent. "I am thinking how I can best ensure your welfare and happiness, Rosamond," he said, "by giving you a substitute for that maternal protectress whom you have lost—one who will be a companion and a friend to you." "Father!" exclaimed Rosamond, horrified at the idea of having a stepmother, and trembling with indescribable alarms, lest she had indeed too well read her sire's intentions respecting the one whom he proposed to invest with that authority. "Will you hear me with calmness? Will you subdue this excitement, which amounts to an undutiful aversion to all I am projecting for your sake?" demanded Mr. Torrens, again assuming a severe tone; and then, perceiving that his daughter was dismayed by his manner, he hastily added, as if determined at once to put an end to the painful scene, "If I have consulted you, Rosamond, on the step that I propose to take, it was because I deemed you sensible and reasonable enough to merit that proof of confidence on my part, and obedient enough to submit becomingly to the dictates of my superior wisdom and experience. Know then that it is my intention to marry again, for your sake, and that my inclinations, as well as my interests, induce me to fix my choice upon Mrs. Slingsby." Rosamond uttered not a word, but fell back senseless in her chair. "Obstinate fool!" muttered Torrens between his teeth, as he hastened forward to save her from slipping off on the fender. "But I will neither argue nor consult any more. I will command where I wish to be obeyed." He applied a scent bottle to her nostrils, and she soon gave signs of returning animation. Opening her eyes, she glanced wildly at her father, as if to interrogate him whether that were really true, which appeared to have been haunting her like a horrid dream. "Father, father," she murmured, grasping his hands, "you will not—no, you will not do what you have said. Oh, I implore you, I conjure, sacrifice not your own happiness and mine at the same instant. I was not mistaken in one syllable that I overheard between that woman and that man, and their discourse filled me with horror. She is his paramour, father. She is in a way to become a mother." "Silence, daughter!" cried Mr. Torrens sternly. "And now listen to me, while I make you acquainted with my commands. Not only is it my intention to marry Mrs. Slingsby, but I desire that you will treat her with respect, if not with affection, and as you value my love and the continuance of my kindness, you will observe these instructions. If anything more be wanting to induce you to comply with my desire, that additional argument will perhaps be found in the fact that if I do not marry Mrs. Slingsby, I shall be ruined, utterly undone, my property wrested from me, my person conveyed to a prison, and you thrust out, houseless and penniless, into the wide world without a soul to protect or befriend you. Now, I have told you all, and it is for you to decide whether your prejudices shall prevail against my most substantial interests." Rosamond was astounded at the words which met her ears, and she knew not how to reply. For a few moments she stood gazing vacantly upon her father's countenance, as if to read thereon a confirmation of words, the import of which seemed too terrible to be true. Then, probably experiencing the necessity of seeking the solitude of her own chamber, for the purpose of giving vent to the overflowing fulness of her heart's emotions, she hurried from the room. Poor friendless girl! Dreadful was the position in which she found herself placed. Oh, why were not Clarence and Adele near to console her, to receive her beneath their protecting influence? Alas! she would not have dared to face them, even were they in the metropolis at the time, for she could not have revealed to them her dishonour. Oh no, she would sooner have died. Throwing herself on a seat in the privacy of her bedchamber, she burst into tears, and gave vent to her anguish in heart-rending sobs. An hour passed, and still she thought not of retiring to rest. She was in a state of utter despair. She heard her father ascend to his chamber, but this circumstance reminded her not that the usual hour when she herself sought her couch had gone by. Suddenly she was aroused from the deep reverie of woe that had succeeded the violent outburst of her anguish, by the movement of the handle of the door, as if someone were about to enter her room. She started and listened, the bed being between the place where she was and the door, so that she could not see the latter. Yes, someone was indeed entering the chamber. With a faint scream she darted forward and beheld a man in the act of closing the door behind him. The intruder was Jeffreys, the recently hired servant. "What has brought you hither, John?" inquired Rosamond in hasty and anxious tone, for she feared lest something had happened to her father. "Nothing but your own beautiful self, miss," answered the ruffian, advancing towards her as well as he was able, for he was much intoxicated. "Begone!" cried Rosamond, her whole countenance becoming suddenly crimson with indignation. "Begone, I say, and to-morrow my father will know how to punish this insolence." "Your father, miss, won't do no such thing," returned Jeffreys, "and it'll be all the worse for you if you holler. I know a many things that wouldn't render it safe for master to quarrel with me, so give me a kiss." "Villain!" exclaimed Rosamond, bursting into tears. "How dare you thus insult me? Leave the room, or I alarm the house at any risk." And she rushed towards the bell-pull. "None of that nonsense, miss, or I'll hang your father as sure as you're alive," said Jeffreys, placing his back to the door, folding his arms, and surveying Rosamond with the insolence of a licentious drunken bully. "Hang my father!" repeated the unhappy girl, staggering back and sinking into a chair, for so many dreadful things had recently occurred that her mind was no more attuned to give immediate credence to evil than to receive good tidings. "Yes, by Jingo," said Jeffreys, "I can hang him any day I like. But what's more, I know pretty well all that's happened to you. I didn't listen for nothing at the parlour door this morning when that Mrs. Bingsby or Stingsby or whatever her name is was here." "My God, my God!" murmured Rosamond, pressing her hands to her brow with all her might, for she felt as if she were going mad. "Now, don't take on so, miss," said Jeffreys. "I'm sure I didn't mean to vex you like that, but the fact is I've took a great fancy to you, and if so be I let out that your father did draw a knife across the throat of that baronet which come here last night, and which I suppose was the same you spoke of this morning to Mrs. Bingsby." "Monster!" shrieked Rosamond in a shrill penetrating tone, for she was unable any longer to subdue the horrible emotions which racked and tortured her, goading her almost to madness. In another instant Mr. Torrens was heard to rush from his chamber. A moment more, and he forced his way into his daughter's room, hurling the villain Jeffreys forward with the violence exerted in dashing open the door. "Father, dear father!" exclaimed Rosamond, springing into his arms. Save me from that monster who has told me such dreadful, dreadful things." "Be calm, Rosamond," said Mr. Torrens in a low and hoarse tone, "or you will alarm the other servant. Jeffreys," he added, turning towards the fellow who was swaying himself backwards and forwards in the middle of the room in that vain attempt to appear sober so often made by drunken men, "how dare you to intrude here? But follow me, I must speak to you alone." "Father, one word," said Rosamond, in a voice indicative of deep feeling. "This man uttered a frightful accusation against you. Oh, an accusation so terrible that my blood curdles." "Nonsense, Rosamond," interrupted Mr. Torrens, cruelly agitated. "You see that he has taken a drop too much. He is a good, well-meaning fellow, and will be very sorry in the morning." "Sorry! Why the devil should I be sorry?" cried Jeffreys, with the dogged insolence of inebriation. "I don't know what I've got to be sorry for." "Come, come," said Mr. Torrens, gently pushing his daughter aside, and approaching the manservant in a coaxing, conciliatory way. "This is carrying the thing too far, John." "Well, well, we can talk it over in the morning, miss, and I dare say we shall make matters right enough together," stammered the drunken hind, as he allowed himself to be led away from the chamber by Mr. Torrens. "You're a pretty gal, and if I said anythink amiss—" The almost maddened father hurried him over the threshold, and Rosamond hastened to secure the door behind them both. Then flinging herself into a chair, she exclaimed, "My God, what horrors have met my ears this night! Misfortunes, crimes, woes, fears, outrages have entered the house like an army carrying desolation along with it. But my father, a murderer? Oh, heavens! No, no, it cannot be. And yet that dread accusation, so cool, so systematic. My God, my God!" And she wept as if her heart would break. From this painful, or rather most agonizing condition of mind, she was aroused by a low knock at her door, and in answer to her question who was there, the voice of her father replied. She hastened to admit him, but as he entered, she started back, appalled by the ghastliness of his countenance, every lineament of which denoted horror and fearful emotions. "Father, tell me all. Keep me not in suspense. Let me know the worst," exclaimed Rosamond, clasping her hands in an imploring manner. "Dreadful things have happened, I am sure, and my brain is reeling, maddening." "Daughter," said Mr. Torrens, taking her hand, "you must and you shall know the worst now, for I find that the miscreant Jeffreys has indeed told you too much for me to attempt to conceal the truth. Just heavens, my father stained with the blood of vengeance on account of his dishonoured daughter, said Rosamond, speaking in broken sentences and with hysterical excitement, while her eyes were fixed intently and with a fearfully wild expression upon the haggard countenance of her sire. No, not so, Rosamond, answered Mr. Torrens emphatically. Sit down, there, and try and compose yourself for a few moments, while I give you an explanation which circumstances have rendered imperative. The wretched girl suffered herself to be placed on a seat. Her father then drew another chair close to the one which she occupied, and leaning with folded arms over the back of it, he continued in these terms. Last night, after you had retired to your room, Sir Henry Courtenay called. Yes, he dared to visit the house into which such dishonour and so much misery had been brought by his means, but he came to offer every possible atonement which it was in his power to make, and then I ascended to your room here to make you aware of his presence in the parlour below, and of the proposals which I had received. But I found you in a state of mind too profoundly excited to bear the announcement. I remained with you to console and tranquillize you, and when I saw that you were growing more calm, I retraced my way downstairs. Merciful heavens, what a spectacle then met my eyes! And Mr. Torrens, having introduced his fearful history by this deceptive and well-coloured preface, proceeded to narrate the facts of the murder precisely as they had really occurred, not forgetting to mention the robbery of a sum of money which he had left on the table. He then explained the part which John Jeffreys had subsequently performed in the occurrences of the preceding night, and he wound up in the following manner. Thus you perceive, dear Rosamond, how a fearful combination of circumstances would fix dark and dreadful suspicions on me, were this tragedy to be brought to light. And now, too, you can understand how that miscreant Jeffreys dared to presume upon his knowledge of the shocking event, how, believing me to be completely in his power, he fancied that I dared not defend my own daughter from his licentious ruffianism. And more than all this, Rosamond, Mrs. Slingsby holds me also beneath the rod of terrorism, for she knew that the baronet came hither last night. She knew also that he did not return, and I was compelled to reveal to her the whole truth, even as circumstances have now forced me to reveal it to you. And this is the secret of my intended marriage with her, a marriage that will take place tomorrow, and into which she has coerced me. Thus, Rosamond, if you ever loved, and if you still love your unhappy father, pity him. Pity him, but do not reproach him, nor aggravate his grief and his mental anguish by thought or deed on your part. So ingeniously had Mr. Torrens blended truth and fiction into his narrative to work upon the feelings of his daughter, so artfully had he combined and explained the various incidents in order to represent himself as the victim of cruel circumstances, that the generous-minded Rosamond felt the deepest commiseration and sympathy on behalf of her father rapidly taking possession of her soul. "My dearest parent," she said, "I crave your pardon, I implore your forgiveness, for having wronged you by the most unjust, the most horrible suspicions. But the conduct of that man Jeffreys, his awful accusation, the reluctance you appeared to exhibit in dealing summarily with him, when you entered the room the first time this night, all these things operated powerfully upon my mind, which has been attenuated by so many dreadful shocks within the last 10 or 12 days. Alas, what sorrows have overtaken us! What perils environ us! Let us fly from this neighbourhood. Dear father, let us leave England." "It is impossible, Rosamond," interrupted Mr. Torrens hastily. "I had myself thought of that means of ensuring personal safety, but I abandoned the idea almost as soon as formed, for it was better to stay here, surrounded by danger, yet having bread to eat, than seek a foreign clime to starve. We can work, dear father, we can toil for our livelihood. But no, never should you be reduced to such a painful necessity. so long as your daughter has health and strength to labour for our mutual support," exclaimed the excellent-hearted girl. "Oh, let us fly! Let us quit this country! Let us repair to France! I have some few accomplishments, drawing, music, a knowledge of all the branches of needlework, and it will be hard indeed if I cannot earn enough to procure us bread." "No, no, Rosamond, it cannot be," said Mr. Torrens, tears now trickling down his cheeks, for the better he became acquainted with the admirable traits of his daughter's character traits, which adversity, misfortune, and danger now developed, the more bitterly did his heart smite him for the awful treachery he had perpetrated with regard to her. "And wherefore is it impossible?" she asked. "Consider, my dear father, by what circumstances you are now surrounded. On one side is Jeffreys, whom you dare not offend, whom you cannot discharge, and from whose ruffianism your daughter is not safe. On the other side is this marriage with Mrs. Slingsby, a marriage which I now perceive to be forced upon you, a marriage that will bring into this house a person whom neither of us can ever love or respect." "Enough, enough, Rosamond!" exclaimed Mr. Torrens. "All these sad things, these dangers, and these sacrifices have become interwoven with the destiny which it is mine to fulfil, and I must pursue my painful course, follow on my sad career, in the best manner that I may. I cannot risk starvation in a foreign land. I could not support an existence maintained by the toils of my daughter. Besides, I am confident of being able to realise a fortune by my speculations in this neighbourhood. Here then must I remain. And now, Rosamond, it remains for you to decide whether you will receive the mother-in-law whose imperious circumstances force upon you, or whether you will abandon your father." "Never, never will I leave you!" cried the affectionate girl, throwing her arms around her parent's neck and embracing him tenderly. The painful interview between the father and his child then terminated. The former retired to his own apartment, a prey to feelings of the most harrowing nature, and the latter sought her couch, to which slumber was brought through sheer exhaustion. But the horrors of the early portion of the night were perpetuated in her dreams. End of section 85.
Section 86 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3 by George W. M. Reynolds. Chapter 82. The Forged Cheque. Oh, what a strange and at the same time what a wondrous world is this in which we live, and how marvellous is human progress! The utmost attainments effected by the wisdom of our ancestors were but ignorance and short-sightedness compared with the knowledge of the present day. Antiquity had its grand intellects and its sublime geniuses, but it furnished not the same abundance of materials to act upon as is afforded by the discoveries and likewise by the spirit of this age. But are we proportionately happier on this account than were our forefathers? Is the working man, for instance, more prosperous, more comfortable, more enviable as to his condition than the aboriginal Briton who lived in a cave or the hollow of a tree, and who painted his body to protect it against the cold? With all our prosperity, with all the grandeur, the glitter, and the refinement of our civilization, with all our moralizing institutions and our love of social order and mental improvement, we yet find the national heart devoured, tortured, and preyed upon by that undying serpent, pauperism. Yes, the millions are not so happy, so prosperous, or so comfortable as they ought to be, for they are compelled to gnaw the tares of civilization's field, while the proud and heartless oligarchy self-appoint the corn. Proud and heartless indeed are the rulers and the mighty ones of this land, and if the millions remain passive and patient, that pride and that heartlessness will grow, the one more despotic and the other more selfish. It was but a few days ago that we marked two distinct articles in the morning newspapers, which formed a contrast fearfully significant in its evidence of the pride and the heartlessness which we abominate on the one hand, and of the distress and suffering which we so deeply deplore on the other. One of these articles consisted of but 4 lines, the other occupied nearly 2 columns. The first stated as laconically as possible that bread had risen to 13 pence the quartern loaf, and recorded a rapidly disposed of regret that provisions should be so dear on account of the poor. The second gave a laboured, fulsome, and tedious wire-drawn narrative of Her Majesty's State Ball. Thus the misery endured by millions in consequence of dearness and scarcity is a trivial matter, deserving only of 4 lines, whereas the trumpery nonsense and childish tomfoolery of a royal dance are deemed of sufficient importance to merit nearly 2 columns. Oh, instead of giving balls and splendid entertainments at such a time, if the sovereign of this land were to say to the people, "Ye are starving, and it makes my heart bleed to think that from your very vitals are wrung the hundreds of thousands of pounds which are wasted by myself and the other members of the royal family on our frivolities, our whims, our caprices, and our wanton extravagances. Therefore will I give you back 1/2 of the enormous income which I have hitherto enjoyed, in the full confidence that my example will be imitated by many others who prey upon you." Did the sovereign thus speak to the nation would be justly proud of its sovereign, and yet this sovereign would only be performing a duty dictated by humanity and common justice. What would be thought of the father of a family who feasted on turtle and venison, accompanied by generous wines, every day, while his children were thrust into the cold humid cellar to devour a mouldy crust and drink water? Yet the sovereign delights in the attribute of a general and comprehensive paternal solicitude in the welfare of the people, but it is an attribute which exists only in the imaginations of grovelling courtiers or lick-spittle historians. Royalty and aristocracy are intensely, necessarily, and thoroughly selfish, and as for any anxiety on behalf of the toiling and suffering millions, the idea is absurd, the notion is a mere delusion. The assertion that such a feeling exists is a lie, a monstrous, wicked, atrocious lie. There is more of the milk of human kindness in a single cottage than in all the palaces of Europe taken together. There is more true philanthropy in one poor man's hovel than in 1,000 mansions of the great and wealthy in the fashionable quarters of London. Oh, if the father or the mother can dance and be glad while the children are famishing, the sooner all ties are severed between such worthless parents and such an oppressed and outraged offspring, the better. Nero danced and sang on the summit of a tower at the spectacle presented to his eyes by burning Rome, and festivity and rejoicing reign in our English palaces, at a moment when scarcity menaces the land with famine and its invariable attendant, pestilence. People of England, ye now understand how much sympathy ye may expect on the part of those who derive all their wealth from the sweat of your brow. People of Ireland, ye now comprehend how much pity your starving condition excites on the part of your rulers. People of Scotland, ye now perceive how worthy the great ones of the realm are of your adulation. But it is sickening as it is sorrowful to dwell on this subject. Some of our readers may perhaps ask us wherefore we broach it at all. We will reply by means of a few questions. Is not every individual member of a society interested in the welfare of that society? Or ought he not at least to be so? Is he not justified in denouncing the errors or the downright turpitude of the magistrates whom that society has chosen to govern it, and who derive their power only from its goodwill and pleasure? Or is it not indeed his duty to proclaim those errors and that turpitude? Should not this duty be performed, even if it be unpleasant, and can we ever hope to ameliorate our condition, unless we expose the abuses which oppress, degrade, and demoralize us? Oh, let no one rashly and in a random manner say that he cares nothing about politics. Such an assertion denotes a wilful disregard not only of his neighbour's interests, but also of his own. Were all men to entertain such an indifference, the people would be the veriest slaves that an unrestrained despotism and an unwatched tyranny could render them. It is as necessary for the industrious classes to protect their rights and privileges by zealously guarding them, as to adopt precautions to save their houses from fire. One word more. It is a common saying, and as absurd as it is common. Oh, women have no right to meddle in politics. Women, on the contrary, have as much right as the lords of the creation to exhibit an interest in the systems and institutions by which they are governed. For the sake of their children, as well as for their own, they should assert and exercise that right. It is a lamentable delusion to suppose that the intellect of women is not powerful nor comprehensive enough to embrace such consideration. The intellect of women is naturally as strong as that of man, but it has less chances and less opportunities of developing its capacity. The masculine study of politics would aid the intellect of woman in putting forth its strength, and we hope that the day is gone by when the female sex are to be limited to the occupations of the drawing-room, the nursery, or the kitchen. We do not wish to see women become soldiers or sailors, nor to work at severe employment, but we are anxious to behold them thinkers as well as readers, utilitarians as well as domestic economists. And we know of no greater benefit that could be conferred on society in general than that which might be derived from the influence of the well-developed intellect of woman. Her sight is naturally better poised than that of man, far-seeing and quick-sighted is she. A readiness at devising and combining plans to meet emergencies is intuitive with her. Her judgment is correct, her taste good, and she profits by experience far more usefully than does man. Is it not absurd, then, is it not unjust, and is it not unwise to deny to woman the right of exercising her proper influence in that society of which she is the ornament and the delight? Alas, that there should be such exceptions to the general rule of female excellence as Martha Slingsby, a woman whose principles were thoroughly corrupt, whose licentious passions were of the most devouring, insatiable kind, and whose talent for wicked combinations and evil plottings was unfortunately so great. Let us return to this hypocritical and abandoned creature, and follow her in the vile scheme which now occupies all her attention. Having breakfasted at an early hour, she seated herself at her desk, whence she drew forth a packet of letters received by her at various times from Sir Henry Courtenay, and the signatures of which now became the objects of her special study. The art of counterfeiting the late baronet's autograph was practised by her for nearly half an hour, for though she was already tolerably confident of her ability to forge his signature most successfully, as she had assured Mr. Torrens, she nevertheless deemed it prudent to render the imitation as perfect as possible. At last the atrocious deed was accomplished to her complete satisfaction, and a cheque for £2,000 lay, drawn in a thoroughly business-like manner, upon her desk. She was bold and courageous in the execution of plots and the carrying out of deep schemes, but this dark and dangerous crime which she had perpetrated caused her to shudder from head to foot. Hitherto all her wickedness had been of a nature calculated only, if detected, to involve her in disgrace, and not in peril; to ruin her character, but not place her life in jeopardy. Now she had taken a step, a bold and desperate step, which at once set her on the high road that conducts all those who are found treading its pathway to the foot of the scaffold. Yes, she shrank back, and she trembled violently as she rose from the desk whereon the forged cheque now lay, and for a moment she was inclined to seize it, to rend it into 1,000 pieces, and thus to dispel at once and in an instant the tremendous black cloud of stormy danger which she had drawn over her own head. But no, she had courage enough to be wicked and rash, but she had not strength of mind sufficient to render her prudent. She therefore decided on daring all, risking everything, by the presentation of the forged cheque. Having dressed herself in a style of unusual elegance, she proceeded in a hackney coach to Lombard Street, and alighted at the door of the banking-house on which the cheque was drawn. Saying to herself, "Now for the aid of all my courage," she entered the spacious establishment and advanced towards the counter. One of the numerous clerks in attendance instantly received the cheque, which she handed across to him, and as it left her hand a chill struck to her heart, and she would at the moment have given worlds to recall it. Her composure was now only the effect of utter desperation, but so unruffled was her countenance that not a lineament was so changed as to be calculated to engender suspicion. The clerk took the cheque to the nearest desk upon the counter, and after reading it with more than usual attention, as Mrs. Slingsby thought, he said, "This is dated the day before yesterday, madam. Have you seen Sir Henry Courtenay since then?" "I have not," answered Mrs. Slingsby, wondering how she was able to speak in a tone so cold and collected. "I believe," she added, "that he has gone out of town." "Pardon the question, madam," observed the clerk, "but one of his servants was here last evening, just before closing time, to inquire if we had seen Sir Henry." Then, after a few moments' pause, he said, "How will you have this?" Immense was the relief suddenly experienced by the guilty woman. She seemed as if drawn abruptly forth from the depths of an ocean in which she had been suffocating, drowning, The revulsion of feeling was so great that whereas she had been enabled to stand without support throughout the few minutes of frightful ordeal just past, she was now compelled to cling to the counter, though the clerk observed not her emotion. Having specified the manner in which she desired the amount of the cheque to be paid her, Mrs. Slingsby received the produce of her crime and quitted the bank. She was now so astounded at the complete success of her scheme, although when able to reflect calmly upon it she had never once doubted the issue, that she could scarcely believe in its realization. Her brain whirled, her heart palpitated violently as she ascended the steps of the hackney coach, and its motion as it rolled away from the door of the bank increased the excitement under which she was now labouring. On her return to Old Burlington Street she found Mr. Torrens waiting for her, it being nearly 12 o'clock, the hour appointed for their visit to the solicitor. The moment she entered the drawing-room, Mr. Torrens rose from his seat and advanced towards her, his eyes fixed intently upon her countenance. In fact, Mr. Torrens was deeply anxious to learn the result of the bold venture which Mrs. Slingsby was that morning to make. With him it was now a matter of pecuniary ruin or salvation, and he had overcome so many difficulties already, stifling his own scruples at taking an immodest woman for his wife, and reducing his daughter to a belief in the necessity of his submitting to this matrimonial arrangement, that he trembled lest some unforeseen accident should thwart him just at the moment when he appeared to be touching on the goal of success. Moreover, he had that morning, ere quitting home, so contrived matters with John Jeffreys as to induce this man to leave his service without delay, and he had enjoyed the supreme satisfaction of seeing that dangerous person leave his house ere he himself had set out to keep his appointment with Mrs. Slingsby. Thus everything had progressed in accordance with Mr. Torrens' views and wishes so far as the preliminaries to his change of condition were involved. "Well, my dear madam, what tidings?" he eagerly demanded, as he approached to meet Mrs. Slingsby. "I have succeeded," she said, throwing herself into a chair, "but I would not for worlds undergo again the same dreadful alternations between acute suspense and thrilling joy, cold tremor and feverish excitement." "And yet the transaction has given a charming glow of animation to your countenance," observed Mr. Torrens, now for the first time inflamed by desire in respect to the amorous widow whom he was shortly to make his wife. "I have procured the licence, and Rosamond, what of her?" demanded Mrs. Slingsby hastily. "She will receive you with a respectful welcome at Torrens Cottage," was the answer. "By dint of reasoning with her I overcame all her scruples, and rendered her pliant and ductile to our purposes." "All progresses well, then," said Mrs. Slingsby. "Let us now away to Mr. Howard." And to that gentleman's office did the pair proceed. Their business was soon explained to the attorney, who manifested no surprise nor any particular emotion at the singularity of the transaction. For Mr. Howard was a perfect man of business, ready to receive instructions without expressing any feelings at all calculated to annoy his clients, and never indicating a curiosity to learn more than those clients might choose to confide to him. "I am to keep this sum of £2000 until such time as Mr. Torrens may claim it in the capacity of your husband," he said, as coolly and quietly as if he were receiving a deposit on the purchase of an estate. "Exactly so," answered Mrs. Slingsby. "And to-morrow morning, my dear sir," added Mr. Torrens with a smile, "I shall come to claim it." "Good!" exclaimed Mr. Howard, locking up the bank notes and gold in his iron safe. "I give you joy, Mr. Torrens. Mrs. Slingsby, I wish you all possible happiness." Thus speaking, the attorney bowed his clients out of the office. Mr. Torrens escorted Mrs. Slingsby back to Old Burlington Street, and then repaired as fast as his horse and gig would take him to his own dwelling, to sit down to an early dinner and afterwards dress himself for the interesting ceremony of the evening. But on his arrival at the cottage he learnt from the female servant who opened the door, that his daughter Rosamond had left home an hour previously. "Left home!" ejaculated Mr. Torrens. "But will she return?" he continued interrogatively. "Did she not say that she would return?" "She desired me to give you this note, sir," answered the domestic. Mr. Torrens tore open the letter placed in his hands, and read the following impressive lines: "Pardon me, dearest father, for the step which I am now taking, but I cannot support the idea of dwelling beneath the same roof with that lady who is soon to be my mother-in-law. I know that I promised not to desert the paternal home. That promise was given in sincerity, though maddening reflections now render me incapable of keeping it. You are well aware how dreadfully my feelings have been wounded, how cruelly my heart has been lacerated during the last few hours, and I have struggled against the violence of my grief. I have endeavoured to subdue my anguish.
But the occurrences of last night, the outrage attempted by that villain Jeffreys, the revelation of the terrible secret relative to Sir Henry Courtenay—oh, my dear father, a mind 10,000 times stronger than that of your unhappy daughter could not endure the weight of all this aggregate of misery. Therefore, sooner that my presence should render my father's house unhappy, I depart thence, hoping to be followed by your blessing. Grieve not for me, dear father, Heaven will protect me. From time to time I shall write to you, and should happier days arrive, but of that, alas, I dare entertain no hope at present. To you must I leave the painful task of accounting to my dearest, dearest sister, and her esteemed husband for my absence when you see them again. Farewell. Farewell, my beloved father. I scarcely know what I have written. My brain is on fire. My heart is ready to burst. My eyes are dimmed with tears. The servant watched the countenance of her master with evident interest and curiosity as he perused this note. "Did Miss Rosamond appear much excited?" he asked, in a tremulous tone, and without raising his eyes from the letter which he held in his hand. "She was crying very much, sir," responded the servant, "and it made me quite sad to see her. I attempted to comfort her, but she only shook her head impatiently, and then sobbed as if her heart would break. I knew that she was going to leave, because she had a small package in her hand, and she did cry so dreadful when she told me to give you this note." Mr. Torrens turned aside and hastened to his chamber, where he remained until 5:30. He then descended to the parlour, dressed for the nuptial ceremony. To the servant's inquiry relative to the serving up of the dinner, he replied that he had no appetite, and immediately gave orders for the horse and gig to be got ready by a stable boy, who had been hastily hired in the morning to take the place of Jeffreys, until a more efficient substitute could be found. The command was soon obeyed, and shortly before 7 o'clock Mr. Torrens arrived in Old Burlington Street. The flight of his daughter from home had proved a more severe shock to him than the reader might imagine, considering the cold and heartless disposition of this man. It was not that he felt he should miss her society. No, he did not love her enough to harbour a regret of that nature. But her departure from the paternal dwelling had made him writhe beneath the maddening, the galling conviction that his independence was in a measure gone, and that a stern necessity had compelled him to assent to link his fate with that of a woman so vile and abandoned that his own child fled at the idea of her approach. Influenced by such feelings as these, it was no easy task for Mr. Torrens to assume a complacent demeanour suitable to the occasion of his nuptials. He nevertheless managed to conceal the emotions which wrung him so acutely, and played his part with tolerable satisfaction to Mrs. Slingsby, as she introduced him to Dr. Wagtail and the other guests, including a clergyman, who were already assembled at her house. The ceremony was performed by the reverend gentleman just alluded to, Dr. Wagtail giving the bride away. A splendid banquet was then served up, and shortly after 10 o'clock Mr. and Mrs. Torrens departed together for the cottage. End of section 86. Recording by Philip Gould.
Section number 87 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. The Reward of Crime. At 11:30 on the following morning, Mr. Torrens entered the office of Mr. Howard, the solicitor. His countenance wore a smile of satisfaction, in spite of the various events which had lately occurred to harass him, for he was about to receive a large sum of money, and his fingers itched to grasp the bank notes and the gold which he had seen stowed away in the safe on the preceding day. He already beheld his debts paid, his mind freed from pecuniary anxieties, and his speculations prospering in a manner giving assurance of the realization of a splendid fortune, and these pleasing visions, with which his imagination had cheered itself during the drive from the cottage to the attorney's office, naturally tended to bestow on his countenance the expansiveness of good humour. And, after all, it is a pleasant thing to enter a place where one is about to receive a good round sum of money, even though the amount will not remain long in pocket, but must be paid away almost as soon as fingered. Mr. Torrens had never felt more independent than he did on this occasion, and the look which he bestowed upon a poor beggar-woman with a child in her arms, as he ascended the steps leading to the front door of Mr. Howard's abode, was one of supreme contempt, as if a pauper were indeed a despicable object. Well, Mr. Torrens entered the office with a smiling countenance, but he was immediately struck by the strange aspect of things which there presented itself. The place was in confusion. The clerks were gathered together in a group near the window, looking particularly gloomy and conversing in whispers. Several gentlemen were busily employed in examining the japanned boxes which bore their names and contained their title deeds, and 2 or 3 females were weeping in a corner and exchanging such dimly significant observations as, "Oh, the rascal, the villain, to rob us poor creatures!" Mr. Torrens recoiled, aghast and speechless, from the contemplation of this alarming scene. A chill struck to his heart, and in common parlance, any one might have knocked him down with a straw. "Good heavens, gentlemen!" he exclaimed, at length recovering the use of his tongue. "What is the meaning of this?" "Ask those youngsters there, sir," said one of the individuals engaged in examining the tin boxes, and the speaker pointed towards the clerks in a manner which seemed to imply that the news were too shocking for him to unfold, and that it was moreover the duty of the lawyers as subordinates to give the required information. "Well, gentlemen, what is the matter?" demanded Mr. Torrens, turning to the clerks. "Has anything sudden happened to Mr. Howard?" "Oh, very sudden indeed, sir," was the answer vouchsafed by one of the persons thus appealed to, and accompanied by a sinister grin. "Is he dead?" inquired Mr. Torrens, his excitement now becoming absolutely intolerable. "No, sir, he isn't dead exactly, but—" "But what?" cried Torrens, trembling from head to foot. "He's bolted, sir," was the astounding answer. "Absconded," murmured Mr. Torrens faintly, and reeling like a drunken man, he would have fallen had he not come in contact with the wall. Yes, it was indeed too true. Mr. Howard, the cold, phlegmatic, matter-of-fact, business-like lawyer, had decamped no one knew whither, though numbers had to mourn or course his flight. "Are you ill, sir?" inquired one of the clerks, at the expiration of a few moments, for Mr. Torrens was leaning against the side of the room, his countenance pale as death, his eyes rolling wildly in their sockets, and his limbs trembling convulsively. "No, no, I shall be better in a minute," groaned the unhappy man. "But this blow is cruel indeed," he gasped in a choking voice. £2,000! Ruin! Ruin! "Ah, there's many who'll be ruined by this smash, sir," said the clerk. "You're not the only one, and that's a consolation." A consolation indeed! It was none for Mr. Torrens, who saw himself ruined beyond all hope of redemption. Ruined in spite of the immense sacrifices he had made to avert the impending storm. The sacrifice of his daughter's innocence to Sir Henry Courtenay, and the sacrifice of himself to an abandoned and profligate woman. Miserable, miserable man! What hast thou earned by all thine intriguings, thy schemings, thy black turpitude, and thy deplorable self-degradation? Oh, better, better far is it to become the grovelling, whining beggar in the streets than to risk happiness, character, name, honour, all on such chances as those on which thou didst reckon. And now behold him issue forth from that office into which he had entered with head erect, self-sufficient air, and smiling countenance. Behold him issue forth, bent down, crushed, overcome, 10 years more aged than he was a few minutes previously, and an object of pity even for that poor beggar-woman whom ere now he had treated with such sovereign contempt. Miserable, miserable man! Has not thy punishment commenced in this world? Is there not a hell upon earth? And is not thy heart already a prey to devouring flames, and thy tongue parched with the insatiate thirst of burning fever, and thy soul tortured by the undying worm? Oh, how canst thou return to thy house in the vicinity of which lies interred a corpse, the discovery of which may at any time involve thee in serious peril. How canst thou go back to that dwelling whence thine injured daughter has fled, and over the threshold of which thou hast conducted a vile strumpet as thy bride? When we consider how fearfully we are made, how manifold are the chances that extreme grief, sudden ruin, and overwhelming anguish may cause a vessel in the surcharged heart to burst, or the racked brain to become a prey to the thunderclap of apoplexy. It is surprising, it is truly wondrous that man can support such an enormous weight of care without being stricken dead when it falls upon him. And yet, to what a degree of tension may the fibres of the heart be wrung, ere they will snap asunder, and what myriads of weighty and maddening thoughts may agitate in the brain, ere reason will rock on its throne, or a vein burst with the gush of blood. In the meantime occurrences of importance were taking place at Torrens's cottage. Mrs. Torrens, late Mrs. Slingsby, was whiling away an hour in unpacking her boxes, and disposing of her effects in the wardrobe and cupboards of her bedchamber, congratulating herself all the time on the success which her various schemes had experienced. She had obtained a husband to save her from disgrace, and that husband had set out to receive, as she fancied, a considerable sum of money, which would relieve him of his difficulties, and enable him to pursue his undertakings in such a manner as to yield ample revenues for the future. She was moreover rejoiced that Rosamond had quitted the house, for shameless as this vile woman was, she could not have failed to be embarrassed and constrained in her new dwelling had that injured girl met her there. While Mrs. Torrens was thus engaged with her domestic avocations and her self-gratulatory thoughts in her bedchamber, the stable-boy who had been hired on the preceding day was occupying himself in the garden. "Well, what do you think of your new missus?" he said to the maidservant, who had just been filling a stone pitcher at the pump in the yard. "She seems a decent body, you know," was the reply, "but I haven't seen much of her yet. What are you doing there, Harry?" "Why, you must know that I'm rather a good hand at gardening," answered the lad, desisting from his occupation of digging a hole in the ground and resting on his spade. "And I'm going to move that young tree to this spot here, because it's all in the shade where it stands now, and will never come to no good." "Ah, that's one of the young trees that Jeffries planted, him who went away so suddenly yesterday morning, and which made me come and fetch you to help us here," observed the maid. "But come, go on with your work," she added, laughing, "and let me see whether you really know how to handle a spade." "Well, you shall see," returned the boy, and he fell to work again, with the more alacrity because a pretty girl was watching his progress. "But I'll tell you fairly," he said after a few minutes' pause in the conversation, "this digging here is no proof of what I can do, because the ground is quite soft, and the more I dig, the surer I am that the earth has been turned up here very lately." "That I'm certain it has not," exclaimed the maidservant. "But I say that it has, though," persisted Harry. "Look here, how easy it is to dig out. Do you think I don't know?" "You fancy yourself very clever, my boy," said the female domestic, laughing. "But you're wrong for once. We had no manservant here before Jeffries come, and he never dug there, I declare." "Now, I'll just tell you what I'll do for the fun of the thing," cried the lad. "I'll dig out all the earth, as far down as it has been dug out before, because I now can see that a hole has been dug here," he added emphatically. "You're an obstinate fellow to stand out so," said the maid, "but I'll come back in 5 minutes to see how you get on." The good-natured servant hastened into the kitchen with the pitcher of water in her hand, and the lad continued his delving occupation in such thorough earnest that the perspiration poured down his forehead. By the time the maidservant returned to the spot where he was digging, he had thrown out a great quantity of earth, and had already made a hole at least 3 feet deep. "Still hard at work?" she said. "Why, you have made a place deep enough to bury that little sapling in. And what a curious shape the hole is, to be sure! Just for all the world like as if it was dug to put a dead body in. I wish you wouldn't go on digging in that way, Harry. I shall dream of nothing but graves." A cry of horror bursting from the lips of the boy interrupted the maidservant's good-natured loquacity. "What is it, Harry?" she demanded, peeping timidly into the hole, from which the boy hastily scrambled out. "You talk of dead bodies!" he cried, shuddering from head to foot, and with a countenance ashy pale. "But look there! A human hand!" The maid shrieked and darted back into the kitchen, uttering ejaculations of horror. Mrs. Torrens heard those sounds of alarm and hastily descended the stairs. "Oh, missus!" cried the boy, whom she encountered in the passage leading from the hall to the back door of the house. "Such a horrible sight! Oh, missus, what shall we do? What will become of us?" "Speak! Explain yourself!" said Mrs. Torrens, amazed and frightened at the strange agitation and convulsed appearance of the boy. "Oh, missus!" he repeated, his eyes rolling wildly, his countenance denoting indescribable terror. "In that hole there, a dead body! A man's hand!" "Merciful heavens!" shrieked Mrs. Torrens, now becoming dreadfully agitated in her turn. For rapid as lightning flash did the thought strike her that the corpse of Sir Henry Courtenay was discovered. "Yes, missus, 'tis a man's hand, peeping out of the earth," continued the lad, "and I'm afraid I hacked it with the shovel. But I'm sure I didn't mean to do no such thing." The newly married lady staggered as those frightful words fell upon her ears, and a film spread over her eyes. But a sudden peremptory knock at the front door recalled her to herself. She ordered the trembling maid, who was now standing at the kitchen entrance, to hasten and answer the summons. The moment the front door was opened, two stout men, shabby genteel in appearance, and smelling uncommonly of gin and peppermint, walked unceremoniously into the hall. "Is Mrs. Torrens at home, my dear?" said one, who carried an ash stick in his hand. "'Cause, if she is, you'll please tell her that two gentlemen is waiting to say a word to her." "What name?" demanded the servant maid, by no means well pleased at the familiar tone in which she was addressed. "Oh, what name?" repeated the self-styled gentleman, with the ash stick. "Well, you may say Mr. Brown and Mr. Thompson, my dear." "I am Mrs. Torrens, gentlemen," said that lady, who, having overheard the preceding dialogue, now came forward, "and I suppose that you are the persons sent by the auctioneer about the sale of my furniture in Old Burlington Street." "Well, not exactly that neither, ma'am," returned the individual with the ash stick. "The fact is, we're officers." "Officers!" shrieked the miserable woman, an appalling change coming over her. "Yes, and we've got a warrant agin you for forgery, ma'am," added the Bow Street runner, who was no other than the reader's old acquaintance, Mr. Dykes. Mrs. Torrens uttered a dreadful scream, and fell senseless on the floor. "Come, young woman, bustle about and get your missus some water and vinegar, and so on," exclaimed Dykes. "Here, Bingham, my boy, lend a helping hand, and we'll take the poor creature into the parlour." The two officers accordingly raised the insensible woman and carried her into the adjacent room, where they deposited her on the sofa, that sofa which had proved the death-bed of her paramour. In the meantime the servant maid, though almost bewildered by the dreadful occurrences of the morning, hastened to procure the necessary articles to aid in the recovery of her mistress, and in a few minutes Mrs. Torrens opened her eyes. Gazing wildly around her, she exclaimed, "Where am I?" Then, encountering the sinister looks of the two runners, she again uttered a piercing scream, and clasping her hands together, murmured, "My God! My God!" For a full sense of all the tremendous horror of her situation burst upon her, and there was a world of mental anguish in those ejaculations. "She's a fine woman," whispered Dykes to his friend, while the good-natured servant endeavoured to console her mistress. "Yes, she be," replied Bingham. "What a pity 'tis that she's sure to be scragged." "So it is," added Mr. Dykes. "And now, you stay here, old chap, while I just make a search about the place to see if I can find any of the blunt raised by the forgery." Thus speaking, the officer quitted the room. "Oh, ma'am, pray don't take on so," said the good-natured servant maid, endeavouring to console her mistress. "It must be some mistake. I know it is. You never could have done what they say. I wish master would come home. He'd soon put him out of the place." My God, what will become of me?" murmured Mrs. Torrens, pressing her hand to her forehead. "Oh, what shall I do? What will the world say? Just heavens! This is terrible, terrible!" At that moment the parlour door was opened violently, and Mr. Dykes made his appearance, dragging in the lad Harry, who was straggling to get away, and blubbering as if his heart were ready to break. "Hold your tongue, you damned young fool!" cried Dykes, giving him a good shake, which only made him bawl out the more lustily. No one ain't going to do you no harm, but we must keep you as a witness. Bless the boy, I don't suppose you had any hand in the murder." These last words brought back to the mind of Mrs. Torrens the dread discovery which had ere now been made in the garden, and the remembrance of which had been chased away by the appalling peril that had suddenly overtaken her. But at the observation of the Bow Street runner to the boy, she uttered a faint hysterical scream, and fell back in a state of semi-stupefaction. "Murder, did you say, old fellow?" demanded Bingham. "Yes, summat in that way," returned Dykes. "At all events, there's a man with his throat cut from ear to ear lying at the bottom of a hole in the garden." "You don't mean to say he was left all uncovered like that?" exclaimed Bingham. No, answered Dykes. "Them as did for him buried him safe enough, and it seems that this boy has been a-digging there, and comes down to a hand sticking out of the ground. So he's too much afeard to go down any further. But I deuced soon shovelled out the earth, and behold ye! There lies the dead fullest spectacle you ever see, Bingham, in all your life. But it won't do to waste time in talking here. You cut over to Streatham and get a couple of constables, 'cause there's plenty of work for us all in this house, it seems." Bingham departed to execute the commission thus confided to him, and Dykes remained behind in charge of the premises. It would be impossible to describe the wretchedness of the scene which was now taking place in the parlour. The lad Harry was crying in one corner, despite the assurances which Dykes had given him. The maid-servant, horrified and alarmed at all the incidents which had occurred within the last quarter of an hour, was anxious to depart from a house which circumstances now rendered terrible. But she could not make up her mind to leave Mrs. Torrens, who was in a most deplorable condition. For the unhappy woman lay, gasping for breath and moaning piteously, on the sofa, her countenance distorted with the dreadful workings of her agitated soul, and her eyes fixed and glassy beneath their half-closed lids. Dykes accosted the boy, and was beginning to put some questions to him, with a view to ascertain when it was likely that Mr. Torrens would return, when that gentleman suddenly drove up to the door in his gig. "Now, my lad," said Dykes, "go and open the door, and mind, don't utter a word about what has taken place here this morning." The boy hastened to admit Mr. Torrens, who passed by him without even appearing to notice his presence, and proceeded straight to the parlour in a mechanical kind of manner, which showed how deeply his thoughts were occupied with some all-absorbing subject. But the moment the ruined wretched man opened the door, he shrank back from the scene which offered itself to his view, for the condition of his wife, and the presence of so suspicious-looking a person as Mr. Dykes, told the entire tale at once. The forgery had been discovered. "Oh, master!" exclaimed the servant-maid, "I'm so glad you come back, for your poor dear lady—" "Yes, master, and that dreadful sight in the garden," interrupted the boy, whimpering again. "The murdered man in the hole." Mr. Torrens staggered, reeled, and would have fallen, had not Dykes caught him by the arm, saying, "Sit down, sir, and compose yourself. I'm very sorry that I should have been the cause of unsettling your good lady so, sir, but I'm obleeged to do my duty. And as for t'other business in the garden, I presume you are an officer," cried Mr. Torrens, suddenly recovering his presence of mind, as if he had called some desperate resolution to his aid. "That's just what I am, sir," answered Dykes. "And you have come here to arrest Mrs. Slingsby, Mrs. Torrens, that is, for forgery. Was my business in the first instance," continued Dykes, "and now it's grown more serious, 'cause of a orkard discovery made in the garden." "What?" demanded Torrens, with strange abruptness, but he was a prey to the most frightful suspense, and was anxious to learn at once whether any suspicion attached itself to him relative to that discovery, the nature of which he could full well understand. "The dead body, the murdered gentleman, master!" exclaimed the lad Harry, throwing terrified glances around him. "I do not understand you," said Mr. Torrens in a hoarse, hollow tone. "What do you mean? All this is quite strange, and therefore the more alarming to me." But the ghastly pallor and dreadful workings of his countenance instantly confirmed in the mind of Dykes the suspicion he had already entertained, namely, that Mr. Torrens was not ignorant of the shocking deed now brought to light, and the officer accordingly had but one course to pursue. "Mr. Torrens, sir," he said, "the less you talk on this here business, perhaps the better, 'cause every word that's uttered here must be repeated again elsewhere, and it will be my duty to take you afore a magistrate." "Take me!" ejaculated the wretched man, and his eyes were fixed in horrified amazement on the officer. "I'm sorry to say I must do so," answered Dykes. "Martha! Martha!" ejaculated Torrens, starting from the seat in which the officer had just now deposited him, and speaking in such wild, unearthly tones that those who heard him thought he had suddenly gone raving mad. "Why do you lie moaning there? Get up, and face the danger bravely. Bravely! Ah, ah! Here's a fine ending to all our glorious schemes!" And he laughed frantically. "Howard has run away, absconded, gone, I tell you. Yes, gone, with the £2,000. But I did not murder Sir Henry Courtenay," he continued, abruptly reverting to the most horrible of all the frightful subjects which racked his brain. "No, it was not I who murdered him. You know it was not, Martha!" And he sank back, exhausted and fainting, in the seat from which he had risen. "Sir Henry Courtenay!" cried Dykes. "Well, this is strange, for it's on account of forging his name that the lady is arrested, and notice of his disappearance was given at our office this morning." Late that evening the entire metropolis was thrown into amazement by the report that a gentleman named Torrens, who had hitherto borne an excellent character, and was much respected by all his friends and acquaintances, had been committed to Newgate on a charge of murder, the victim being Sir Henry Courtenay, Baronet. And this rumour was coupled with the intelligence that the prisoner's wife, to whom he had only been married on the previous day, and who was so well known in the religious and philanthropic circles by the name of Slingsby, had been consigned to the same gaol on a charge of forgery. End of section 87.
Section 88 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3 by George W. M. Reynolds. Chapter 84. Old Death's Party. While these rumours were circulating throughout the metropolis, Old Death was preparing for the reception of visitors at his abode in Horsemonger Lane. The aged miscreant, assisted by the old woman who acted as his housekeeper, arranged bottles, glasses, pipes, and tobacco on the table, made up a good fire so that the kettle might boil by the time the guests should arrive, and carefully secured the shutters of the window in order to prevent the sounds of joviality from penetrating beyond that room. When these preparations were completed, the old woman was dispatched to the nearest cook shop to procure a quantity of cold meat for the supper, and shortly after her return with the provender, the visitors made their appearance, arriving singly at short intervals. The housekeeper was dismissed to her own room, and the four men, having seated themselves at the table, began to mix their grog according to their taste. "I suppose you've heard the news, Mr. Bones," said Jeffreys. "About your late master and his wife, eh?" asked Old Death. "Just so. They're in a pretty pickle, aren't they?" exclaimed Jeffreys with a chuckle. "We little thought last night, when we was a-talking over the whole business and dividing the swag, that the corpse would so soon turn up again. But I say," he added, now breaking out into a horrible laugh and turning towards Tim the Snammer and Josh Pedler, "it was rather curious, though, that I should have had a hand in burying that there feller which you made away with." "And still more curious," replied Tim, "that we should have done for a stranger, while the master of the house hisself escaped altogether. But 'tis no use talking of that there now. I wish it hadn't happened. It was, however, done in a hurry." "Never mind the little windpipe slitting affair," said Josh Pedler impatiently. "We got the swag. Old Death here smashed the screens, changed the notes, and that's all we ought to think of. 1,200 between us wasn't such a bad night's work, although it did lead us to do a thing we never did afore.
"And now my late master is certain sure to be scragged for it," exclaimed Jeffreys, "for no one could believe such a tale as he must tell in his defence." "Well, I'm not sorry for him. He is a harsh, reserved, sullen kind of a chap. But there's one thing I'm precious sorry for." "What's that?" demanded Old Death. "Why, he promised me £50 to be paid this evening at 7 o'clock," answered Jeffreys, "on condition that I'd leave his service at an instant's notice, and the blunt isn't, of course, forthcoming." "Never mind that. Don't make yourself uneasy, my boy," said Old Death with a significant chuckle. "You've got plenty of money for the present, and the business which we've met to talk about will put ever so much more into your pocket." "Well, let's to business then," exclaimed Jeffreys. "The fact is, I shan't go out to service no more, for, since I'm regularly in with you fellers now, I shall stick to you." "And I can always find you employment, lads," observed Old Death. "Come, help yourselves. We shall get on so much more comfortable when we're a little warmed with good liquor." "The cunning old file!" exclaimed Tim the Snammer, laughing and winking at his comrade Josh Pedler. "He wants to make us half lushy, so as to get us to undertake anythink, no matter how desperate, on his own terms." "'Pon my word, Tim," said Old Death, affecting a pleasant chuckle, which however sounded like the echo of a deep-toned voice in a cavern, "you are too hard upon me. I don't mean any such thing. I'll treat you liberally, whatever you do for me." "And so you ought, old boy," returned Tim Splint, "for you know how I suffered by you, and how cursed shabby you behaved towards me." "We agreed yesterday to let bygones be bygones," said Benjamin Bones somewhat sternly. "Do you mean to keep to that arrangement, or am I to consider that you still bear me a grudge?" "No, no," cried Tim. "What I said was only in fun. So tip us your hand, old boy. There. Now we'll each brew another glass, and you shall explain your business while we blow a cloud." The fresh supplies of grog were duly mixed. Jeffreys, Josh Pedler, and Tim Splint lighted their pipes, and Old Death addressed them in the following manner. "There is a man in London who has done me a most serious injury, an injury so great that I can never cease to feel its consequences as long as I live. In a word," continued Old Death, his features becoming absolutely hideous with the workings of evil passions, "he discovered my secret stores. He destroyed all the treasures, the valuables, and the possessions which I had been years and years in accumulating." "Destroyed them!" cried Tim Splint. "Stole them, you mean?" "No, destroyed them, wantonly destroyed them all, all!" yelled forth Old Death, his usually sepulchral voice becoming thrilling and penetrating with hyena-like rage. "The miscreant, the fiend, all was destroyed. Thousands and thousands of pounds worth of valuables wantonly, wilfully, methodically destroyed. I did not see the work of ruin, but I know that it must have taken place, because the man of whom I speak is what the world calls honourable. Perdition take such honour!" "But of what use was all that property to you, since you didn't convert it into money?" demanded Josh Pedler. "Of what use?" cried Old Death, again speaking in that yelling tone which manifested violent emotions. "Is there no use in keeping precious things to look at, to gloat upon, to calculate their value?" To be sure there is," he continued with a horrible chuckle. "But of that no matter. It is sufficient for you to know that I was deprived in 1 hour, in 1 minute, as you may say, of that property which had been accumulating for years, and the house too, which was mine so long, which I had purchased on account of its conveniences. Even those premises this man of whom I speak made me sell him. But I swore to have vengeance on him. I told him so when we parted, and I will keep my word." "Who is this person that you speak of?" asked Tim the Snammer. "The Earl of Ellingham," was the reply. "He is a great and powerful nobleman, I suppose," observed Tim. "It will be difficult and dangerous to do him any harm." "What's a nobleman more than another?" cried John Jeffreys. "I, for one, will undertake anything that our friend Mr. Bones may propose." "And so will I, if we're well paid," added Josh Pedler. "But there's one thing I must mention while I think on it. Don't none of you ever speak about that affair down in Torrens, you know. The cut-throat business, I mean, before my blowing Matilda. I like to have a little comfort at home, and a woman's tongue is the devil when it's set a-wagging in the blowing-up way." "We'll mind our P's and Q's before Tilda," said Tim the Snammer. "It isn't likely that any of us would be such fools as to talk of that business to women, or to others besides ourselves. But let Mr. Bones continue his explanations." "I have told you enough," resumed Old Death, "to convince you that this Earl of Ellingham deserves no mercy at my hands; and if I say that I will give each of you £100, yes, £100 each, to do my bidding in all things calculated to accomplish my vengeance on that man, if I make you this promise, I suppose you will not refuse to enlist yourselves in my employ. But mark you," he added hastily, and with a sinister knitting of the brows, "before you give me your answer, bear in mind that my vengeance is to be terrible, terrible in the extreme." "You mean to have the Earl murdered, I suppose," said John Jeffreys. "Murdered? Killed? No, no," exclaimed Old Death. "That would be a vengeance little calculated to appease me. He must live to know, to feel that I am avenged," added the malignant old villain. "He must experience such outrages, such insults, such ignominy, that he may writhe and smart under them like a worm under the teeth of the harrow. He must be made aware whence the blow comes, by whose order it is dealt, and wherefore it is levelled against him. Will you then for 1 week devote yourselves to my service? If you agree, I will at once give you an earnest of the sums promised as your recompense. If you refuse, there is an end of the matter, and I must look out elsewhere." "But you haven't told us what we are to do to earn our reward," said Josh Pedler. "There is no murder in the case," observed Old Death emphatically. "Then I, for one, consent without another minute's hesitation," exclaimed Josh Pedler. "And me too," said Tim the Snammer. "And I'm sure I'm not going to hang back," cried John Jeffreys. "Good," continued Benjamin Bones. "Though you've all got plenty of money in your pockets, there's no harm in having more. I will give you each £30 on account of the business I have now in hand," he added, taking his greasy pocket-book from the bosom of his old grey coat. The specified amount was handed over to each of the 3 villains, who received the bank notes with immense satisfaction. "3 or 4 more things like Torrens in this," observed Tim the Snammer, "and we shall be able to set up in business as gentlemen for the rest of our lives." "Now listen to me," resumed Old Death, his countenance expressing an infernal triumph, as if his vengeance were already more than half consummated. "In the first place, I must tell you that I'm going to move to-morrow morning up to Bunce's house in Earl Street, 7 Dials, and to-morrow night must you perform the first duty I require of you." "And what's that?" demanded Josh Pedler. "You know that a few weeks ago a certain person named Thomas Rainford was hanged at Horsemonger Lane Jail," proceeded Old Death, glancing rapidly around from beneath his shaggy, overhanging brows. "The very prince of highwaymen. A glorious fellow. A man I could have loved," exclaimed Josh Pedler in a tone the enthusiasm of which denoted his heart's sincerity. "Well, well," said Old Death impatiently. "But he's put out of the way. Dead. And gone. And it's no use regretting him, I suppose," he added, "that if you saw Tom Rain's body here, you wouldn't mind spitting in the face of the corpse or treating it with any other kind of indignity, if you was well rewarded for your pains." "Why, my respect for the man while he was living wouldn't make me such a fool to my own interest as to refuse to do what you say now that he's dead," answered Josh Pedler. "Besides, a dead body's a lump of clay or earth or whatever else you may choose to call it. At all events, it can't feel anything that's done to it. But what in the world has made you touch on such a queer subject?" "Because it is with Tom Rain's body that you will have to come in contact to-morrow night," responded Old Death, in a low, sepulchral voice, and now fixing his eyes, as it were, on all 3 at the same time. And those 3 men started with astonishment at this extraordinary and incomprehensible announcement. "Yes," proceeded Benjamin Bones, "it is just as I tell you. For the late Thomas Rainford was the elder brother of the Earl of Ellingham, and was legitimately born." This declaration excited fresh surprise on the part of the 3 men to whom it was addressed. "And therefore," continued the aged miscreant, his countenance contracting with savage wrinkles, It must be by the desecration of the corpse of Tom Rain that the Earl will be alike exposed to the whole world and goaded to desperation by the insult offered to the remains of his brother. Now do you begin to understand me? No? Well, then, I will explain myself more fully. It is known that the Earl demanded of the sheriff the corpse of the highwayman, that his request was complied with, and that the body was interred privately in consecrated ground. I set people to make inquiries, and it was only this morning, this very morning, I learnt that a coffin with the name of Thomas Rainford on the plate was buried in St. Luke's churchyard. This intelligence my friend Tidmarsh gleaned from the sexton of that church. To-morrow night, added Old Death, it is for you three to have up that coffin and convey it to the Bunce's house in Earl Street, 7 Dials. "Do you want us to turn resurrectionists?" demanded Josh Pedler in unfeigned surprise. "I wish you to do what I direct, and what I am going to pay you well for," answered Benjamin Bones. "If you refuse, give me back my money, and I'll find others who will be less particular." "Oh, I don't want to fly from the bargain," said Josh. "Only you'll allow me the right of being astonished if I choose, or rather if I can't help it. As for the resurrection part of the business, I'd have up all the coffins in St. Luke's churchyard on the same terms." "I thought you were not the man to retreat from a bargain," observed Old Death. "Well, when you have brought the coffin to Earl Street, we'll take out the body, put a rope round its neck and a placard on its breast, and that placard shall tell all the world that it is the corpse of Thomas Rainford, the famous highwayman who was executed at Horsemonger Lane Jail, and who was the rightful Earl of Ellingham. This being done, it will be for you to convey the body to Pall Mall just before daybreak, and place it on the steps of the hated nobleman's mansion." "There will be danger and difficulty in performing that part of the task," said Tim the Snammer. "Not at all," exclaimed Old Death. "A light spring cart will speedily convey the burden to Pall Mall, and it will be but the work of a few moments to achieve the rest. Besides, at that hour in the morning there is no one abroad." "All this can be managed easy enough," observed Jeffreys. "I don't flinch for one. Is that everything we shall have to do?" "No, no," replied Ben Bones with a grim smile. "I can't quite give £300 for one night's work. But since we are on the subject, I may as well explain to you what else I require in order to render my vengeance complete." The three men replenished their glasses and their pipes, and Old Death then proceeded to address them in the following manner. "From certain information which I have received, I am confident that the Earl of Ellingham experiences a great friendship towards Esther de Medina, who was, I am pretty certain, Rainford's mistress. It must be remembered that Benjamin Bones knew nothing of those incidents which have revealed to the reader the existence of Tamar, her beautiful sister's counterpart. This Esther de Medina is now in London, having been absent for a short time with her father. Another important point is that the newspapers some weeks ago announced the intended marriage of the Earl of Ellingham and Lady Hatfield. We are therefore aware of these two facts, that the Earl is attached to Esther de Medina as a friend, and to Lady Hatfield as her future husband. It may also be proper to remind the reader that as Old Death knew nothing more of the position in which the nobleman and Georgiana stood with regard to each other than what he had gleaned from the fashionable intelligence in the public prints, so he was completely ignorant of all the circumstances which had tended to break off the alliance thus announced. "Now," resumed the malignant old fiend, his eyes glistening with demoniac spite as he glanced rapidly from Josh Pedler to Tim the Snammer, and from Tim the Snammer to John Jeffreys, "now it is my intention to wound the heart of that hated Earl, that detested nobleman, through the medium of his best affections. Yes, by torturing those ladies I shall torture him. By subjecting them to frightful inflictions I shall punish him with awful severity. For to-morrow night, my good friends, your occupation is chalked out. For the night after, the task will be to inveigle Esther de Medina to the house in Earl Street, and on the night after that Lady Hatfield must also be enticed thither. How these points are to be accomplished I will tell you when the time for action comes." "And what do you mean to do with the two ladies when you get them there?" demanded Tim the Snammer. "What will I do to them?" repeated Old Death, his features animated with a malignity so horrible so reptile-like that he was at the moment a spectacle hideous to contemplate. What will I do to them? I will tell them all I have endured, all I have suffered at the hands of the hated, the abhorred Earl of Ellingham, and you three will be at hand to hold them tight, to bind them, to gag them, so that I, with a wire heated red, may—" "What?" demanded Jeffreys impatiently. "Blind them," returned Old Death, sinking his voice to a whisper which sounded hollow and sepulchral. The three villains as they were, started at the frightful intention thus announced to them. "Yes, I will put out their beautiful eyes," said Benjamin Bones, clenching his fists with feverish excitement. "Then I will leave them bound hand and foot in the house, and will send a letter to the Earl to tell him where he may seek for them. Will not such vengeance as this be sweet? Did you ever hear of a vengeance more complete? The Earl I leave unhurt, save in mind, and there he will be cruelly lacerated. But he must have his eyes, to see that those whom he loves are blind. He must be spared his powers of vision, that he may read in the newspapers the account of those indignities which will have been shown to the corpse of his elder brother." And as he feasted his imagination with these projects of diabolical vengeance, the horrible old man chuckled in his usual style, as if it were a corpse that so chuckled. The three miscreants whom he had taken into his service expressed their readiness to assist him in all his nefarious plans, for the reward he had promised them was great, and the earnest they had received was most exhilarating to their evil spirits. The infernal project having been fully discussed, and it having been agreed that Tidmarsh should proceed with one of the three villains in the morning to St. Luke's churchyard, to point out the precise spot where the coffin bearing the name of Thomas Rainford had been interred, all preliminaries, in a word, having been thus settled, the old housekeeper was summoned to place the supper upon the table. The meal was done hearty justice to, and when the things were cleared away, Old Death, who was anxious to conciliate his friends as much as possible by a show of liberality, commissioned John Jeffreys to compound a mighty jorum of punch, the ingredients for which were bountifully supplied from the cupboard, the washstand basin serving as a bowl. And now the four villains as hardened and as ready for mischief as any to be found in all London, dismissed from their minds every matter of business, and set to work to do justice to the punch. "Come, who'll sing us a song?" exclaimed Tim the Snammer. "Don't let us have any singing, my dear friend," said Old Death. "We shall alarm the neighbours, and it's better to be as quiet as possible." "Well, we must do something to amuse ourselves," insisted Timothy Splint. "If we get talking, it will only be on things of which we all have quite enough in our minds, and so I vote that some one tells us a story. I'm very fond of stories, particularly when they're true." "I'll tell you a true story if you like," said Jeffreys, "for I don't mind about smoking any more. In fact, I'll give you my own history, and a precious curious one it is, too." "Do," said Josh Pedler, "but mind and don't introduce no lies into it, that's all." "Every word is as true as gospel," observed Jeffreys. The glasses were replenished. Old Death snuffed the candles with his withered, trembling hand, and Jeffreys then commenced his narrative, which, as in former instances, we have modelled into a readable shape. End of Section 88. Recording by Philip Gould.
Section 89 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. Chapter 85. The History of a Livery Servant. My parents were very poor, but very honest. My father was a light porter in a warehouse, earning 15 shillings a week, and my mother took in washing to obtain a few shillings more. We lived in a court leading out of High Holborn, and occupied one room, which was very decently furnished for people in my parents' condition of life, the things moreover being all their own. My father had a good suit of clothes, and my mother a nice gown, bonnet, and shawl for Sundays and holidays. and they also took care to keep me neat and decent in my dress. Neither of them ever went to the public house except just to fetch the beer for dinner and supper, and they were always regular in their attendance at church. In addition to all these proofs of good conduct and respectability, they put by 2 or 3 shillings a week as a provision against a rainy day, and you may be sure that to be able to do this they lived very economically indeed. In fact, a more industrious couple did not exist than my father and mother, and you will admit that they deserved to succeed in the world. This much I have heard from people who knew them, for they died when I was too young to be able to understand their ways or judge of their merits. It seems that my mother was a very pretty young woman. She had been a servant in the family of the merchant in whose warehouse my father was, and, an attachment springing up between them, they married. The merchant, whose name was Shaw, had a son, a dissipated young man addicted to gaming and bad company, and consequently a source of great uneasiness to his parents, who were highly respectable people. During the time that my mother was in service at the merchant's, Frederick Shaw was on the Continent, his father having sent him to a commercial establishment at Rotterdam in the hope that he would amend his ways when under the care of comparative strangers. But this hope, it appears, was completely disappointed, and the young man was, after all, sent back to his father's house as irreclaimable. At this time my parents had been married 3 years, and I was 2 years old. My mother was in the habit of taking my father's dinner to him at the warehouse whenever his duties prevented him from running home to get it. And on one of these occasions Frederick Shaw saw her as she was going out of the establishment. He followed her, made insulting proposals, and behaved most grossly. She had me with her, and this circumstance rendered his conduct the more abominable, if anything was wanting to aggravate it. Indeed, his persecution was carried to such an excess that she was obliged to take refuge in a shop, where she went into hysterics through fright and indignation. Shaw sneaked away the moment he found that the master of the shop was disposed to take my mother's part against him, and when she was a little recovered, she was sent home in a hackney coach. On the return of my father in the evening, she told him all that had occurred, and it seems that she had scarcely made an end of her narrative when Frederick Shaw entered the room. He declared that he had come to express his sincere penitence for what he had done, and to implore that his father might not be made acquainted with his behaviour. He seemed so earnest and so excessively sorry for his infamous conduct that my parents consented to look over it. He thanked them over and over again, and took his departure. My father, however, desired his wife never to come to the warehouse to him any more, as he was unwilling to expose her to even the chance of a repetition of the insult. A few weeks after this occurrence, Frederick Shaw one evening, when under the influence of liquor, called at our lodgings, my father being absent, and renewed his outrageous conduct towards my mother. An alarm was created in the dwelling, a constable was sent for, and the young gentleman was taken off to the watch house. Of course the matter was now too serious to be hushed up, and the elder Mr. Shaw necessarily learnt all the particulars. His son was fined and held to bail to keep the peace towards Mrs. Jeffreys, and my father obtained another situation for though the old merchant knew that his son was alone to blame, yet my father thought that he could not prudently remain in a place where he must daily meet a person who, he felt convinced, was now his sworn enemy. And such indeed did Frederick Shawe prove to be, for by misrepresentations, and heaven only knows what other underhand means, he so successfully avenged himself that my poor father soon lost his new situation, and was totally unable to find another. The most infamous reports were circulated concerning him, and he took the cruel treatment he had received so much to heart, that his spirit was completely broken. He fell ill, and died in a few weeks. Poverty and despair thus seized upon my mother at the same moment. She saw all her happiness suddenly blasted by the agency of a reckless villain. And to add to her afflictions, the only friend who showed any compassion for her, or who came forward to assist her in the midst of her wretchedness, namely the old merchant, was suddenly snatched away by the hand of death, 10 days after the earth had closed over my father's remains. The poor woman was unable to bear up against her sorrows. She languished for a few months, and then departed this life, leaving me a friendless and unprotected orphan, at the tender age of 3 years. You may guess what then became of me. I was taken to the workhouse. I have sketched these circumstances just to show you how unfortunate I was in my earliest infancy. My parents would have lived to thrive and prosper had it not been for the miscreant Frederick Shawe, and under their protection I should have been happy. However, it was destined that my father and mother should be cut off thus early, and their cruel fate threw me as a pauper child upon the parish. At the workhouse I remained until I was 13, and it was from an elderly couple whom distress brought to the same place, and who had known my parents well, that I learnt all the particulars which I have related to you. Well, at the age of 13 I was transferred to the care of a surgeon and accoucheur, who took me into his house to clean the boots and shoes, run on errands, and beat up drugs in the mortar. Finding me active, and, as he said, a good-looking lad, for I was not then seared with the smallpox as I am now, he put me into the regular livery of a doctor's boy, after I had been with him a few months, and I was then entrusted with the delivery of the medicine. My master was an old man, and his wife was a bustling, active elderly lady, in whom implicit confidence might be placed as long as she was well paid for her services and her secrecy. You will understand what I mean very shortly. In fact, one day I noticed a great deal of whispering between the doctor, his wife, and the housekeeper, and their looks were mysterious and important. Certain preparations, too, commenced, which showed me that a visitor was expected, for I was a shrewd and observing boy for my age. I was ordered to clean the windows in the spare bedroom, and the well-furnished little parlour communicating with it. And while I was thus occupied, the housekeeper put the 2 apartments into the nicest possible order. I asked her if any one was coming to stay at the house, and was desired to mind my own business. I accordingly held my tongue, but my curiosity was only the more excited in consequence of the answer I received, and the mystery in which the motive of the preparations in progress was involved. At an earlier hour than usual I was ordered to retire to my own room, but as it commanded a view of the street — it was Brook Street, Holborn — I sat up, watching at my window, for I felt sure that I had not been dismissed to my attic without some good reason. Nor was I mistaken. At about 10:30 a hackney coach drove up to the door. 2 trunks were carried into the house, and a lady, muffled in a cloak, was assisted to descend from the vehicle by the doctor and his wife, who seemed to treat her with the greatest respect. I was able to notice all that passed because the moon was bright, and I was looking out of the open window. The lady accompanied the doctor and his wife indoors, and the coach drove away. Next morning I saw the housekeeper take up a breakfast tray to those rooms, which I had now no doubt were occupied by the lady who had arrived the night before, but I was cautious not to appear even to notice that anything unusual was going on, much less to ask questions, for I remembered the rebuff I had already received in this latter respect. The cook and housemaid were as mysteriously reserved as the housekeeper herself, and I could not for the life of me make out what it all meant. To be brief, a month passed away, and though I never saw the tenant of the spare rooms all the while, yet I knew that a tenant those rooms had, for the meals were regularly taken up, the doctor looked in there 2 or 3 times a day, and his wife passed hours together there. At length the housemaid, who was a pretty wicked-looking girl of about 19, undertook to initiate me into this secret which so much puzzled me, and taking advantage of a Sunday evening when she and I were alone together, the other servants having gone out, she explained how some young lady who was not married was about to become a mother, and how the spare rooms were always kept for lodgers of that kind. "Have you seen her?" I asked. "No," she replied, "nor am I likely to see her. I have been 4 years in this house, and during that time there have been 8 or 10 ladies here in the same way, but I never caught a glimpse of the face of any one of them. They pay, or their friends pay for them, a good round sum to master for the accommodation, and that is the manner in which he has made so much money. For you can see that his regular practice is not very great. But you must not tell anybody that I have been talking to you in this style, John, or else I shall lose my place." I promised her not to betray her. "How old are you, John?" she asked. "Going on for 14," I said. "You are a pretty boy," she continued. "Would you like to give me a kiss?" "You would think me very rude," I answered. "No, I shouldn't. Try." "But I should feel so ashamed," I said. "Then you are a fool, John," exclaimed the pretty housemaid, and she got into a pet, which lasted all the rest of the evening. I lay awake a long time that night, thinking of what I had heard concerning the lady in the private apartments, and I can't say how it was, but I felt an extraordinary longing to catch a glimpse of her. The more I reflected on this wish, the stronger it grew, and at last I determined to gratify it somehow or another. Having come to this resolution, I fell asleep. Next morning the 2-penny postman at 8 o'clock brought a letter directed to my master. But in the corner were 2 or 3 initials which I could not quite make out. I took it into the parlour, where the doctor was seated alone at the time, and when he had glanced at the address, he said, "Oh, it is to go upstairs. Give it to the housekeeper." And he went on reading his newspaper. Here was an opportunity which presented itself almost as soon as my desire to see the tenant of the spare rooms had been formed, and without any hesitation I hurried upstairs. I knocked at the door of the parlour communicating with the bedchamber, and a sweet voice said, "Come in." I accordingly entered the room, and beheld a beautiful creature of about 17 or 18, dressed in a morning wrapper, all open at the bosom, and reclining in an arm-chair. She uttered an exclamation of surprise when she saw me, and drew the wrapper completely over her breast. It was evident that she had expected to see either the housekeeper or my mistress. I handed her the note, stammered out something about master having told me to bring it up, and then retired, awkward and embarrassed enough. A few minutes afterwards the bell of the spare rooms was rung rather violently, and the housekeeper went up. She shortly came down again, and went into the parlour, to which I was presently summoned. The doctor and his wife were seated at the breakfast table, looking as gloomy and solemn as possible, and the housekeeper was standing in the middle of the room. I suspected that a storm was brewing. "John," said the doctor, "what induced you to take such a liberty as to enter the apartments of a lady who is lodging in my house?" "Please, sir," I answered as boldly as possible, "you told me to take up the letter, and I did so." The doctor, his wife, and the housekeeper looked at each other by turns, and then they all three looked very hard at me. "Well," said the doctor, "I suppose it was a misunderstanding on the boy's part, for I did not blush nor seem at all confused while they were all staring at me." "But you must not tell any one that you saw the lady upstairs, John," exclaimed my mistress. "I don't know a soul who would care about knowing such a simple thing, ma'am," I replied, pretending to be very innocent indeed. I was then told to withdraw, and thus passed off this little affair. Throughout that day I saw the pretty housemaid showing great anxiety to speak to me alone, but circumstances so occurred that we had not an opportunity of exchanging a word in private together. At 9:30 I went to bed as usual, an hour before the other servants, and I soon fell asleep. But I was awoke by some one shaking me gently, and I was also startled by seeing a light in the room. In another moment my fears subsided, for my visitor was the pretty servant girl in her night gear. She sat down on the edge of the bed, and asked me what I was called into the parlour for in the morning. I told her all that had occurred. "You are a dear boy," she said, "not to have confessed that I had put you up to anything, for that was what I was afraid of." And she gave me 2 or 3 hearty kisses. Then she asked me a great number of questions about the lady I had seen, what she was like, how old, the colour of her hair and eyes, and all sorts of queries of that kind. I replied as well as I could, and she seemed vastly to enjoy the idea of my cool impudence in taking up the letter just for the sake of getting a peep at the lady. In fact, she was so much pleased with me that she kept on kissing me, and all this ended just as you might suppose, for the pretty housemaid shared my bed during the remainder of the night. This occurrence was most unfortunate to us both, for we overslept ourselves, and the housekeeper, doubtless having vainly searched for us downstairs, came up to look after us. We were discovered fast asleep in each other's arms, and a terrible scene ensued. The housekeeper alarmed the doctor and his wife with her cries, for I suppose the old lady was quite scandalized, though she herself had often chucked me under the chin in a tender manner. The result was that the pretty housemaid was packed off without delay, and I was stripped of my livery, compelled to put on my workhouse clothes again, and sent back to the parish officers. At the very moment when I was conveyed into the presence of the overseers by the doctor, a middle-aged lady, magnificently dressed, was returning to her carriage, which waited at the door. She immediately recognized the doctor as an acquaintance, and he addressed her by the name of Mrs. Beaumont. The exchange of a few remarks led the lady to observe that she had applied to the parish officers for a well-conducted, genteel-looking lad to take the place of a page in her household. And as she spoke she eyed me very attentively. The doctor informed her that I had been in his service, and was a good boy in all respects save one, and he explained to her the indiscretion which had compelled him to part with me, adding, the lad was no doubt won over by the young woman herself, but as my professional success depends on the reputation of my house, I could not overlook this occurrence. The lady declared that she entertained great compassion for me, and said what a pity it was that such a nice boy should be thrown back on the parish. In a word, the business ended by her agreeing to take me on trial, and before the doctor left me, He whispered in my ear, "You see, John, that I have not ruined your character as I might have done, and therefore you must be a good lad, and never mention to any one that you saw the lady who is now lodging at my house." He then took his departure. And Mrs. Beaumont, having arranged with the overseers relative to receiving me into her service, desired that I might be sent to her abode in the evening. The instructions were obeyed, and I entered my new place, the first appearances of which pleased me much. Mrs. Beaumont was a widow lady of about 46, and was still a very handsome woman considering her age. Her house was in Russell Square, and she lived in an elegant style, keeping a butler, a footman, and 3 female domestics. She had a Miss Stacey residing with her as a companion, and this lady was about 5 or 26, somewhat stout, and rather good looking. The moment I entered my new place, I was supplied with a page's livery, and was informed that I was to consider myself at the orders of the butler. I soon found that I had got into very comfortable quarters, for the best of provisions were consumed in the kitchen, as well as in the parlour, and the butler, who was fond of a glass of good liquor himself, often treated me to some likewise. Mrs. Beaumont saw a great deal of company, and there were dinner parties or evening parties at least 3 or 4 times every week. I had not been many days in this place before I began to notice that both Mrs. Beaumont and Miss Stacey treated me with much the same kind of innocent familiarity which the housekeeper at the doctor's had shown towards me. They would pat me on the cheek, or chuck me under the chin, and tell me I was a nice boy; but this they never did before each other, only when I happened to be alone with either one of them. Indeed, when they were together, and I entered the room to answer the bell, or for any other purpose connected with my duties, they would both appear as indifferent towards me as if they had never shown any other feeling in my behalf. Of the 2, I liked Miss Stacey much the best, because she was younger, and I felt a strange excitement come over me whenever she began to toy about with me in the way I have described. One day when I entered the drawing room, where I found her alone at the time, she said to me, "John, you are a very nice boy, and here is half a guinea for you to buy what you like. Only don't let any one know that I gave you the money." "Certainly not, miss," I replied. "And now, John," she continued, "I want you to answer me a question which I am going to put to you. Will you tell me the truth?" I of course declared that I would. "Then tell me," she said, patting my face, and looking full at me with her large blue eyes, "does Mrs. Beaumont ever play about with you as I do?" "Oh, never, miss," I answered immediately, and without undergoing the least change of countenance. "You are a good boy, John," she said, and pulling me towards her, covered me with kisses. A double knock at the front door interrupted her amusement, which, as you may suppose, I took in very good part, and she hurried me out of the room, enjoining me not to tell any one that she played about with me. The next day Mrs. Beaumont was rather indisposed, and kept her own chamber until the evening, when she descended to the drawing room. Miss Stacey had gone out to a party at a married sister's, and the footman being absent likewise, it devolved upon me to take up the tea tray. "Well, John," said my mistress, "are you comfortable in your present place?" "Quite, thank you, ma'am," I replied. "You like it better than the doctor's?" she continued, smoothing down my hair, and then passing her hand over my face. "Oh, a great deal, ma'am." "But do you not miss the pretty servant girl, John?" she asked, with a sly look and a half smile. "Why, what a naughty boy you must be, and at such an age, too!" "It was all the young woman's fault, ma'am," I said, "and I hope you do not think any the worse of me for it." "If I had, I should not have taken you into my service, John," she answered. "And to show you that I am really attached to you, and consider you to be a very good boy, here's a sovereign for you. It is not on account of your wages, mind, but a little gift. You must not, however, tell anybody that I gave it to you, or else you will make the other servants jealous." "I'll be sure not to tell, ma'am," I said, "and I thank you very much. And now, John," continued Mrs. Beaumont, "I have one question to put to you, and you must tell me the truth. Does Miss Stacey ever speak kindly to you? I mean, does she ever do anything to show you that she likes you better than the other servants?" "No, ma'am," I replied. "On the contrary, I fancy she sometimes speaks sharp to me." "Oh, indeed!" said Mrs. Beaumont. And she then subjected me to the same kissing process that I had undergone on the part of Miss Stacey, only I did not like it quite so well. The old lady hugged me very tight, and seemed as if she wanted to say something, but did not exactly like to do so. At last she spoke out plainly enough, though in a whispering tone. "John," she said, "I just now gave you a sovereign because you are a good boy, and I will give you another if you will do what I asked you, and not tell any one about it. Should you like to have another sovereign?" "Very much indeed, ma'am," I answered. "Well, then," continued Mrs. Beaumont, "you must come to my room to night, when the house is all quiet, because I want to speak to you very particularly indeed." "But I promised the servants, ma'am, to sit up to let Miss Stacey in," I answered. "So much the better," observed Mrs. Beaumont. "Miss Stacey has promised to be back by 12 at latest, and as soon as you have let her in, you can go up to your own room, and then a few minutes afterwards come down to mine." I promised to do exactly as I was desired, and having received a few more kisses and pawings about, was suffered to return to the kitchen. The footman came back at 11, and as Mrs. Beaumont had already retired to her chamber, all the servants except myself went off to theirs. I then remained alone in the kitchen, thinking of what had occurred between my mistress and myself, and not half liking the idea of sleeping with her, for I knew very well what her object was in asking me to go to her room. I wished it had been Miss Stacey who had made such an appointment with me, for, young as I was greatly smitten with that lady, and I thought she had never looked so well as when I saw her that evening dressed for the party to which she had gone. She had on a very low gown, and her neck was so beautifully white, and her naked arms seemed so plump, that I was really quite in love with her. It gave me great pleasure to think that I had been chosen to sit up for her, and I longed for her return. The clock struck 12, and a few minutes afterwards a vehicle stopped at the door. I knew it must be Miss Stacey who had come back, and I did not wait for the knock and ring, but hurried to the hall to admit her. She seemed pleased when she saw who it was that opened the door for her, and I observed that her countenance was rather flushed, as if she had been drinking an extra glass of champagne, of which I knew she was very fond. The moment I had closed and bolted the door, she asked me in a low whisper whether any of the other servants were up. I answered in the negative. "Does your mistress know that you are sitting up for me?" she next inquired. "No, miss," I unhesitatingly said. She began to caress me, and I found that she smelt rather strong of wine, but she looked so nice that I did not care about that, and I was so excited that I kissed her in return. "Light me upstairs, John," she at length said, "and let us go as gently as possible, so as not to make any noise on account of Mrs. Beaumont, who is unwell." I led the way upstairs, my heart beating violently, for I more than half suspected that I should not keep my appointment with my mistress that night. Nor was I mistaken, for on reaching the door of Miss Stacey's chamber, she took my hand, drew me towards her, and said in a low hurried whisper, "Come down to my room in about a quarter of an hour. I wish to speak to you very particularly indeed." I promised to do so, and hurried up to my own chamber, Miss Stacey having previously lighted her candle, and said, "Good night, John," in a tolerably loud voice, but making a sign to convince me that it was only a precaution on her part. When I reached my room, I sat down on the bed to think how I should act. My inclination prompted me to keep the appointment with Miss Stacey. My fears urged me to keep the one given me by Mrs. Beaumont. I cared nothing about the sovereign promised me by my mistress, now that I had received such an invitation from her pretty companion, and I thought that it would be very easy to excuse myself to Mrs. Beaumont, should she question me next day by saying that I fancied her to be only joking, or perhaps trying me. So at last I resolved to follow my inclinations and disregard my fears, and I acted in pursuance of this determination. I accordingly repaired to Miss Stacey's room, and was completely happy. We had been an hour together, when a knock at the door alarmed us. Who could it be? What could it mean? We remained silent as the dead. The knock was repeated, and was immediately followed by Mrs. Beaumont's voice, saying, "Miss Stacey, dear, Miss Stacey." "Good God, what can she want?" whispered Miss Stacey to me. "She is perhaps unwell, and will come into the room to speak to me. John, my dear boy, you must get under the bed, and keep as quiet as a mouse." This was done in a moment, and Miss Stacey bundled my clothes under the bed after me. She then opened the door, and sure enough my mistress entered the room, saying, "I am sorry to disturb you, my dear, but I am so unwell I cannot sleep. I have got such nervous feelings that I am really afraid to be alone. Had I not better call up one of the servants, and send for the doctor, my dear madam?" asked Miss Stacey, her voice trembling. I could well conjecture why. "No, thank you, dear," answered the lady. "If you have no objection, I will pass the remainder of the night with you." "Oh, with pleasure, ma'am," exclaimed Miss Stacey. "I will accompany you to your room directly." "We may as well remain here," replied Mrs. Beaumont, and it struck me that there was something strange in the way that she spoke. Miss Stacey urged that it was very injurious for persons in delicate health to change their beds, but Mrs. Beaumont declared it to be a mere prejudice. Miss Stacey invented some other frivolous excuse, and I suppose that this confirmed Mrs. Beaumont's suspicions, for she immediately exclaimed, "Really, one would suppose that you wish to get rid of me, Miss Stacey." "To speak candidly, my dear madam," was the reply, "I can't bear sleeping with another person." "Indeed!" said Mrs. Beaumont. "Heyday, what shoes have we here? Why, surely these cannot be yours, my dear?" "I have noticed that the more spiteful ladies are together, the more they dear each other. It must be some oversight on the part of one of the servants," said Miss Stacey in a faint tone. "It's very strange," cried Mrs. Beaumont, "and I heard her stoop down and take up the unfortunate shoes. Oh, how I did shiver and tremble, and how sincerely I wished both the amorous ladies at the devil at that moment. But matters grew speedily much worse, for in stooping down to pick up the shoes, Mrs. Beaumont had spied my trousers, and these she fished up in another moment. Miss Stacey shrieked, Mrs. Beaumont raised the drapery hanging round the bed to the floor, and behold, by the light of the candle which had been left burning in the room, she discovered unfortunate me. I cannot tell you what a scene ensued. Mrs. Beaumont raved like a mad woman, and Miss Stacey protested her innocence. The house was alarmed. The other servants came down to the door, and Mrs. Beaumont's reproaches and upbraidings levelled against Miss Stacey and myself made everything known to them. I scarcely know how I had pluck enough to play the part which I did play, but it is notwithstanding a fact that I was resolved to screen Miss Stacey and throw all the scandal on Mrs. Beaumont. I accordingly begged to be allowed to explain, and when I could obtain a hearing, I swore that Mrs. Beaumont had given me a sovereign, and promised me another to sleep with her; that I had mistaken the room, and that the moment I had seen Miss Stacey enter and perceived my error, I had managed to creep under the bed, unnoticed by her. Mrs. Beaumont went into strong hysterics at this accusation, and was conveyed away to her own apartment by the female servants, while I hurried off to my own room. You may suppose that I scarcely slept a wink all the remainder of the night. I knew that I had lost both my place and my character, but I felt satisfied in having done all I could to screen poor Miss Stacey, though it did not strike me at the time that my version of the business could not possibly be taken as a very probable story. Next morning the butler came up to me very early, and in a long humbugging speech assured me that, out of good feeling towards me, Mrs. Beaumont had consented to keep me in her service, and look over the affair if I would confess the truth. I, however, persisted in my original statement, and displayed the sovereign that Mrs. Beaumont had given me. The butler went away, telling me not to leave my room until he came back. Half an hour passed before he returned, and again he tried to argue me into his views, but I was obstinate, and the interview ended by his desiring me to pack up my things and leave the house directly. This I very willingly agreed to, and in a few minutes my preparations were complete. "Where are you going to, youngster?" asked the butler, when he had paid me the amount of wages due. "I don't know," was my reply. "Well," he said, "I should advise you to take a room at the family washerwoman's. She has got one to let, I know, and if you hold your tongue about what has occurred in this house, I will try and get you another place." I readily gave the required promise, and also followed the advice relative to the lodging in which I was installed in another half hour. End of Section 89. Section 90 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 90. In the evening the butler came to me and gave me the addresses of several families in whose service pages were wanted. "You will have to apply to the butlers at those houses," he said, "and therefore you can refer them to me. I will endeavour to make it all right for you, as I should be sorry to see a promising young lad ruined for want of a character." I thanked him very much, pretending to see nothing but pure friendship in his conduct, although I was quite enough experienced in the ways of the world to understand that Mrs. Beaumont herself had instigated this lenient treatment as a means of sealing my lips. I ventured to ask him about Miss Stacey, and he at once told me that she had left the house at a very early hour in the morning. I longed to inquire if he knew where she was gone, but dared not. On the following day I called at the various addresses which the butler had given me, and was not considered suitable at any. At one I was thought too young, at another too old. Here I was too short, there I was too tall. In fact, the objections were trivial but fatal. I was returning to my lodging along Great Russell Street, Bloomsbury, when I saw in a shop window a notice that a livery boy was wanted, and that applications were to be made within. I entered the shop, and received the address of a house in the same street. There I went, and was shown into a small parlour, where I was kept waiting for nearly a quarter of an hour. At last a gentleman and lady, an elderly couple, entered the room, and I was immediately subjected to no end of questions, all of which I answered in the most satisfactory manner, because I did not hesitate to say yes when an affirmation was required, and no when a negative was necessary. At last the gentleman said to the lady, "Well, my love, what do you think?" "What do you think, my dear?" asked the lady. "I think, my dear," began the gentleman. "So do I, Mr. Turner," exclaimed the lady, without waiting to hear what her husband did think. It, however, appeared that they perfectly well understood each other, for the lady, turning towards me, said, "We will give you a trial, if the butler at your last place speaks as well of you as you assure us he will. But you will have to be very active here, for I must tell you that this is a boarding house." "A boarding house of the highest respectability," interrupted the gentleman, looking very solemn indeed, as if he was afraid that I was going to say I didn't believe him. "And there are many ladies and gentlemen to wait upon," continued Mrs. Turner, "but we shall see." I then withdrew. Mr. Turner went about my character in the evening, and found everything satisfactory, and next day I entered my new place, wondering what adventures would befall me here. This boarding-house proved to be the hardest place I ever was in. I had to get up at 5 in the morning to clean 6 pairs of boots and 10 pairs of ladies' shoes. If they did not shine well, I was blown up on all sides. And if I did make them shine well, Mrs. Turner blew me up for wasting the blacking. Then I had to beeswax heaven knows how many chairs and tables, and to clean the windows from top to bottom, at least twice a week. In the middle of my work I was constantly interrupted by knocks at the door, or errands to run upon. Then, at meal times, something was always wanting, something had always been forgotten. The cleaning of knives and plated forks and spoons would have alone been a good 4 hours' work for a strong man. If I did them properly and devoted time to them, I was scolded for being slow and lazy. And if I knocked them off in a hurry, they were sure to be found fault with. Sometimes the bells of half a dozen rooms would ring in the morning when the boarders were getting up, all at the same instant. And if I was long in taking up any particular gentleman's hot water to shave, or any lady's shoes, I was certain to hear of it when Mrs. Turner came down into the kitchen. In fact, it was a hard life, and an unthankful office. For when I did my best, I could not give satisfaction, and yet the cook and housemaid, the only servants kept besides myself, were candid enough to declare that I was the best lad that had ever been in the house during their time. There was one elderly lady, a Miss Marigold, who seemed to have taken a particular hatred for me, and only because, when one day she began to caress me in the same way that Mrs. Beaumont and Miss Stacy had done, I laughed in her face, and told her to keep her wrinkled old hands to herself. From that minute she grew desperately malignant against me, and was always finding fault. I determined to have my revenge, and waited patiently for the opportunity. That occasion came at last. One evening Miss Marigold retired earlier to bed than usual, and Mrs. Turner rang for me in the parlour. I went up, and found my mistress alone. "John," she said, "go directly with this box," pointing to a round pasteboard one on the table, "to the hairdresser's, and tell him that you will call for it at 8 precisely to-morrow morning. Then in the morning, when you come back with it, send it up by the housemaid to Miss Marigold's room." I took the box, which was tied round with string, and was particularly light. It immediately struck me that it must be Miss Marigold's wig, for I was convinced she wore one. Accordingly, as I went along the street, I stepped up an alley, and by the light coming from the window of a house, unfastened the strings to peep inside. Sure enough, it was Miss Marigold's wig. It immediately struck me that her going to bed earlier than usual was only an excuse to be able to send her wig in time for the hairdresser to do it up that night; and this circumstance, joined to the fact that she wanted it the very next morning, convinced me that Miss Marigold had but one wig belonging to her. I therefore resolved that some accident should occur to the wig before it went back to her. But in the meantime I took it to the hairdresser. He seemed to understand what it was, for without opening the box, the strings of which I had carefully refastened, he promised me that I should have the article when I came back in the morning, shortly before 8. I must now inform you that there was an elderly gentleman at the boarding house, whose name was Prosser. Captain Prosser he was called, and a jovial kind of old bird he was too. He was amazingly fond of breaking out now and then, staying away all night, and coming home between 6 and 7 in the morning, so precious drunk that he could not see a hole through a ladder. But he was always sensible enough to know that he must not make a noise, and when I let him in on these occasions, he would put his forefinger by the side of his nose in such a comical fashion, as much as to say, "Don't let anybody know it," that I could scarcely keep from laughing. Well, on this very night, when the affair of the wig occurred, the captain went out for a spree, and it happened that he came home rather later than usual the next morning. I had just returned with the wig box, and had it still in my hand, when the captain's low, sneaking knock at the door summoned me to open it. He came in worse than I had ever seen him before. He could scarcely keep upon his legs, and his head rolled about on his shoulders just as if he had no bones in his neck at all. His hat, too, was smashed completely in, and his coat was slit completely up the back to the very collar. Such a comical figure I never saw in my life. He staggered into the hall, seeming quite to forget where he was, or what he wanted there. A thought struck me, and I resolved to put it into execution. He was so uncommonly drunk, and yet so quiet and tractable, that I saw I could do with him just as I liked. So I led him into the parlour, where the long table was laid for breakfast, but no one had come down yet. I seated him on the sofa in such a way that he could not fall off, and in a few moments he was in a sound sleep. I removed his hat, took the wig from the box, and fixed it all awry upon his head, purposely tumbling all the curls, so as to make it appear as if he had thus adorned himself with his own hand. I then stole away from the room, and having suffered about 10 minutes to elapse, so as to bring the time nearer to breakfast before the exposure should take place, I went into the kitchen to tell the housemaid that there was a box in the parlour which she must presently take up to Miss Marigold. But she, not knowing what the box might contain, waited a few minutes more to finish something that she was about, and I did not choose to hurry her. At last Miss Marigold's bell rang, and I laughed in my sleeve to think that the poor lady would vainly wait for her wig. The housemaid hastened to answer the summons, and I followed her as far as the parlour, under pretence of taking up some plates for the breakfast table. But just before we reached that room, 7 or 8 of the boarders, ladies and gentlemen alike, came pouring downstairs to breakfast, and the moment they entered the parlour, such screams of amazement burst from the women, and such roars of laughter from the men. The housemaid hurried into the room, and I behind her, and almost immediately afterwards in came Mr. and Mrs. Turner, and all the rest of the boarders except poor Miss Marigold. And what a sight burst upon their view! The screams and the roars of laughter had awoke Captain Prosser, and he was sitting, propping himself up in the corner of the sofa, and looking stupidly about him, as if quite unconscious of where he was, and certainly ignorant of the reason which drew all eyes upon him. Such a comical spectacle as he was, with the wig perched all crooked upon his head. At length the ladies began to give vent to their indignant feelings. "Shameful!" said one. "Well, I never!" cried another. "And this in a respectable boarding house!" exclaimed a third. "It all comes of having such a monster as the captain in the place," observed a fourth. "But whose wig is it?" cried one of the gentlemen, a humorous fellow in his way, and approaching the leather box, he took it up. "Miss Marigold?" at length he exclaimed. his eyes catching some writing in the inside. Mrs. Turner, who had suspected the ownership of the wig, declared that she should go into hysterics, but her husband begged her not to do anything of the kind, and so she followed his advice. Of course no suspicion fell upon me. When questioned, I said that I had brought home the box without knowing its contents, that I had put it on the sofa, and that before I had gone downstairs to tell the housemaid to take it up to Miss Marigold, I had opened the front door to let in the captain. The thing was therefore clear. The captain had come in a state for which he ought to be ashamed of himself, and nothing would please him but he must decorate himself with poor Miss Marigold's wig. Such was the explanation agreed upon by all present. And while 2 or 3 of the gentlemen conveyed the captain up to his own room, the wig having been previously removed from his head, Mrs. Turner went up to break the fatal news to Miss Marigold. To make an end of this part of my story, I need only say that Miss Marigold left the house on the sly the moment her wig was done up again by the hairdresser, and Mrs. Turner easily persuaded the ladies to forgive the captain on condition that he would stand a dozen of wine, which he did. Several months passed away after this incident without any adventure worth relating. It was a most unpleasant place, but there was amusement in it, and moreover there was a certain love affair in progress in which I felt interested, and the end of which I was determined to wait and see. Not that I was an actor in it at all, but only a go-between. The fact was, that amongst the boarders there was a widow lady of about 7 or 8 and 20, a very pretty woman, whose name was Percy. There was also a young gentleman of very effeminate appearance, but possessing a handsome, or rather a beautiful countenance, and a very slight figure. He was also short, a complete doll of a man, for he was within 4 years as old as the widow. His name was Hulse. This couple fell in love with each other, or rather I think the love was all on the side of the young gentleman, who possessed some little property and better prospects, whereas the widow was notorious as a husband hunter ever since she had been in the boarding house, and was moreover very poor. She was, however, sweetly pretty, and she had such wicked eyes that it gave me strange sensations to meet her looks. It was in this way that I came to know of the love matter existing between Mr. Hulse and Mrs. Percy. About the time when the adventure of the wig took place, Mr. Hulse one evening asked me to give a letter privately to the widow lady, and he slipped half-a-crown into my hands. You may have already seen that I possess no small degree of curiosity, and I longed to know what that letter could possibly contain. I took it up into my own room with me, and tried to catch a glimpse at the writing inside, but it was so carefully folded that I could not. At last, to my joy, I perceived that the wax was stamped with a seal, which was invariably left lying in the inkstand drawer in the parlour, for the general use of the boarders. I therefore hesitated no longer to open the letter, breaking the wax as carefully as possible. The letter was a declaration of love, the writer stating that he had not courage to make the avowal in words, and he implored a written answer, observing that the lad John was to be trusted, as he seemed a quiet, steady youth. I was much amused by the letter, and early next morning I resealed it by means of the stamp in the inkstand drawer. Then, watching the opportunity when Mrs. Percy descended to breakfast, I gave it to her as she was coming downstairs. In the evening she put into my hands an answer, accompanied by a shilling for myself, and as she smiled significantly, and showed her pretty white teeth, I felt that I could do anything to obtain a kiss from that sweet mouth. Fortunately, this letter was also fastened with the house seal, and I was therefore able to read its contents. It thanked Mr. Hulse for the favourable opinion he had entertained of her, and stated that she felt she could love him, but that she required a more explicit avowal of his intentions. This letter I resealed and gave to the young gentleman. A reply was ready in the evening, and another half-crown was slipped into my hand. This letter I likewise read, and found that Mr. Hulse professed the most honourable intentions, but begged that their engagement, should the correspondence have that result, might be kept a secret, as he had an uncle from whom he had considerable expectations to consult, but who was at present abroad, and would not be in England again for several months. The lady's answer, which also passed through my hands, was quite satisfactory, and in the course of a few days I saw that the tender pair exchanged significant looks when they thought themselves unperceived, and that Mr. Hulse was gradually losing much of his bashfulness. Nevertheless, frequent notes passed between them, and several presents were made to the lady by the young gentleman, all of which went through my hands, and were duly inspected by me. It may seem strange that two people living in the same house should require the aid of a go-between, but such was the fact, for I believe Mr. Hulse to have been one of the very sentimental and romantic class of lovers who are fond of mystery and of tender correspondence. This absurd courtship went on for several months, and the lovers little suspected that I was as well acquainted with its progress as themselves. At length I perceived by one of Mr. Hulse's letters that his uncle was expected home in a few days, and he spoke of the necessity which would compel him to go on a visit to the old gentleman, but also expressed his hopes that the result would be according to the wishes of the lady and himself, and in less than a week he did depart on the proposed visit, having previously exchanged most tender and affectionate letters with the widow. The very next morning a new boarder arrived, a gentleman who in every respect was quite different from Mr. Hulse. He was tall, largely made, and wore a great deal of hair about his face. Without being handsome, he was a very fine man, and he talked away at a rapid rate, getting on good terms with all the other boarders by the time breakfast was over, and very intimate indeed before the cloth was removed after dinner. He sat next to the widow, to whom he paid great attention, and she appeared very well satisfied with his civilities. In fact, in one single day he made more progress in thrusting himself into the good graces of Mrs. Percy than Mr. Hulse had done in a week. The name which the gentleman bore at the house was Jameson, but I did not believe it to be his right one, because his hat had the initials of F.S. in it. The same letters were marked, as I heard from the housemaid, on all his linen, and they were also described by means of brass nails on the lid of his trunk. However, a few days passed, and I saw that Mr. Jameson and Mrs. Percy were becoming more and more intimate. They sat together at meals, they lounged together on the sofa in the drawing-room, and as I watched them narrowly, I saw that they exchanged glances which convinced me that Mr. Hulse had been forgotten by the faithless lady. Somehow or another I took an immediate hatred to Mr. Jameson the moment he set foot in the house, and this feeling was increased by his harsh and commanding ways towards me. I was, moreover, sorry for Mr. Hulse, who had been kind and generous in his behaviour to me, and I longed to do Jameson some evil turn. The opportunity arrived sooner than I expected, for one morning, about a fortnight after he had arrived at the establishment, I was accosted in the street, when going on an errand, by an ill-looking fellow, who was loitering about, and who said he wanted to speak to me particularly. I asked him his business, but he would not exactly explain it. He, however, said he was very anxious to learn some tidings of a certain gentleman, and that he had received a hint of the person alluded to being at a boarding house in Great Russell Street, under a feigned name. It instantly struck me that the gentleman thus inquired about was Jameson, and I was moreover convinced by the appearance of the inquirer that he had no good intentions towards the individual whom he was seeking. I therefore readily gave such information as convinced the man that Mr. Jameson was the person he was looking for. And I then learnt, to my astonishment, that this Mr. Jameson's real name was Frederick Shawe. I now showed myself so much interested in the affair, and expressed myself in so hostile a way relative to Mr. Frederick Shawe, that the man at last admitted to me that he was a sheriff's officer's follower, and had a writ against the man who, I was convinced by all I now heard, was the same that had treated my deceased parents in so scandalous a manner. We did not part before we came to an understanding together, and I returned to the boarding house overjoyed to think that the moment of vengeance was not very far distant. The dinner hour was 5 o'clock, and on the day of which I am speaking there was company present besides the boarders. Mr. Jameson, as usual, sat next to Mrs. Percy, and his attentions were of the most amiable description. Had Mr. Hulse returned at the moment, he would not have been very well pleased at the way in which she received them. But a storm was brewing over the head of the successful rival, and I was longing for it to burst. Towards the close of the meal Jameson asked me for a glass of porter. I pretended not to hear him, and waited on someone else. He called me again, and when I at length drew near his chair to serve him, he said in a harsh voice, "You're very neglectful, John, and I wonder how Mrs. Turner can keep such a stupid boy in the house." "Then why don't you ask her to discharge me, Mr. Shawe?" I said. You should have seen how he turned, first as white as a sheet, and then as red as scarlet. "Mr. Jameson, you mean, John," exclaimed Mr. Turner. "Call gentlemen by their proper names, and don't be rude, sir, or you shall leave the house directly. I did call this gentleman by his proper name, sir," I answered, "and that name is Shawe." "The poor boy is labouring under a mistake," said Shawe, dreadfully confused and stammering as he spoke. "But don't be harsh with him. He did not intend any harm." "I do not want you to speak in favour of me, sir," I exclaimed; "and perhaps you'll guess why, when you know that my name is Jeffreys." The villain's countenance now showed the most awful dismay, and the scene produced great excitement amongst all present. But at that moment a knock at the front door was heard, and I ran to answer it, well knowing who was there. How my heart beat with joy when I admitted the officer and his follower, the man I had seen in the morning, into the house; and without caring how my master and mistress might take it on my part, I threw open the dining room door, led the officers in, and pointing to the person they wanted, said, "This is Mr. Frederick Shawe." The officers instantly arrested him, and a scene of extraordinary confusion followed. Mrs. Turner fainted in right earnest, and while several of the ladies flocked round her, others began tittering and whispering, and Mr. Turner requested Mr. Shawe to pay his bill before he went to prison. But the conduct of Mrs. Percy was the most extraordinary part of the whole performance. It is, however, most probable that she acted in the way she did to conceal her vexation and annoyance. For bursting out into a loud laugh, and casting a look of contempt at the man with whom she was on such good terms a few minutes before, she expressed her surprise that fellows of his stamp should dare to force their way into genteel society. To be brief, Mr. Turner could not get the amount of his claim on Shaw, whose trunks he accordingly detained, and the scoundrel was conveyed away by the officers. I followed the party to the street door, and took good care to let Shaw know that it was I who had betrayed him. The exposure of this person caused such a sensation in the house that my share in it created a feeling of curiosity, and when questioned by Mr. Turner before all the company, I explained how he had treated my parents, so that I was rather praised than blamed for what I had done. But Mrs. Percy applauded me the most, and spoke warmly in my favour, at which I was very much pleased. 2 or 3 days after this occurrence, Mr. Hulse returned, but only for a few hours, and during that time he was alone with Mrs. Percy in the parlour. The nature of their interview was soon known throughout the house, for it appeared that the news he had brought from his uncle were favourable, and their engagement was now no longer kept secret. It was fortunate for the widow that he did not remain in the boarding house until their marriage, for if he had, some kind friend would have been sure to tell him of the flirtation that had gone on between herself and the scoundrel Shaw. As it was, everything turned out well. Mr. Hulse took and furnished a nice house in Bloomsbury Square, and in a few weeks he and Mrs. Percy were married. My former services were not forgotten by either, but, on the contrary, were rewarded on the wedding day by a guinea from the gentleman, and half that sum from the lady. I had thus seen the end of this very extraordinary courtship, and being thoroughly tired of my place, began to look out for another. I accordingly made the usual inquiries, and heard of several vacancies. My very first application was successful, and I was engaged by the Honourable Mr. Ilverton, Mr. Turner giving me a good character, and expressing no dissatisfaction at my desire to better myself. The Honourable Mr. Ilverton resided in St. James's Square. He was a gentleman of about 40 years of age, and was on the point of marriage with a lady much younger than himself, and who was one of the numerous daughters of the Marquis of Mount Carlton. But as Mr. Ilverton was very rich, and the Marquis was but a poor peer, the match was considered a very desirable one by the friends of Lady Hortensia Stanhope. I heard my fellow servants in my new place say that she was a very beautiful creature, and I longed to see her, but 6 weeks were yet to elapse before the celebration of the marriage. The place was a very nice one, and the establishment was on a large scale. There were 6 female servants and 4 men, besides the butler and coachman. 2 of the footmen were constantly on duty in the hall; that is, they had nothing to do for the 4 hours that their turn lasted, but to look out of the hall windows and attend the front door. When their 4 hours expired, the other 2 took their place for a like interval. There was a great deal of aristocratic feeling amongst these servants. The butler had his room, and the housekeeper had her room, and they took their meals apart from the rest. The other servants were obliged to say "sir" to the butler, and "ma'am" to the housekeeper. The cook and the 2 housemaids were likewise above the kitchen maids, who said "miss" when addressing either one of them. The footmen also considered themselves above the coachman, but they allowed the latter to take his meals at their table. As for myself, I was looked upon as a mere child by the men, and probably by the women too, for they were very much addicted to fondling me when I happened to be alone with either one of them. Well, the 6 weeks passed away, and the day came on which Mr. Ilverton was to be married. The ceremony was performed at St. George's, Hanover Square, and the happy couple, as the newspapers always call new married people, started off for Mr. Ilverton's country seat. A fortnight elapsed, and then came the day when the town mansion was to receive its new mistress, whom I had not yet seen. I remember the profound curiosity which I felt on that occasion, my fellow servants, who had frequently beheld her, having spoken so high of her beauty. It was about 6 o'clock in the evening when they were expected to arrive, dinner having been provided for 7. I stationed myself in the hall to obtain as early a view as possible of Lady Hortensia Ilverton, and shortly after 6 the carriage drove up to the door. From the hall window I saw her ladyship alight, but she had a veil over her face. I was, however, enabled to admire the beauty of her figure, which was very finely proportioned, and I thought, as she stepped from the vehicle, that I had never before seen such a charming foot and ankle. The loveliness of her form rendered me the more anxious to behold her face, and this curiosity on my part was soon gratified, for on entering the hall the lady threw back her veil, but no words can explain the full extent of my astonishment when I beheld the very same charming creature of whom I had once before caught a hasty glimpse at the doctor's house in Brook Street. A faint exclamation of surprise escaped my lips. No one, however, heard it, and I instantly mastered my feelings. Lady Hortensia passed through the hall, leaning on her husband's arm, without looking either to the right or to the left, and as she did not therefore observe me, I had no opportunity of knowing whether she would remember me or not. It was a part of my duty to help to wait at table, and I longed for the dinner hour to arrive to clear up that point. At length my doubts were set at rest. Dinner was served up. The lady saw me, and I felt convinced that she had completely forgotten my face. I was not, however, quite a year older than when I saw her at the doctor's, and therefore not much changed. Nevertheless, she evidently did not know me again. I really felt relieved on her account, for she was such a beautiful creature, and seemed so amiable, that I should have been sorry for her to have experienced any annoyance or vexation on my account. During the whole of dinner I took my station near her chair, and watched her attentively; and though she conversed pleasantly enough with her husband when he started a subject, or addressed himself to her, yet it struck me that she was not altogether happy, for she seldom commenced a topic of her own accord, but seemed rather to love silence, and I now and then fancied that she sighed in a subdued manner. I don't know when I ever felt a deeper interest in any one than I did in this lady, and it seemed to me as if I could do anything to serve her. But I am afraid that I am tiring you with this long story," and Jeffreys abruptly broke off. "Not at all, old fellow," exclaimed Tim the Snammer. "It's only just struck 12 by St. George's, and we don't mean to separate yet awhile." "No, not quite yet, I should hope," observed Josh Pedler. "Besides, I'm getting deucedly interested in that Lady Hortensia of yours. I all along expected that the beautiful young creature at the doctor's would turn up again somehow or another." "To be sure," said Old Death. "It wouldn't be a regular romance if she didn't." "It's all as true as gospel," cried Jeffreys. "Do you think I could invent such a pack of curious adventures? If you don't believe what I've told you already, I'm sure you won't believe what there is to come, and so I'd better hold my tongue." "Now don't be angry, my dear boy," said Old Death. "I was but joking. I like your story amazingly. So pray finish it. We're in no hurry, and there's plenty of drink." Jeffreys accordingly complied with the solicitations of his comrades, and proceeded uninterruptedly to the end of his narrative. End of Section 90. Section 91 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 3, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. Chapter 86. Conclusion of the History of a Livery Servant. I am now going to take a leap of about 6 months in my story, because during that time nothing of any importance occurred in the establishment of the Honourable Mr. Ilverton. I may, however, observe that my suspicion relative to the unhappiness of his wife was confirmed the more I saw of her, for she was often dull and melancholy, and once or twice I saw that she had been shedding tears. Her husband was very kind and attentive to her, but he was a great deal from home, as he had large estates in the country which he was frequently obliged to visit, and he was also canvassing a borough for the approaching elections. Her ladyship preferred remaining in town, because she could then enjoy the society of her mother and sisters, who were almost constantly with her. Well, as I just now said, 6 months had passed away without any adventure of importance, and I was already wearied of the sameness of the life I was leading, when something occurred which tended to excite my curiosity and interest. It was about 4 o'clock one summer afternoon that the little incident took place, and this was it. A letter came, addressed to her ladyship, and the hall porter gave it to me to take up into the drawing-room. I went upstairs, and my hand was on the drawing-room door, when sounds of sobbing and low whispering, coming from inside, met my ears. I stopped and listened. "My God, you know that I love you, Herbert," said the voice of Lady Hortensia, who no longer spoke in a whisper. Then another voice made some reply which I could not catch, and several minutes passed in a whispered conversation, not one single word of which did I overhear. At last I could judge that the visitor was about to take his leave, and I entered the room, first making as much noise as I could with the handle of the door, so as to warn those inside that someone was coming in. But a single glance was enough to show me that Lady Hortensia was in great confusion, while a tall, handsome young gentleman who was with her turned aside and walked towards the window. They were both standing when I went in, but her ladyship seated herself the moment after I entered, and passed her handkerchief rapidly over her charming face. I endeavoured to appear as if I saw nothing to excite my curiosity, handed my mistress the letter, and retired. I waited in the hall to catch another glimpse of the gentleman when he went out, and in a few minutes he took his departure. I asked the hall porter who he was. "I never saw him before," was the answer, "but I heard him desire the footman to announce him by the name of Mr. Herbert Remington." Well, thought I to myself, Mr. Herbert Remington is a very fortunate man to be loved by such a beautiful lady. But I did not breathe to a soul what I had overheard, nor anything that I knew concerning my mistress. Mr. Ilverton was in the country at this time, and I now observed that Mr. Remington called regularly every day at about 4 o'clock. The other servants did not appear to notice it as at all extraordinary, but I had my own reasons for thinking a good deal on the subject. Several times on the occasion of these visits did I creep to the drawing-room door and listen, and much of their conversation did I thus overhear. From that I gleaned that Mr. Remington and Lady Hortensia had been attached to each other for a long time, but that their marriage had been rendered impossible by his poverty. I also learnt enough to convince me that he was the father of a child of which she had been delivered at the doctor's house, but which had died a few hours after its birth. I felt no small degree of importance in knowing myself to be acquainted with all their secrets, and I considered myself not only bound to keep those secrets to myself, but also to assist them in any way I could, if an opportunity served to render my humble aid available. And the time to put me to that test soon came. Mr. Ilverton returned home from the country much sooner than was expected, and the servants, when talking together in the kitchen, said that he had come back in a very queer humour. He was, however, more amiable than ever with her ladyship at dinner on the day of his return, and I saw nothing to prove the truth of what I had heard downstairs. Lady Hortensia retired early that evening, saying she was unwell, and her maid observed on returning to the servants' hall, after attending on her mistress in her bedchamber, that her ladyship appeared very unhappy. Then, for the first time, did the servants speak of the constant visits of Mr. Remington, and as they talked on the subject, suspicions seemed to spring up in their minds. But the entrance of the housekeeper put an end to the gossip, and soon afterwards the drawing-room bell rang. I hastened up to answer the summons, and found Mr. Ilverton walking up and down the apartment in so excited a manner that he did not even notice my entrance. At length he perceived me, and throwing himself in a chair, beckoned me towards him. "John," said he, laying his hand on my shoulder, and speaking in a strange tone of voice, "I think you will tell me the truth if I ask you a few questions." I said that I would. "And will you keep to yourself whatever I am going to say to you?" he asked. "I will, sir, certainly," was my answer. "I thought you were a good and discreet lad," he continued, putting a couple of sovereigns into my hand. "Act as you ought towards me, and you shall never want a friend. Now tell me, my boy, whether a gentleman named Remington has called here every day during my absence this last time." "Not every day, sir, I should think," was my reply, for I saw that a storm was brewing, and felt determined to screen my mistress as much as possible. "Yes, but he has, though," returned Mr. Ilverton sharply. "You may not, however, have observed it," he added immediately afterwards in a milder tone. "Now answer me truly my next question, and don't be afraid that I shall be angry, or shall say anything about it, if you reply in the affirmative. Do the servants talk amongst themselves of Mr. Remington's visits?" "I have never heard a word said on the subject, sir," was my answer. "Then I am not laughed at in that quarter," he muttered to himself. But I heard his words plain enough, although he seemed to forget that he had spoken them a minute after they had left his lips. "John," he continued, his fingers actually gripping my shoulder, "you can do me a great service if you will, and I will reward you handsomely." "It is my duty to do all I can for you, sir," I replied. "Yes," he said, "but what I now require is something out of the way of your ordinary duties, and is rather the part of a friend than a servant towards a master." "I will do anything I can, sir, to oblige you," I exclaimed. "And you will swear solemnly not to breathe to a soul a word of all that now takes place between us, or that you may have to do for me, unless I call upon you to proclaim anything in a court of justice." "I will obey you in all things, sir," I replied. "You are a good lad," he said, "and I am not mistaken in you. To tell you the truth," he continued, "I have received an anonymous letter, creating the most painful suspicions in my mind. This letter assures me that a gentleman whom I do not know, and whose name is Remington, is a true frequent visitor at this house. But before I act, I must be satisfied that his visits are injurious to my honour. Do you understand me, my boy? You see, I am obliged to be open and candid with you, as I require an important service at your hands." "I understand you perfectly, sir." "What then do I mean? Why, sir, that my lady should not receive that gentleman's visits so often, and while you are away," I answered, pretending first to reflect for a few moments. "Exactly so," he cried. "And now I will explain what I require of you. To morrow, at about half past 3 o'clock," he continued, "I will give you a letter addressed to some friend of mine at a little distance, and you must tell the butler you are going to take it, and that you shall be upwards of an hour away. By these means you will not be missed by the servants, but instead of leaving the house, you must steal up to the drawing room and conceal yourself under the sofa. There must you lie as quiet as possible, and listen to all that may take place between Lady Hortensia and Mr. Remington, who, not knowing of my return, will be sure to call at his wonted hour." "But suppose, sir," I said, "that I should be discovered?" "Then leave it to me to extricate you from the difficulty, which is not likely to arise," answered Mr. Ilverton. "But," I again argued, "if her ladyship should happen to come down earlier to the drawing room than usual, how shall I be able to conceal myself beneath the sofa?" "Should this occur, I will devise some means to induce Lady Hortensia to quit the room for at least a few minutes at about half past 3. Be you on the watch." "I will, sir," was my answer. "And if you serve me faithfully, John," he added, "you will find a friend in me. But if you disobey me in one single point, I will find means to punish you somehow or another." I, of course, made all the necessary promises, and he dismissed me, apparently well satisfied with my assurances of fidelity. I slept but little all that night. I saw that a dreadful storm hung over the head of my mistress, and I lay awake, planning 1,000 schemes to avert it. It was very easy for me to hide myself under the sofa, and whatever I might overhear, afterwards assure my master that not a word had been said which he could possibly be angry at. But I was experienced and cunning enough to fear that Mr. Ilverton wanted a witness, and that though I might be listening under the sofa, he would also be listening at the door, and would burst into the room in case his suspicions respecting his wife should receive confirmation. Even if he should not adopt this plan, but merely use me as a means of ascertaining whether his wife was faithful or not, and take my word respecting the particulars of the anticipated interview between herself and Mr. Remington, nevertheless I saw the necessity of warning my mistress that such suspicions did exist concerning her, and put her fully upon her guard. This I resolved to do. And at last I made up my mind to speak frankly to her next day. But when that day came, I saw no chance of having an opportunity of carrying my intention into effect, for her ladyship did not come downstairs to breakfast nor to luncheon, she being still indisposed, as I heard from her own maid. I loitered upon the landing near the drawing room as much as I dared, and once or twice, when my master went up or down stairs, he nodded approvingly of my conduct, thinking that I was there only to serve his interests. At last, just as the clock had struck 3, to my joy, I saw Lady Hortensia descend from her own chamber and enter the drawing room. Not a moment was to be lost. I rushed in after her, closed the door, and said, "My lady, listen to me for one instant, I implore of you." She looked at me with mingled surprise and anger, for my manner must have appeared not only strange, but also boisterously rude. I am sure I do not recollect now, for I did not remember 10 minutes after this scene occurred, what words I used, or how I introduced the subject, but it is very certain that I told her how I was the very lad who had seen her at the doctor's, how her husband had bribed me to watch her, how I was determined to warn her of the plot in progress against her, and how I would do anything in the world I could to serve her. She seemed perfectly astounded at all I told her. She sank on the sofa, turned red and white a dozen times in a minute, and then burst into tears. I dared not say a word. The idea of a poor servant like me venturing to console a great lady like her was ridiculous, but I was in a dreadful state of alarm lest Mr. Ilverton should come in. "John," she said at last, wiping away her tears, "if all you have told me is true, you are one of the best lads that ever lived. But how am I to know that this is as you represent it?" I understood what she meant. She feared lest it was only a trap to ensnare her into something amounting to a confession. "My lady," I answered, "if I wished to injure you, could I not have at once revealed to Mr. Ilverton all that took place at the doctor's house in Brook Street?" "True," she said, blushing scarlet. "Yes, you are faithful." And she put her purse into my hand. I returned it to her, declining to take any reward, but she forced it upon me, and I was compelled to accept it. "Now retire," she said hastily, "and follow your master's bidding in respect to concealing yourself. I shall afford you an opportunity," she added. Then turning away, she again burst into tears. I hastened from the room, well pleased with the success of my interview with her ladyship, and feeling myself so important a person that I scarcely knew whether I stood on my head or my heels. The secrets of the family were in my keeping, in the keeping of a boy not 16 years old, and it was enough to make me proud. Besides, I felt so satisfied with my conduct in respect to her ladyship, that it seemed to me as if I had done a great and a glorious deed. Well, on quitting the drawing room, I went up to my own chamber to compose my feelings, for I was really so much elated as to be quite unfit to meet my master for a few minutes. But at the expiration of that time, I hastened downstairs, received the letter which he had in readiness for me, and after looking in at the servants' hall for a moment, just to say I was going out on an errand, stole up to the drawing room, where I found no one. I therefore thrust myself under the sofa, and awaited anxiously the termination of the adventure. Just as the timepiece on the mantel struck 4, her ladyship returned to the room, and almost immediately afterwards Mr. Remington was announced. Hasty whispers were exchanged between them in a language, most likely French, which I did not understand, and then they seated themselves on chairs at some distance from each other, Lady Hortensia having previously rung the bell. I was surprised at this proceeding. What could she possibly mean? But I was more astonished still, when, on the entrance of one of the footmen, she said, "Ask your master if he will have the kindness to favour me with his company for a few minutes." The servant retired to execute this command, and I was now frightened lest her ladyship intended to accuse her husband of his stratagem, and thereby expose my want of faith towards him. But second thoughts convinced me that this was not the case, because her ladyship must remember that it was in my power to ruin her effectually if she meditated any treachery towards me. A few minutes elapsed, during which Mr. Remington and my mistress conversed on the most commonplace subjects, such as the weather, the new opera, and so on, and at length Mr. Ilverton entered the room. "I'm sorry to disturb you, my dear," said Lady Hortensia, speaking in her most amiable manner, "since I know that you are so fully engaged with election matters and other important business, but I have a favour to ask of you." This gentleman is Mr. Remington. Mr. Remington," she added, "Mr. Ilverton," thus calmly and quietly introducing them. I do not know how my master looked, but I could fancy that he felt very queer. At all events, he said nothing. "Mr. Remington, my dear," continued Lady Hortensia, speaking with a tranquil affability that quite astonished me, "is a gentleman to whom our family are under the greatest obligations; for it was he who saved my brother Edward's life at Oxford a few years ago." "I remember to have heard that your brother Edward had a narrow escape from being drowned in the river on a boating excursion," said Mr. Ilverton, "but I was not until now acquainted with even the name of the gentleman who so generously risked his life to save him." "It was a deed which scarcely deserves such warm praise, sir," observed Mr. Remington. "On the contrary, Mr. Remington," exclaimed Lady Hortensia, "Mr. Ilverton must, as my husband, experience the same gratitude which I feel towards you, and ever shall, for your noble conduct." "Certainly, most decidedly," exclaimed my master, who, I could very well suppose, was now feeling particularly sheepish. "And I am convinced, my dear," continued her ladyship, addressing herself altogether to her husband now, "that you will approve of certain steps which I have taken in order to convince Mr. Remington of the gratitude of the near relatives of him whom he saved from a premature death. Mr. Remington has a sister who has been left a widow, and who is anxious to turn her accomplishments to a good account. She is desirous of entering some family as a governess, and I have supplied Mr. Remington with letters of introduction on behalf of his sister to several of our friends and acquaintances. He has this day called to inform me of his sister's success in obtaining the situation she requires, by means of one of those letters." Mr. Ilverton expressed his entire approval of this proceeding on the part of her ladyship, and Mr. Remington rose and took his leave in that formal manner which seemed to show that he did not even pretend to be considered in any other light than a mere acquaintance. When he was gone, Lady Hortensia said, "I am really glad that I have been able to serve that young man's sister, for they are both very poor, it seems, and the service which he rendered our family in saving the life of my brother was not one that should have gone unrewarded." "Oh, decidedly not, my love," said Mr. Ilverton. "But will you accompany me to the library now, and see the new picture that I bought some weeks ago, and which has been sent home this morning? It was kept to be framed." "Certainly," answered Lady Hortensia, and she quitted the room with her husband. I, of course, understood that he had purposely enticed her away to allow me an opportunity of leaving my hiding place, and I was very glad to get from under the sofa, where I was most terribly cramped, not having dared to move, and scarcely able to breathe free through fear of being heard. I was highly delighted at the clever manner in which Lady Hortensia had got herself out of the serious scrape that for a time seemed to threaten her with total ruin, and I was heartily glad to think that her husband must be thoroughly ashamed of having exposed himself so completely to me. At dinner time Lady Hortensia gave me a glance which seemed to thank me again for the part I had acted towards her, whereas Mr. Ilverton never once looked me in the face, not even when I was close by his side and he ordered me to serve him with anything. Shortly after dinner her ladyship retired to the drawing room, and the moment I was alone with my master, he beckoned me to approach him, and said in a low tone, "John, what took place between your mistress and that gentleman before I came in?" "Mr. Remington said he came to thank her ladyship for her kindness towards his sister," I answered, taking my cue from what I had heard before. "And then her ladyship said that you was at home, sir, and she would introduce Mr. Remington to you." "Then I have been altogether misled, John," he observed, "and mind that you never breathe a syllable of what has passed to a living soul." "Certainly not, sir," I replied. He put a couple of sovereigns into my hand, telling me I was a good boy, and repeating his injunction of strict secrecy. I was now a very great favourite with both my master and mistress. Though in each other's presence they neither showed any particular kindness towards me. Mr. Remington came no more to the house, but her ladyship now and then gave me letters to put privately into the post for her, and which were addressed to him. Thus 3 months more passed away, and the general election came on. Mr. Ilverton went out of town, and he had not left the house an hour before Lady Hortensia gave me a note to convey by hand to Mr. Remington's lodgings in Sackville Street, with directions to wait for an answer. Mr. Remington seemed greatly delighted at the contents of the note, and gave me the reply, which, in his hurry and joy, he omitted to seal, although he had lighted a taper on purpose. I hastened away, and went into a public house to read the letter. To my surprise, I found by its contents that an appointment had been made for the lover to pass the night with Lady Hortensia, she having already admitted her maid into her confidence, thereby arranging for his admission into the house at 12 o'clock. I was now dreadfully annoyed at being no longer treated as a confidant, I who had done so much to protect them from exposure. My interest in behalf of my mistress suddenly turned to hate, and I thought seriously of revenging what I considered to be a slight. I, however, ran back to Mr. Remington's lodgings, and said to him, "Sir, you have not sealed this letter, and I would rather not take it like this to her ladyship, for fear she should think I had read it, which I would not do for all the world." He looked very hard at me, and seemed dreadfully confused at his oversight; but perceiving that I did not change colour, and that I met his gaze steadily, he was more satisfied. Having sealed the letter, he returned it to me, putting half a guinea into my hand, and I then hastened away with it to my mistress, from whom I received double that sum. But a wonderful change had come over my mind. I saw that I was made a mere tool of, whereas so long as I thought myself important as a confidant, I was happy. I had, moreover, hoarded near £20 by means of the presents I had received, and I thought how foolish I was not to turn my knowledge of certain secrets to account, and extort a good round sum from her ladyship. In a moment I grew avaricious and spiteful. I know how it was. While my vanity was flattered, I was contented; but the instant I saw that I was a tool, and not a confidant, I was mortified, and therefore changed. It did not strike me then that delicacy would of course prevent Lady Hortensia from making use of me to give admittance to her lover, and I looked on myself as a person badly used. I did nothing that day, but I lay awake during the best part of the night, settling in my mind how I should proceed. Thus, while the lovers were in each other's arms, as I had no doubt they were, a storm was brewing against them in a quarter from which they little expected it. The very next day I went into the drawing room, when I knew that her ladyship was there alone, and shutting the door, advanced in a resolute manner towards her. She seemed astonished, and asked me what I wanted. £100, I answered in a dogged style. "Do you mean to request that sum as a favour, or to demand it as the price of the secrets you have promised to keep faithfully?" she said, in a mild and reproachful way, which made me more than half repent of my conduct. But I had gone too far to retreat. "Whichever your ladyship likes," I replied. "I will give you 200 if you will leave the house this minute, and let me make what excuse I choose for sending you away," she said. The offer was too tempting to be rejected, and I immediately accepted it. £200! It was a fortune, and I fancied that I should never be able to spend it. "Pack up your boxes, and prepare to depart," said Lady Hortensia. "If the servants ask you any questions, steadily refuse to answer them, beyond merely stating that I have ordered you to leave immediately. And if you will call on Mr. Remington this evening at 8 o'clock, he will give you £200 in gold." I was overjoyed at this arrangement, and gladly took my departure on such terms, caring little what reason her ladyship might allege for the abruptness with which I left. £200 to be received in a few hours. Oh, how happy I was, and what castles did I build in the air! I removed my trunk to a public house in St. Martin's Lane, and having had a pint of wine to celebrate the occasion, strolled out to purchase new clothes, for I had of course left my livery at Mr. Ilverton's house, and was not over well dressed. Having bought all I required, thereby making a considerable hole into the £25, which, with my hoardings and wages, I had in my pocket when I came away, I returned to the public house, and put on my new things. I then went out again, to while away an hour till 8 o'clock, it being now 7. As I was going along Piccadilly, I saw an elegantly dressed lady step out of a carriage at a shop door, and to my joy I recognised Miss Stacey. She immediately knew me, and seeing me so well attired, did not hesitate to stop and speak to me. We conversed together for a few minutes, during which I told her that I was no longer under the necessity of working for my living, as fortune had been kind to me. She expressed her pleasure, gave me her address, and asked me to call upon her, telling me, however, that I must be sure to come between 2 and 7, and at no other time. I promised to visit her, for she looked sweetly pretty and very amorous, and we parted. Precisely as the clock struck 8, I knocked at Mr. Remington's door. None of your sneaking single knocks, but a good loud double one, for I felt all the importance of a man who has £200 to receive. Mr. Remington was at home, and I was shown up into his room. He desired me to be seated, but in a very cold tone, and with a haughty manner. I did not, however, care one fig for that. The idea of the £200 rendered me as independent as possible. When I sat down, Mr. Remington rose from his chair, and advancing close up to me, he said in a low, savage tone, "You are a contemptible villain." "I did not come here to be abused," I exclaimed insolently. "Give me my money, and let me be off." "Your money, indeed!" he cried. "Not one farthing will you receive of me, or of Lady Hortensia Ilverton. Now listen, young man, and be cautious how you act. Had you conducted yourself fairly, you would always have found friends in me and her ladyship. But you have shown yourself a villain, and we are determined to crush you at once. You think you have us in your power, but you are mistaken. Her ladyship has already stated to her entire household that you were discharged suddenly for an atrocious attempt to extort money from her. And say but one word of scandal, utter one syllable against her, and you will be handed over to justice. Begone, sir, and take care how you conduct yourself. One word, by the way, before you leave me, and that is a word of friendly warning. The hall porter in St. James's Square has instructions to give you over to the care of a constable if you present yourself again at that mansion." "You cannot bully me," I exclaimed. "I know too much. Everything shall now be made known to Mr. Ilverton, and he will not believe a word you utter," answered Remington. "This night's post bears to him a letter in which Lady Hortensia declares that you threatened to expose both him and her if she did not give you a sum of money, and that you dared to assert that her husband had bribed you to conceal yourself under a sofa. She, of course, pretends to think her husband incapable of such mean and cowardly conduct, and he will be sure to deny it. At the same time, he will never forgive nor believe you. But there is the affair at the doctor's house in Brook Street," I cried. "The doctor will deny that such a lady was ever there," returned Mr. Remington, with a triumphant smile. "And the maid who knows that you passed an entire night with her mistress?" I said, my courage sinking rapidly. "You had better ask her what she knows of the business. Now mark me, young man, every precaution is taken to put you to confusion. You are forestalled in every possible way. Say what you will, positive contradictions and denials will meet your assertions. and the result will be to you transportation for life for attempting to extort money. Now then, reflect well before you plunge yourself headlong into difficulties. But I am thoroughly ruined, I exclaimed, tears starting into my eyes, as I saw the truth of all he said. I have lost my place and my character. It is your own fault, replied Mr. Remington. At the same time he added, after a few moments' consideration, I do not wish you to be crushed completely down to the very mire. I will give you one chance. Sign a paper stating that all your accusations are so many falsehoods, and that you make this acknowledgment to save yourself from being handed over to justice, and I will then present you with 50 guineas. Thus speaking, he took out a handful of notes in gold to tempt me to conclude the bargain. But everything I can state is true, I exclaimed. Never mind that, he answered. We can prove it to be all false. So haste and decide. My time is precious. What could I do? I wanted money, and I saw that he was determined to resist all attempts at positive extortion. I therefore expressed my readiness to sign the paper, which was already drawn up, and having done so, I received the 50 guineas promised. Now, said he triumphantly, as he folded up the document and placed it in his pocket-book, you know the consequence of a single slanderous whisper. I took my departure, terribly nettled, but still somewhat consoled by the possession of the 50 guineas, for I thought that 1/3 of the sum at first expected was better than none at all. I longed to be revenged on Lady Hortensia and Mr. Remington, but I knew not how. I smarted dreadfully under the treatment I had received. I uttered bitter words against my folly in consenting to leave the house before I had the money paid down, and I pondered on 1,000 different ways of venting my spite on my enemies. For several days I rambled about by myself, racking my brain with devices. At last I resolved to abandon the idea, at least for the present, and then I set to work to enjoy myself, or rather to see how soon I could make away with my money. A few weeks beheld the bottom of my purse, and I was astonished to think that so many guineas should have disappeared in so short a time. I was now seriously troubled what to do for a living, because I had no character. Suddenly I bethought myself of Miss Stacey's invitation, and hastened to call on her, it being then about 3 o'clock in the day. I found her living in elegant lodgings in Maddox Street, and she received me most kindly. I told her, word for word, all that had occurred to me since I last saw her, and she was equally candid with me. In fact, she was then in keeping by one of the cabinet ministers, who allowed her 10 guineas a week, paid her rent, her milliner's and her wine merchant's bills, and also the hire of her carriage. We soon came to an understanding together. She wanted a page or tiger just at that moment, and I accepted the post. The very next day I entered my new place, the most comfortable I had ever yet been in, because I shared my mistress's bed nearly every night. But I soon discovered that the cabinet minister and myself were not the only persons who enjoyed the favours of Miss Stacey. Several gentlemen called during those hours when she knew there was no chance of her friend making his appearance. In fact, the lady had become a regular wanton. It was not, however, for me to make any observations on her conduct. I was well satisfied with my place, and that was enough. I learnt from her that Mrs. Beaumont had died a few months previously, having just before married her butler, who came into possession of all her fortune, and had set up as a gentleman, driving his cab, and finding plenty of people to honour his champagne parties with their presence. Miss Stacey also gave me a little sketch of herself. She had been seduced, when only 15, by the husband of a lady with whom she was placed as companion; and she unhesitatingly admitted that in all the families where she had lived she had maintained an intrigue with some one, either master, manservant, or page. Since she had left Mrs. Beaumont, she had been in keeping with the cabinet minister. But, she added with a smile, you see that I am not particular where I take a fancy. She was indeed a licentious woman, but very good-natured, and possessing a temper that nothing could ruffle. End of section 91.
Section 92 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. Conclusion of the History of a Livery Servant, Part 2. I had been with her about 3 months, when I saw in the newspaper an account of the sudden death of the Honourable Mr. Ilverton, M.P., who was found a corpse in his bed one night by the side of his wife. There was a coroner's inquest, and the verdict was, died of apoplexy. I, however, had my suspicions that some foul play had been practised. In a little less than a year afterwards, I learnt by the same channel of intelligence that Lady Hortensia Ilverton had become the wife of Herbert Remington, Esquire. About the same time I met Mrs. Hulse, the pretty lady, you remember, who played such pranks with her 2 lovers at the boarding-house. She stopped and spoke to me. I inquired after Mr. Hulse, and she said that he was quite well, and that they lived very happy together. I then asked her slyly if she had seen Mr. Frederick Shaw lately. "What!" she exclaimed, "do you not know all that happened to him?" I assured her I did not. "He committed a forgery some months ago," she replied, "and was hanged for it. It was down in the country, but I forget where. The whole account was, however, in the papers at the time." I was delighted to hear that the enemy of my parents had come to such a miserable end. Mrs. Hulse gave me half a sovereign, and bade me good-bye. A short time after these little incidents, and when I had been in Miss Stacey's service nearly 18 months, the Cabinet Minister suddenly withdrew his protection from her. I never heard why. It is, however, more than probable that her numerous intrigues reached his ears. The immediate result of the stoppage of funds in that quarter was a bolt from the lodgings, my mistress being over head and ears in debt. She removed to Norfolk Street, Strand, and I accompanied her. It was at this time that I was attacked by the smallpox and obliged to leave. I went to the hospital, where I remained dangerously ill for several weeks, and when I did recover, I was marked as you now see me. I may therefore say without vanity that before this unfortunate occurrence I was a very good-looking lad, and it was no wonder that the women used to take a fancy to me. Well, I left the hospital with only a few shillings in my pocket, which I had about me when I went in, and my first step was to inquire after my late mistress in Norfolk Street. But there I learnt a sad tale. She had been greatly reduced in circumstances, and had made away with the things in her ready-furnished lodgings. The landlady gave her into custody. She was committed for trial and sentenced at the Old Bailey to transportation for 7 years. But this sentence was commuted to imprisonment for 2 years by an order from the Home Office, although the judge who presided at the trial declared it to be a most aggravated offence. I thought I could understand the secret of this leniency, nor was I mistaken, for on calling upon my poor mistress in Newgate, where she was imprisoned, she told me that she had written to her late friend, the Cabinet Minister, who had procured the alteration in her sentence. She was very happy, and made me promise to call and see her again. But I never had the opportunity, for some member took up the case in the House of Commons, and asked the Home Secretary the reason why the original sentence was not carried out, seeing that the jury had given no recommendation to mercy, and that the judge had pronounced a strong opinion on the matter. The affair made such a noise, and the Weekly Dispatch took it up in such strong terms, that the government was obliged to order the sentence of transportation to be put into immediate effect. The consequence was that the poor lady was sent out of the country as soon as possible, and I never saw her any more. I felt for her deeply. She had been kind to me, and with all her faults there were many excellent points in her character. But somehow or another I never did meet a woman who, let her be ever so bad, had not some redeeming qualities. I have met hundreds of men so thoroughly bad that they had not a single thing to recommend them, but it has not been so in my experience with the other sex. I don't believe that any woman can become so utterly depraved as not to retain a little amount of good feeling about her. I wish I could say as much for men. But let me make haste to bring this story to an end. I was now a miserable, friendless wretch in the world, and knew not what to do for a living. I had no character, and could not get a place. At last, when driven to desperation, I resolved to call on the person whom Mrs. Beaumont married, and who was for many years her butler. I accordingly went up to Russell Square and knocked at the well-known door. A servant in splendid livery answered the summons, and I was shown into the hall, where I was kept waiting for nearly 2 hours. At last I was shown up into the drawing-room, where the ex-butler lay lounging on the sofa, reading the Morning Post. "Just sit down, young man, for a moment," said he, with an affected drawl, although he was an old fellow of 60, "while I finish the fashionable intelligence, because, you see, I'm interested in it." So I took a seat and was kept waiting for another half-hour. At last the gentleman laid aside the paper and inquired my business. I told him who I was and how distressed was my position. He stared at me for a long time, as if to make sure that I was really the John Jeffreys whom he had once known, for I was cruelly disfigured, and when he was convinced that I was no impostor, he gave me half a guinea, saying that he had been a loser by the late Derby, and had lent his friend Lord Mushroom so much money lately that he could do no more. I thanked him very sincerely and went away. I walked on to Great Russell Street, being in the neighbourhood, and called at the Turners' boarding-house. But I learnt from the servant that Mr. Turner was dead, and Mrs. Turner had declined business in consequence, and would see nobody. I went away with a heavy heart, for I knew that the half-guinea would not last forever. At length I was so tired with walking about that I entered a public house to get some refreshment. 2 men were sitting in the parlour drinking ale, and their conversation, singularly enough, happened to turn on a friend of theirs, who, as I heard them say, had just got a situation as footman in a good family. "But how the devil did he manage, though?" asked one, "since he only came out of quod for stealing that plate, 10 days ago." "Why, he got a character of that chap who lives at the house with the balcony up in Castle Street, Portland Place, to be sure," was the answer. "You don't mean old Griffiths, do you?" said the other. "Of course I do," replied his friend. "He's been in that line now for the last 6 months, and makes an excellent thing by it. I've recommended several poor devils of men-servants to him." "The deuce you have!" I exclaimed. "I wish to God you would recommend me." "Are you out of place and got no character?" demanded the man. "Just so," I answered, "and if I don't get a situation soon, I shall starve." "Have you got any tin about you?" asked the man. 10 shillings, when I've paid for what I've had," I replied. "That'll just do the trick," cried the man. "You must stand a pot to me and my friend here, and you'll have to pay 7 and 6pence entrance fee to old Griffiths. Then you'll have a trifle left to take you on till tomorrow." I readily paid for a pot of the best ale, and when we had disposed of it, I received a note of recommendation to the Mr. Griffiths spoken of. He was an old respectable-looking man, with a bald crown, and grey hair at the back and sides of his head, and he was sitting in a neat office with a large book before him. He read the note, which explained my business, and then demanded the entrance fee. This I paid, and he put down my name in the book. "I will give you the addresses of several families who require a young livery servant," he said, "and you may refer them to Captain Elphinstone, No. Mortimer Street, Cavendish Square. You may say that you lived with that gentleman for 3 years, and only left him on account of ill health. And now I must tell you the nature of the bargain which exists between you and me. You are sure to obtain the situation, and when your first quarter's wages are paid, you must bring me a sovereign, and a sovereign from 2nd quarter. You will then always have me as your friend, and need never be afraid of remaining long out of place. But if you do not keep faith with me, I shall find means to make you repent it." I assured the old gentleman I would do the thing that was right, and took my leave of him, rejoiced at the prospect of obtaining a situation. Next morning I made myself as tidy as I could, and called at the places pointed out by Mr. Griffiths. I was soon successful, and gave Captain Elphinstone as my reference. The gentleman of the house said he would call on the captain in the course of the day, and I was to return in the evening for the answer. This I did, and found that an unexceptionable character had been given of me. I was therefore admitted into the gentleman's service at once. It was a quiet place, and a small establishment, only consisting of myself and 2 female servants, a cook and a housemaid, for Mr. Farmer, our master, was an elderly bachelor. There I stayed for several years, and was very happy and comfortable indeed. But one day Mr. Farmer took it into his head to marry the cook, and as she could not bear to have in her house the same people who had known her as a fellow servant, the housemaid and myself both got our discharge. We, however, had good characters, but we did not avail ourselves of them, for having each scraped up a little money, we agreed to club our savings and open a shop in the chandlery line. We had long been intimate enough to render the parson's services quite unnecessary in enabling us to live together, and so we commenced business, passing ourselves off as man and wife. The thing did not, however, succeed, and care drove me to the public house. It was then that I met you, Mr. Bones, and you suggested how much good might be done if I would go back into service and give you notice of any little things worth your knowing. This I resolved to do, and leaving my female companion to do what she liked with the shop, I took leave of her. We parted very good friends, and by the aid of old Griffiths I very soon obtained a place. I need not say any more, unless it is that since then I've been in situations at many houses, and have generally managed to do a pretty decent amount of business with Mr. Bones. Jeffreys ceased speaking, and his 3 companions expressed the amusement they had derived from his narrative. A few more glasses of grog were drunk, as well as a few more pipes smoked, and it was not until past 3 in the morning that Old Death's visitors left him. We cannot close this chapter without a few observations relative to that large and important class, domestic servants. And first of female servants, it is said that great numbers of them are immodest, and that from their ranks the class of unfortunate women, or prostitutes, is largely recruited. We believe that the immorality of female servants is considerably exaggerated by these representations, and that the cases of frailty are the exceptions and not the rule. There are thousands and thousands of females amongst this class as respectable and well conducted as women ought to be, and who take a pride not only in maintaining a spotless character, but in so behaving themselves that there shall be no chance of its becoming tainted. And this is the more creditable to them, the more to their honour, inasmuch as the temptations to which they are exposed are very great. Sent out on errands at all hours, compelled to go to the public houses to fetch the beer and spirits for the use of the family, constantly placed in contact with the serving men belonging to the family's tradesmen, exposed to the chance of sustaining insulting liberties at the hands of the visitors to the house, and often persecuted by the lustful addresses of some male inmate of the establishment, such as a brother or son of the master, or perhaps the master himself. What strength of mind, what moral courage must the servant maid possess to resist these temptations and escape from so many perils? We mean to say, then, that if she do fall, there is far more scope for pity and a far greater amount of extenuation on her behalf than on that of the lady who surrenders herself, unmarried, to the embraces of her lover. And in many, too many instances, what a life of slavery is that of the female servant, and how little enviable is the lot of the poor maid-of-all-work. Talk of the hard fate of the negress, think of the hard fate of the maid-of-all-work. Excellent sate of Exeter Hall! You need not send your sympathies travelling some thousands of miles across the sea. There is plenty of scope for their exercise at home, if you be really sincere, which we know you are not. Look to the maid-of-all-work, up at 5 in the winter, and heaven only knows when in the summer, compelled to keep an entire house neat and decent, to black all the boots and shoes, to run on all the errands, to put herself in awful peril by standing or sitting outside the windows which she is compelled to clean, and very frequently half-starved, by those whom she serves so assiduously and so faithfully. What a life is hers! Female servants are treated with much greater kindness in France than in England. In the former country they are considered rather in the light of humble friends of the family than as mere slaves, which is the estimation in which they are usually held, we are sorry to say, in the British Islands. Let them be treated with kindness and forbearance. They have much to try their patience and sour their tempers by the very nature of their condition and the miscellaneous character of their avocations. A man or a woman who is unkind to a servant is a wretch, deserving obloquy and execration. But a master or a mistress who, through petty spite or sheer malignity, refuses to give to a discharged servant the good character which such servant may in reality deserve, is a very fiend, unfit to remain in civilized society. Before we take leave of this subject, we cannot resist the opportunity of expressing our opinion relative to a practice adopted at court. We mean the fact of the Queen being waited upon in her private apartments by ladies of high rank and good family, instead of by female servants. Who is Queen Victoria, that a duchess must select her gown, and a marchioness hook it? Is she a goddess, that a countess must help her to put on her shoes, and a baroness tie them? Must not royalty be touched by the hands of a female servant? Alas, we strongly suspect that Queen Victoria is a woman made of the same flesh and blood as the most ordinary mortals, and we feel confident that the practice of attaching ladies of rank and title to her august person is as pernicious to her as it is degrading to the ladies themselves, and as flagrantly insulting to the entire class of well-conducted ladies'-maids. But royalty in this country must be idolized, deified. No means must be left untried to convince the credulous public that royalty is something very different from commonalty. This delusion shall, however, be dispelled. The people must be taught to look on Victoria as nothing more than the chief magistrate of the country, deriving her power from the nation at large, and holding it only so long as the majority of the inhabitants of these realms may consider her worthy to retain it. The contemptible farce of firing cannon to announce her movements, of illuminating dwelling-houses on her birthday, of cheering her whenever she appears in public, just as if she cared 2 figs for the bawling idlers who gaze on majesty with awe and astonishment. All this miserable humbug should be abolished. The more a sovereign is deified, the more the people are abased. Instead of the nation being obliged to Queen Victoria for ruling over it, Queen Victoria ought to be very much obliged to the nation for allowing her to occupy her high post, for the only real sovereign power is that of the people, and the individual who looks on royalty as something infallible, divine, supernally grand and awe-inspiring, is a drivelling, narrow-minded idiot, unworthy of the enjoyment of political freedom, and fit only to take his place amidst the herds of Russian serfdom. End of section 92.
Section 93 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. The Blackamoor. Upon quitting Old Death's abode, Tim the Snammer and Josh Pedler proceeded together in the direction of Blackfriars Bridge, while John Jeffreys, having wished those worthies good night, pursued his way up Horsemonger Lane, and plunged into the maze of narrow, obscure streets lying at the back of the prison. Although he had said good night to his companions, it was in reality morning, for the clock of the gaol chimed 3:15 as Jeffreys passed by that dismal-looking establishment. Having reached the door of the house in which he lodged, and which was in one of the streets above alluded to, he drew a pass-key from his pocket, and was about to apply it to the lock, when the sounds of footsteps close by fell upon his ears, and almost at the same moment a heavy hand was laid upon his shoulder. The conscience of Mr. John Jeffreys was not quite so free from sources of alarm as to prevent him from being painfully startled by this occurrence, and turning suddenly round towards the individual who had thus accosted him, he found himself face to face with a blackamoor. "Fear not, no harm is intended you," said the negro in a deep, solemn, and sonorous voice, but without the least peculiarity of accent. "That is," he added, "if you follow my directions." "And who are you?" demanded Jeffreys, reassured by the certainty that he was addressing no myrmidon of the law. "It is not for you to question, but to answer," said the Black, in a cool and authoritative manner, which seemed to indicate the consciousness of possessing the power to enforce his will, even against any resistance that might be offered. "But I have no time to waste in unnecessary discourse. You must accompany me whither I shall lead you." "And if I refuse?" asked Jeffreys, trembling, he scarcely knew why. "Then I shall summon to my aid those who are ready at hand, and who will carry you off by force," calmly replied the Black. "But if I raise an alarm?" said Jeffreys, gradually yielding to a sensation of awe in the presence of the mysterious stranger, who spoke with the confidence of power and authority. "The neighbours will come to my rescue, and—" "A truce to this argument," interrupted the Black sternly. "If you accompany me of your own free will, it will be to your advantage, and no harm shall befall you. But if you venture to resist me, I shall unhesitatingly make you my prisoner by force, and we shall then see what account John Jeffreys can give up his long and intimate connection with Old Death." "I will go with you. I will do anything you command," said the villain, trembling from head to foot. "Only, again I tell you that you have nothing to fear and much to gain," observed the Black, and taking Jeffreys's arm, he led him hastily back towards Horsemonger Lane, neither of them uttering a word as they thus hurried along. The night, or rather morning, was dark and sombre, and there were no lamps in the streets which they were threading. Thus, although arm in arm together, Jeffreys could obtain but a very imperfect view of his companion's features. Nevertheless, it struck him that though the stranger's countenance was black as that of an African negro, the facial outline was not characterized by the protuberant thickness of lips and hideous flatness of nose which usually belonged to that race. But Jeffreys was too much alarmed, too much bewildered by the sudden and mysterious adventure which had befallen him, to be able to make any steady reflections, and whenever he threw a furtive glance towards his companion's countenance, he was instantly met by eyes the pupils of which seemed to glare upon him from their brilliant whites like those of a basilisk. It was, indeed, an awe-inspiring and most uncomfortable situation in which Jeffreys found himself placed. Having numerous misdeeds upon his conscience, he shuddered at the idea of coming in contact with the law, and if he offered any resistance to his strange companion, such contact was the alternative with which he was menaced. But who was this strange companion? Who was this Black that spoke with a tone of authority and acted in a manner denoting a consciousness of power? For what purpose was he now hurrying Jeffreys along through the darkness of the silent night? And whither were they going? Even had the man been armed with conscious innocence, his position was one calculated to engender acute suspense, painful doubt, and wild apprehension. But knowing that he had been guilty of many deeds, any one of which would be sufficient to involve him in serious trouble with regard to the law, the miserable wretch had everything to fear, and scarcely anything to hope. It was true he had received assurances that no harm should befall him, and that the incident would, on the other hand, prove advantageous to him. But the influence of those assurances was completely absorbed in the vague and terrible alarms which the dread mystery of the adventure was so well calculated to excite. Conscious guilt made him a complete coward, and his ideas became so confused, his nervousness so great, his excitement so wild, that he began to fancy he was in the power of some unearthly being of evil nature and design. As this impression grew stronger in his attenuated mind, he cast in his terror more frequent glances at his companion, and now it seemed as if the black countenance were rapidly changing, becoming hideous to behold, and lighted up with eyes that burnt in their sockets like red-hot coals. John Jeffreys felt his legs failing beneath him, his brain whirling, his reason going, and he was on the point of falling to the ground, overcome by the terror that oppressed him, when his companion's voice suddenly broke upon his ear, dispelling all the superstitious portion of his alarms, and recalling him to his senses. "Step in," said the black, and Jeffreys found himself by the side of a hackney coach, which was waiting beneath the wall of Horsemonger Lane Gaol. He obeyed the command issued in that authoritative tone which he dared not resist, and the black followed him into the vehicle, which immediately drove away. "I must now blindfold you," observed the mysterious stranger, "and I warn you not to attempt to discover the road which we are about to pursue. Even in the darkness which prevails in this coach, I shall be able to distinguish all your movements." "Where are we going? What are you going to do with me?" asked Jeffreys in an imploring voice. "If you are such a coward as you now seem to be, you will prove of little service to me, I am afraid," said the black, as he fastened a handkerchief over his prisoner's eyes. "Cheer up, man," he added, in a tone not altogether free from contemptuous disgust. "If I meant to deliver you into the hands of justice for your numerous misdeeds, I should not take this roundabout manner of accomplishing the task. Once more I tell you that the result of this adventure depends wholly and solely on yourself. It may prove a fortunate occurrence for you, if your conduct be such as to beget confidence and merit forbearance and protection." "Then you wish me to do something for you?" said Jeffreys, considerably reassured by the words just addressed to him. "A great deal," was the laconic answer, "but we will not continue the discourse at present, if you please." This intimation was followed by profound silence, and the vehicle rolled along at a rapid rate. Jeffreys was now so far relieved of the oppressive fears which had recently paralyzed his intellectual energies, that he could even smile at the superstitious alarm which had seized upon him, and he endeavoured to follow in imagination the route pursued by the coach. But he soon became aware that it was taking such a circuitous and tortuous way as fully to destroy all possibility on his part of instituting any clue to its course, and he at last threw himself back in the vehicle, to give way to reflections on another subject, thus abandoning the idea of studying the direction in which he was being hurried along. For an hour did the coach proceed, making numerous turnings into fresh streets, and often appearing to retrace the way it had previously pursued. At length it stopped, and one of the doors being immediately opened, the black took Jeffreys's hand and assisted him to alight. The mysterious guide then hurried his prisoner into a house, up a flight of stairs, and into a room, where he conducted him to a seat. "Remove the bandage from your eyes," said the black. This command was instantly and cheerfully obeyed, and Jeffreys, casting a rapid glance around, found himself to be in a well-furnished apartment, of which he and his mysterious guide were the only occupants. The curtains were drawn completely over the windows, and Jeffreys had not the least idea of the locality to which he had been brought. Opposite to him, but in such a manner that the light of the candles did not fall upon his countenance, sate the black, whose person Jeffreys was now enabled to examine more narrowly than when they were walking arm in arm in the neighbourhood of Horsemonger Lane Gaol, and that survey showed him a man of middle height, well built, and dressed in good but plain attire. His features were too delicate to be of the negro caste. He had no whiskers, and his hair was of the glossiest jet, and seemed to curl naturally. On a table near him lay a pair of pistols, and over the mantelpiece 2 swords hung crosswise, beneath a formidable blunderbuss. The black allowed Jeffreys leisure to examine the apartment, probably with the view of convincing him, by the appearance of the weapons distributed about, that he was in a place where treachery could be punished in a moment, and that it would be prudent for him to resolve beforehand to accept any conditions that might be proposed to him. After a short pause, the black assumed an attitude significant of his intention to open the business of the morning's adventure. "John Jeffreys," he said in his calm but imposing manner, "I am well acquainted with all that concerns you, and I know your readiness to serve those who pay you well. Now, however well Old Death may have already paid, or may promise to pay you, for anything you may have done or may have to do for him, I will pay you better. Do you choose to enter my service exclusively? Remember, because in serving me you can really serve none other." "You seem to know me well, indeed, master," said Jeffreys, assuming a familiar tone, now that he began to fancy the black to be no better than he should be. "Dispense with jocularity, sir," exclaimed the other sternly. And Geoffrey shrank from the severe look fixed upon him and the haughty manner which accompanied the words just uttered. "Look you," continued the black, "I may as well inform you at once that the companionship which you may expect to enjoy with me will not be of the kind to which you are accustomed with such men as those from whom you parted an hour ago. If you serve me, you must become my slave. You must execute my bidding without even pausing to reflect on the motives which may instigate the commands I shall give you. You must consent to become a mere automaton in my hands, a machine that is to move only as I choose to direct. There will be no familiarity between us, no friendship. All will be enveloped in the strictest mystery, and you will often have to act without comprehending what you are doing, or the objects you are destined to accomplish. You will, moreover, be watched by invisible spies, at least by persons whose supervision you will not suspect, so that the least attempt at treachery on your part will be sure to meet with instantaneous punishment, and that punishment is death." "I see nothing to object to, sir, in all that," said Jeffreys, now speaking in a respectful tone, "providing the advantages are as great as they ought to be." "The advantages to you will be immense," resumed the black, "and I will explain them. In the first place, there is nothing criminal in my service, nothing that can make you tremble when a stranger taps you on the shoulder. On the contrary, I will protect you even from the effects of the crimes which you have already committed, should they transpire by accident or by the treachery of any of your former accomplices. Your salary shall be liberal and regularly paid, and thus you will be freed from these vicissitudes which make men such as you rich today and poor tomorrow. When the time shall come, which it must, that I no longer need your services, I will settle on you an income for the remainder of your days. These are the advantages which I offer you." "If you only fulfil 1/10 part, sir," began Jeffreys, delighted at the prospects opening before him. "I am not in the habit of promising more than I can perform," interrupted the black haughtily. "If my service suits you, you enter it from this moment." "I accept the terms with joy and gratitude," said Jeffreys. "Good!" exclaimed the black, and tossing a well-filled purse towards his new servant, he said, "There are £100 to confirm the bargain. One piece of advice I must give you. Indeed, it involves a condition on which I must insist, and this is, that you do not, through idle vanity, display your gold to those persons who may be likely to suspect that you have not come honestly by it, for you will not be able to give any satisfactory explanation, and I do not choose you to get into any difficulty, just that I may have the trouble of getting you out of it again. Why I say that you will be able to give no satisfactory explanation relative to the source of your prosperity is because you will not know who your master is, nor where he lives, nor anything concerning him. You will have no one to refer to, in case you fall into difficulty. At the same time, I should hear of it, and would hasten to assist you, if you be worthy of my regard, if you deserve that I should care for your welfare." "But how am I to receive your order, sir, if I do not know where you live nor who you are?" inquired Jeffreys, his astonishment and awe increasing with every word that came from the lips of his new master. "Shall not I know where you live?" said the black, smiling for the first time since they had met. "And can I not come to you when I require your services? Will not the post convey my letters? And have I not messengers to dispatch to you? Leave all those matters to me. Trouble not yourself relative to the means of communication between us, and ask no questions which do not bear upon the mechanical and even blind service which you are to devote to me. You will find me a good and liberal master, if you prove faithful, diligent, and sincere. But should you attempt to practice perfidy against me, should you deceive me in any one single thing, however trifling, I shall become a terrible and implacable enemy." "I can have no interest in deceiving you, sir, considering all the advantages your service holds out," said Jeffreys, "and yet I should like to know a little more of the nature of what you will require at my hands. What I shall have to do, indeed." "No, I will explain nothing," returned the black. "I have already assured you that my service is safe, so far as the laws of the country are concerned. and that you will never be called upon to do a deed of which you need to be ashamed. Supposing that you have any shame in you, I say this because I know that you have hitherto pursued evil courses, that you have maintained a desperate connection with Benjamin Bones, and that many robberies have taken place through your instrumentality, if not actually perpetrated by your hands. But if you remain in my service, I hope to render you a better man. I hope to see the day come when you will know what proper shame is, and will blush at many of the actions of your earlier years. Of this enough, however, for the present. I did not bring you hither to listen to moral lectures or sermons from my lips. Neither do I believe that precepts are of much benefit to a man who has pursued a long career of vice and error. Example does much more, but experience most of all. When you shall have learnt the value of good conduct and advantage of fidelity to him whom you serve, you will see how far preferable it is to dwell without the fear of incurring the resentment of outraged laws than to lead an existence of harassing excitement produced by the perpetual dread of falling into the grasp of justice. But again I say, of this enough. Do you still adhere to your desire to enter my service? I do, sir, was the answer, delivered in a firm tone. I must then warn you, resumed the black, that though I exact the most complete fidelity from you, and though I should punish in a terrible manner the least perfidy on your part, yet in respect to others you will often be compelled to exercise stratagem and practice plots which at first sight may appear treacherous. You will have to wage war, perhaps, against some of your old companions, to defeat their projects, even to betray their schemes. Are you prepared to agree to all this? I am prepared to obey your orders in all things, was the reply. Without even questioning my motives? That was a condition already imposed by you, and agreed to by me. And you will undertake never to breathe to a single soul a word relative to the secret service in which you are engaged? Remember, added the black hastily, I merely mentioned this as a warning, because should I immediately detect any treachery on your part, and should not hesitate to punish it terribly. I wish you would at once put me to the test in some way or another, sir, said Jeffreys. You seem to know all about me, but in what way you got your information is of course a mystery to me. However, you do know me well, and having that knowledge of me, I can perfectly understand that you do not feel disposed to trust to my bare word in anything. Now give me something to do. Put me on a trial in some way or another, and then judge whether I'm the man to serve a good paymaster or not. You speak to the point, and I will at once put you to the test you solicit, returned the black, and mind how you reply to my questions, because even were you to amuse me with deceptive answers, in a few hours I should discover the real truth, and my vengeance would overtake you, I, even in the midst of those companions whom I am about to ask you to betray. In a word, then, what was the nature of the business which took you and 2 other men to Old Death's lodgings last evening, and detained you there a great portion of the night? One word before I answer the question, exclaimed Jeffreys. If I reveal to you everything which took place between myself and those 2 men, and Old Death last night, you will not think that in the same manner I shall betray to them what is now taking place between you and me? I have already told you that the greatest proof of faithful service towards me is to betray others, returned the black, and I have given you ample assurance that if you attempt to betray me to others, certain vengeance will overtake you. Then if you consider my treachery towards others as a proof of fidelity to you, sir, continued Jeffreys, I am content to be put to such a test. You ask me what took place between Old Death, Tim the Snammer, Josh Pedler, and myself last night, and I will tell you word for word. A few weeks ago one Thomas Rainford was hanged at Horsemonger Lane Gaol, and was buried in St. Luke's churchyard. To-night Old Death means to have the coffin dug up and conveyed to the house of certain people named Bunce, in Earl Street, 7 Dials, to which house he himself will move to-day. It seems this Rainford was the eldest brother of the Earl of Ellingham, against whom Old Death had a dreadful spite, and so he intends to have the body of Tom Rain taken out of the coffin a rope put round its neck, and a placard on its breast, stating that the famous highwayman was the Earl's brother. The body is then to be conveyed to Pall Mall and placed on the steps of a nobleman's house. This is one part of the scheme concocted last night, and which me and the 2 other men were engaged to execute." "Go on," said the Black in a low tone. "The part that's to come is worse than what I've already told you, sir," observed Jeffreys, "and I'm afraid that if you know I've consented to serve in this matter—" "Go on," exclaimed the Black impatiently. "Well, sir, since I must, I will tell you all," continued Jeffreys. "Old Death found out that a lady named I forget. Never mind. Go on, I say," cried the Black more impatiently than before. "I'm saying that Old Death had found out that this lady was the mistress of Tom Rain, the famous highwayman, and that Earl has a great esteem for her. He has also heard that the Earl is going, or was going, to marry another lady named Hatfield, and he made up his mind to have these 2 ladies carried off and conveyed to Bunce's house in 7 Dials. When he has got them there, sir, he intends— But I really—" "Go on, man," exclaimed the Black. "What does he mean to do?" "To put their eyes out," replied Jeffreys, in a low tone, and speaking with considerable hesitation. "The fiend! The monster!" ejaculated the Black, starting from his chair, but instantly composing himself, he resumed his seat, saying, "Was that the full extent of the atrocity planned and agreed upon last night?" "That was the whole scheme, sir," answered Jeffreys. "Benjamin Bones agreed to give us each £100 for serving him in those matters, and he paid us each 30 on account." "Show me your share," said the Black abruptly. Jeffreys hesitated and turned pale. "Beware how you deceive me. Take care how you trifle with me," exclaimed his master. "If you received those £30 from Old Death, you must have them about you now, for I know," he added emphatically and significantly, "that between the time you left his lodgings and stopped at your own door, whither I followed you expressly to ascertain where you lived, you entered no place at which you could have deposited the money." Jeffreys no longer dared to hesitate, but taking a large roll of bank notes and a quantity of gold from his pocket, he spread them upon the table, saying, "The £30 I received from Old Death last night are amongst this lot." "And whence did you obtain such a large sum?" demanded the Black, hastily glancing over the amount. "There are several hundreds of pounds here." "Well, sir," said Jeffreys, completely overawed by the tone and manner of his new master, as well as by the mystery which surrounded him, "I will tell you all about it, and then you will be convinced that if I am ready and anxious to secure your good opinion, I was until very lately in the service of a Mr. Torrens." "Ah!" exclaimed the Black, starting as if with sudden surprise at the information he had just received. Then again composing himself, he said in his usual calm but authoritative manner, "Proceed." "This Mr. Torrens was paid a sum of money a few days ago, about £1,500, continued Jeffreys, "and I put Old Death up to it. Benjamin Bones again! Benjamin Bones at the bottom of every villainy!" cried the Black in an excited manner. "Well, sir, and so Old Death sent 2 men, the very same men who was with me at his lodgings last night, to rob Mr. Torrens of the money. They succeeded, and Old Death changed the large notes into small ones and gold, because large notes are useless to such men as Tim the Snammer and Josh Pedler. If they attempted to change a £50 note, they would get taken up in a moment, whereas they can manage to smash small notes at the public houses where they deal. So Old Death had his share of the plunder, and mine is part of that heap. I have now told you everything, sir." "No, not everything," said the Black in a more serious and solemn tone than he had yet adopted during his interview with Jeffreys. "Mr. Torrens is in Newgate, charged with a fearful crime," he continued, "and his daughter Rosamond is in a state bordering on despair at the house of kind and generous people with whom I'm acquainted." "Good God! Who are you?" exclaimed Jeffreys, surveying his master in terror and amazement. "You know everything, everybody. The least word that is uttered leads to a subject with which you are sure to be acquainted. Oh, sir, if you have had me brought here to do a mischief, to get me into trouble, to make me confess things—" "Fear not, Jeffreys," interrupted the Black in a reassuring tone. "I am acquainted with Mr. Torrens's version of the history of that murder, and I know that suspicion rests not upon you. But I now perceive clearly that the tale which Mr. Torrens has told to his daughter, and which his daughter has repeated to those friends of mine who have granted her an asylum—I perceive that the tale is, alas! too true, strange, and credible as it first appeared. Yes, Mr. Torrens did not deceive his daughter. The house was entered by 2 men and robbed, as he described the occurrence, and those 2 men were the real murderers of Sir Henry Courtenay. Jeffreys," continued the Black, in a low and more measured tone, "you are now completely in my power. Nay, start not, fear not. It is far from my intention to harm you. But it is as well for you to know that you are now bound to me in 2 ways. First, because I pay you for your services. Secondly, because I will denounce you as an accomplice, and an accessory before the fact, in respect to that murder, if you hesitate to fulfil my orders. On the other hand, if you remain faithful, if you serve me with that blind obedience and implicit zeal which I exact from you, you have nothing to fear, but everything to hope. Before I was in your power, I had made up my mind to serve you in the manner you state," said Jeffreys, "and now of course I am compelled to do so. Give me your orders. What is there for me to undertake? Shall I inform against Josh Pedler and Tim Splint, or shall I go and set the constables upon Old Death, who was an accomplice in the robbery, since he sent those 2 men to commit it?" "Silence, Jeffreys!" exclaimed the Black imperiously. "It is not for you to suggest anything, but to perform what is suggested by myself. And remember, I will not allow you to take a single step in these matters unauthorized by me. Stir not of your own accord, or you will only involve yourself in ruin. See the position in which you are placed. If the 2 men who murdered Sir Henry Courtenay be surrendered up to justice, they may confess it all, and their confession would implicate you and Benjamin Bones. Nevertheless, an innocent victim shall not be sacrificed to the bloodthirsty law, which authorizes the punishment of death. Mr. Torrens must be saved. This is an affair which demands the greatest caution, and if you utter a word more than I direct you to speak, or take a single step unknown to me, you will be undone. But time has passed rapidly, more rapidly than I had expected. While we have been thus conversing together," added the Black, looking at his watch, "it is now daylight, and you cannot depart hence until the evening." He knew by the hour that morning had dawned some time, but the window shutters were closed, and the curtains were thick and ample, so that not a gleam of sunshine penetrated into that apartment, where the candles were still burning. "Yes, you must remain here until the evening," repeated the Black. "At what time was it arranged that you should meet the other agents of Old Death in order to visit St. Luke's churchyard?" "To-night at 11, answered Jeffreys, "and the place of appointment is at the back of the burial ground. But do you intend, sir, that I should fulfil my agreement with Benjamin Bones?" "Ask me no questions," cried his master, evidently much excited, if not absolutely perplexed by the various ideas that were agitating in his brain. "I have not yet resolved how to act. I must be alone for some hours to meditate. In the meantime, you no doubt stand in need of rest? Follow me." With these words the Black took up a candle and led the way into an adjoining room, which was fitted up as a bed-chamber. There also the shutters were closed, and the curtains drawn over the windows. "This will be your apartment until evening," said the Black. "But as I am accustomed to adopt all proper precautions to ensure the complete carrying out of my views, I shall be compelled to place someone with you, and I most moreover request that these shutters remain closed throughout the day." Jeffreys's new master rang a bell, and in a few minutes a tall, thin, genteel-looking lad, but of a complexion as dark as his own, answered the summons. "Caesar," said the elder Black, addressing the lad, "you will stay in this room until I give you permission to leave it, and you will see that Jeffreys, whom I have taken into my service," he added significantly, "is supplied with everything which he requires in the shape of refreshments." "Yes, sir," replied the youth in a respectful manner. The Black then quitted the room, and Jeffreys remained with the lad who had been addressed by the name of Caesar. Section 93.